Welcome, friends. Good morning. Today is Sunday, and today we are starting this new series in which we will learn about the management lessons that we learn from our ancient scripts. And today I have only one lesson to discuss that we learn from Mahabharata, and that is the leadership is not only about power. Well, power is one of the major part of a leadership, but what Mahabharata tells us about the leadership we will learn today. And as you know that the Krishna actually was one of the biggest leader that especially for Indians, we can recall, we can remember as a great leader. So we will analyze this particular lesson that Mahabharata teaches us. And since we are live, you can actually send in your message. Your message will be displayed on the screen. And if you have any specific comment, I will display your name and read out your comments and answer you. All right, let's begin our show. Well, as we know that Krishna, Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna basically became a guide and a mentor for Pandavas. We know this truth very well since, so in a true sense, Krishna, we know that, that story is known to every Indian. And in fact, a lot of people in the world who study, who are impressed with what Lord Krishna did. So he never fought actively in the battle, but he actually controlled the outcome of that. So he was a true leader, a thinking genius, and he implemented the strategy. So since we are focused on only one thing, which is the power, do you need power to be a leader? And Krishna had a lot of power, but he never used it actively. It's like a muscle power. When you have a lot of muscle power, are you going to use this muscle power, or you are going to use your mind? So this is exactly what the leadership, and that is why this lesson is very important, since it is going to be very valuable for modern time also. So he was a leader for Pandavas, but I think indirectly he was also leader of the entire world, the positive side as well as negative side, and he played a major role in controlling the outcome of whatever events he basically participated. So now let's jump onto the lessons that we learned from Mahabharata when it comes to leadership. So leadership is not about power, as I've been saying. Leadership is about empowerment. So this is so important. This is extremely important lesson that we learn, because Krishna never demonstrated his own power, although he was the most powerful person of the era. He had a lot of weapons with him. He had a huge army. He had his own capital, very powerful capital, which nobody dared to invade, not even gods. So he was very powerful, but he never utilized his power, his own personal power. He was charismatic. He had the ultimate weapons with him, and he is a demigod, but he never showed it to people. He allowed freedom of expression. People were criticizing him when he was in his era, in front on his own face, about his whatever he was doing, because whenever you do something, some people will be happy, other people will not be happy. So I think this is a very good lesson, that leadership is not about power, but it is about empowerment. So that is lesson number one, and how we have to understand this, because if we follow Lord Krishna's footstep, this is exactly what we learn, and learn to implement this in our real life scenario. What is the second thing that Krishna teaches us? This is leadership. One of the major role is guidance, and that is what the people are looking for. They are looking for guidance. It's not that the people are not capable. Say if there are people in your team, they are not capable. I mean, if you look at different characters in Mahabharata, all these characters were very, very capable people. They were all demigods. If you look at Yudhishthir, Arjun, even Duryodhan, Bhishma, who could have defeated Bhishma? There were not even Lord Shiva could defeat Bhishma. So they were very, very powerful people, and therefore, in addition to empowerment, you have to demonstrate the true leadership quality, you have to basically empower your team member. You also need to play a role of a guide, because this is exactly what people are looking from you, and that is what makes you a leader. If you are able to guide your team members, then they value you as a leader. So that is the biggest, one of the big learning from Mahabharata, that Mahabharata teaches us. That is, it, as I keep saying, it's not about power, demonstrating power. A lot of leaders today actually tend to demonstrate their position, their power, but that's not what leadership is all about. Leadership is about providing empowerment to the people, and also the second thing is guidance. You don't have to give them everything ready made. I mean, it is not like that. Since you are powerful, you are intelligent, you are capable, you do the thing. No, that is not what the leader will do. They will actually guide their team member so that the team member can actually do the same thing. And that is why team member will feel that he's accomplished something. There is a feeling of accomplishment, and then that will generate feeling of loyalty towards the leader. So leader's role as per Mahabharata is that guidance. Guidance is very, very important. One of the key role for a leader that Mahabharata teaches us. In addition to that, it also teaches support. So, you can't be a hands-on leader. When you are a leader of your team, you can't say that, okay, since I have empowered everybody, I have given my guidance. Once in a month, I basically conduct a workshop in my team, and I give whole lot of guidance. Now it's up to people to basically demonstrate. No, that is not the way it is. That's not the leadership quality that Mahabharata teaches us. Mahabharata says that you have to be always standing in support of your team members. The team members should feel that there is a force behind them. If we fail, there is somebody who is going to come and correct us. If we get opposition, there is somebody who is going to support us and be with us. So you can't let go your team by saying that, hey, I have given you all the power, empowerment, I have given you all the guidance, and please go ahead and live your life. That is not the way Mahabharata teaches us. Mahabharata is very, very specific. You have to give support. Very important key word that Mahabharata teaches all leaders. So that is why Lord Krishna was always supporting Pandavas. Even without his presence, Pandavas felt that Lord Krishna is with them. Bhagwan Krishna is standing with them. So that is a very good virtue, because even though the leader is not present in the room, but the people, his team, will be driven by the leader indirectly, subconsciously. That is a very, very small, a strong and smart message that Mahabharata gives us. Then it also looked towards, now it delves into giving advices. So, well, your team is capable. As I said, every person in Mahabharata at the time of Mahabharata, they were a leader in their own right, and they were very capable people. But at times, everybody needs, some sort of advice. What do I do? I have come across this situation, and I've done everything in my power, in my wit, in my thinking, but I'm not finding a solution. So what do I do? So the leadership at that time has to play a role of an advisor, which Krishna played a role of advisor all the time. He actually advised Pandavas, Krishna, and whoever. A couple of times he advised the negative forces like Duryodhan. He did not stay away from giving advice. He also advised so many other people. For example, if you know, there were other characters like Shalya, and there were other characters, Shishupal. He advised them not to do bad things. And then, so the role of advisor, of a leader, is very, very critical. You have to keep advising, and you should not shy away from advising others. Now, other people will take advice. For example, Duryodhan did not take his advice, and look what happened to him. But people who took the advice actually gained a lot. So I think this is very, very important, where a leader give advice, and the people who are friendly with the leader has to follow the advice, good or bad. So the role of giving advice, you cannot say that, look, I will not give advice until unless somebody come and ask me. You have to give advice voluntarily, and that is what shows leadership quality. You should not be afraid of speaking your mind. Very good lesson that Mahabharata teaches us. Now, in terms of what other qualities, we all know that Krishna was the main person who actually uh, stood with Pandavas, and even though Pandavas were weaker, their army was smaller, they were less in numbers, they became victorious, and they were able to defeat a huge army of Kauravas who were very, very capable army led by Bhishma. In spite of being smaller, weaker, less in number, they were able to defeat Kauravas. And that is what the leadership is all about. Bhagwan Krishna organized, strategized the entire battle plan of Mahabharata and efficiently managed people. Even though he was not directly involved in the battle, but he basically planned his moves very, very strategically, and he efficiently used people wherever they wanted. For example, there were some sacrifices to be made. Both Arjun and Bhim sacrificed their children in order to win the war. Bhim sacrificed Ghatots, and his battle forced Karna to release all weapons on Ghatosh, so that there is nothing left for him to use on Arjun. So that was a strategy used by Krishna and his team member, which is Bhim, and in this case sacrificed his own son to achieve that objective. So efficiently using the resource at the right time. Similarly, during Chakravyuh, Abhimanyu was slaughtered by Kaurava, because Abhimanyu was the only person at that point in time who could have saved Yudhishthira from being captured or killed. So he sacrificed, and that was a hero. One day he saved Pandavas from ultimate defeat, and he saved Yudhishthira from being captured and defeated. So even though he was just 16 years old, on that day Abhimanyu became such a big potent force that he fought alone with all the warriors on the field of Mahabharata, all of them, just alone. And later he perished. He gave his supreme sacrifice. So utilizing the right resource at the right time is a very, very important feature of a leader. I think this is a good lesson that Mahabharata teaches us. So if we actually follow these guidelines, we can become a good leader. I think that is for sure. And Mahabharata is probably written 5,000 to 6,000 years back, and this is a narration of our history, and it offers a great management lesson for all of us. And in the end, Bhagwan Krishna led Dharma and defeated Adharma and achieved the goal of the organization. So this is how the leadership works. You don't have to actively look like that you are actually fighting the battle, but you are ensuring that you are implementing the strategies, you are advising your team members, you are empowering them so that they are achieving it. And that is what the leadership is all about. We know that Krishna never took a weapon in his hand to fight, and he was just a benign person, not actively participating in the battle. Yet his advice is valued so much. His guidance led to the victory for Pandavas, and ultimately the goal was achieved. That is the leadership skill or the lesson that we must gather from Mahabharata. Well, there are a lot of examples of modern leaders who follow these guidelines. There are very successful leaders today who are leading their organizations have put few pictures here, but then I must talk about Bill Gates. I must talk about so many leaders like uh, so many leaders like Sundar Pichai and others who are now leaders. They are leading these world-class organizations, and they are probably doing this thing. Don't expect a leader or a CEO to do everything from his own hand. So if somebody is leading Google, you don't expect him to run the entire Google. You expect the Google team to run Google. And a leader is required to give guidance, right strategy, empowerment, and supporting the team members so that the Google as a team can achieve things. So these are some of the lessons that we learn from Mahabharata. If you like these narration of mine, send me a shout out. If you have a question, please send me a comment and I will respond in the next business section. Otherwise, have a nice Sunday and I'll catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream. My name is Chandrakant and this is Akulmach World. And today in our program, we are going to discuss about business tips and tricks. And by the way, we are live, so you can actually send in your comments, your suggestions, and they will start displaying here. I can read your comments, your questions, your suggestions, and display your name and answer that question or observation, whatever you have. So as part of our AI series, I have been saying that the AI war has just begun, especially when the large companies are now loggerhead and developing their own AI. If you look at the large companies, all of these companies have been using AI for decades to maintain their internal processes and to create different different applications within their own organization. However, now the AI is being launched as a public consumption device. And that is why I say that AI war has just begun. As part of this AI, the Google is going to launch new AI features which will be integrated with their productivity tools like Docs, Gmails, etc. So this is very exciting because Google is obviously competing with Microsoft. Microsoft has OpenAI, Google has launched Bard. But how do you use them? How a common man uses? So right now, this is an interesting development that Google has announced. They are launching their version of AI which will help users of Google use AI and access the AI and various features. So how does this affect the Google clientele? The Google, the people, the companies or organization or even individuals who are hosted on the Google platform, how this affects them. We know that Google has something called a workspace. The way Google environment works is that they have workspace and everything else, all the applications like your email, your different applications like Gmeet, productivity tools like spreadsheets, etc., docs, everything else reside inside the workspace. And based on your subscription plan on the workspace, you get access or different levels of access or different degree of access to these applications. So to roll out a new functionality around all of these productivity applications which are as part of the workspace, Google Workspace, it is very simple. They have to integrate their new AI with the workspace, and that is what they are planning to do. They are going to integrate their AI with their workspace, which is right now under testing. So I will talk about that in detail, but I think the important thing is that Google Workspace will start having AI and therefore, if you are a Google customer and your company is hosted on Google, then all the functionality of the AI will be extended to your workspace. So if you have applications like Doc, Spreadsheet, Meet, there are so many other applications which are available as part of Workspace. All of those applications will get access to the new AI, and that is what the Google is planning to do. Right now, this AI has been given to selected users for testing, but after the successful testing, this will be rolled out. And what are the other features it can provide? Most of the features that they are envisaging or basically thinking of bringing, I'm going to cover in my live stream today. So as I said, the workspace will get the new AI, and as a result, the workspace is mostly used for collaboration. It is used for emailing. It is also used for your communication, Meet. So all these applications are integrated into Workspace, and companies can scale up the extent or give rights to the Workspace to their employees. So in nutshell, organization can have all these applications on the Workspace, but the access to Workspace is given by the local administrator. So I think this is how the Workspace works. And if the AI is available in the Workspace, if the application is provided to a particular user, then automatically the AI will be extended to that user. And what does it do? It will actually help them write emails. It will help them create marketing campaigns and different blogs. It will also help them make the meeting notes. So let's say, for instance, we are a email user. So what AI can do, actually, what they are basically saying, that you can create ready-made drafts. AI can help you create ready-made drafts, even respond. So right now we have this CRM which is integrated with your email systems, or you may have an external CRM which you have, and your Google Mail is integrated with that. So the AI will actually take up some of these tasks which typically a CRM is supposed to do. So this is where it is heading. It will start responding to certain emails that you get from your prospects and your clients. It will start creating summaries, and it can also prioritize your emails. So right now the emails are prioritized basis on whether they are important, not normal, etc. So you see all the important. So you can actually mark your email as important and hot email, etc. Whatever you nomenclature you have. But based on the gravity of the situation, AI will understand what is this customer. Does he have any special needs which require special attention? So based on the so there is no classification that a sender has to do. Now with the new system, the AI will basically decide which is an important email and put it in the top. So when you actually access your email system, you will actually access the important emails first, and so on and so forth. So I think the priority. So this is going to be a very killer application in the email, because today, in today's world, most of the professionals spend a lot of their time in doing exactly that. So if AI can do all this, which is pick up the ready-made draft, so that you don't waste time in typing long essays or basically create an email. The AI will actually understand the topic, understand the issue the client has raised, create a draft for you. What you need to do is basically read the draft and then apply the specific input that you want to apply, or change a little bit here. So massage the text a little bit, and then you're ready to go. So instead of spending a lot of time in creating a draft for your email, the ready-made drafts can be given to you. So I think this is a very big change. It's a basically world-changing step. If AI can do that, you just go to the email, you read what client has sent you based on the priority. Then when you want to reply, you will see a grayed out draft underneath. All you need to do is just finalize it and send it across. So your life is so simple. Similarly, there could be certain instructions. You can configure AI to respond on your behalf for certain standard emails, and also create summary. So it can also summarize. Suppose you have a long mail, you can actually make a summary out of it, and maybe present to your management, or maybe put the summary in your website or internal web link. It's up to you how you want to use this information. So I think this is earth-shattering development. I think it's really a next step when it comes to using the email. Now, when it comes to other workspace applications, there are a lot of other applications which allows collaboration, also collaborative work, working on same document between the team. So today, the collaboration tool in the workspace area, you already have the sharing of documents, where people don't have to create multiple versions of the document, and somebody has to then find out which is the latest version, so on and so forth. So workspace already has the built-in capability to give the versions of the document, and then same document via the internet is worked upon by many people, by the team, so that you have better productivity. You're not wasting time in sharing documents, and then somebody has to stitch these together. So all of that will be taken care by AI. Who's going to work on this, who's going to not work on this? So all of that distribution hassles will be taken over by the AI, which is going to be present in the workspace. Then there is a lot of proofreading, writing, and rewriting. All of these tedious jobs of creating a document. Because if you are in a marketing job in any company, this is exactly what you do. You actually write the pitch, then you basically, somebody else has to proofread it. So proof reading is an important activity. Unless your document is fully approved, it cannot go and hit the internet, hit the website, or basically become a public document. So this is going to do the tedious job for you. It is actually going to check the punctuation, grammar, and usage of words, the usage of words as per the context. So all of that will be available. I think, just imagine, friends, if such facilities are available in workspace, how your productivity will increase overnight, and then your time will be freed up to do something more strategic. Because otherwise you will be wasting time in proofreading, writing, rewriting, checking, collaboration, taking approval. All of that can be just done automatically by using this AI. So this is a killer implementation. I think Google has applied their collective thought, and they are actually bringing real functionality for the people when it comes to document. What about other applications? The other applications that we use are the presentation tools. Now, presentation tools today have the slides, which is the most common way people like to present. However, smart presenters now are using video clips, audio clips, and sound effect, even 3D effects. So all of that is available in the presentation tool. Whether you take from Google or from Microsoft, these presentations tools have come a long way. Many people just still use them as a slideshow, but you can actually create a complete self-running demo and create that as an executable and send it across, like 30 minutes, 30-second self-running promotional video can be created in the presentation tool. The fact of the matter is, you have to know this tool thoroughly. If you can, if you're able to do this kind of activity today, you need to know all of these. You have to have some experience with using presentation tool, and use all the functionality which is available in the presentation tool. So many people just use it as a slide show, and probably use it as a slide share. So because we are living in the era of collaboration, so use the presentation tool for your slides. However, you can do much more than that. And now if AI is available, it will actually do the dirty lifting for you. It will create, it will insert music, it will insert videos. In fact, the AI will be able to create a video based on the text which is written in your slide. And this video can be created on the fly also. So while you're presenting, because AI will have the capability to search the internet and convert text into video and then show it there. So imagine, how interactive your video presentation can become with sound, video, special clips, and you will be able to drive your point so effectively and without spending so much time. There was a time when people used to say that, hey, this is my deck, this is my property, I have worked on it, I have worked on creating this presentation deck, I have worked personally, I've given my personal time, I've enhanced it, and now this has become a powerful deck. Now everybody will be able to do the same thing, not only one or two people. The AI will actually do heavy lifting for you, and your presentation will become out of the world, because AI is there and it will create this videos, it will insert contextual based on the context. It will create these special effects, and at the right moment, and you continue to present, and the videos are also embedded automatically, because AI is now intelligent system which will bring all these artifacts into your presentation, making your presentation out of the world. Of course, you need to know how to present in front of your audience. So that is one skill that AI can never take away from humans. Now, the workspace also has a lot of forms functionality, and forms are used in a variety of ways. The forms are, especially when it comes to Google, the Google Forms are directly integrated with the spreadsheet. So whatever input you get from the form, and form can be integrated with your website. So if you are running a website on Google Sites, you can actually create multiple forms. These forms can be created for your education institute, or for your company, or for your individual use. It depends what information you want to collect by using these forms. Nevertheless, this functionality is very, very strong functionality of the workspace, and whatever input you get is completely stored in a spreadsheet. So once the data goes into spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet grows beyond certain size, you need to basically work on the spreadsheet, get certain inputs. This AI will be able to analyze the raw data of your spreadsheet and give you actionable insight. So the data modeling, until few months back, we were hearing that data modeling is the most sought after skill. So if the AI is able to do data modeling for you based on whatever spreadsheet you have, you may have one spreadsheet or you may have 100 spreadsheet, it doesn't matter. You get for your each form, what is going on in the field. If you get certain insights which are created, which have been identified by the AI, these are actionable items for you. You know exactly if you're doing the right step or the wrong step, and probably this will help you to steer your group, your work, your company in the right direction. So getting this intelligence out from the raw data is very important, and people basically charge a lot of money to create these data models. There are data scientists who actually are specialized in this area, and they are hired by companies like Amazon and all these companies, eBay, etc., to create different data models. And if the AI is able to create that in the as part of the workspace, Google Workspace, this is a game changer, because now everybody will have access to this insight which is related to their own business. And now let's come talk about the bare basics. Google also has a Google Meet video conferencing tool, and today many people don't know how to use that effectively, and what are the functionality available inside the Google Meet, etc. Even simple thing like, how do I change my background? So the AI will be able to change the background also without you asking for any background. So if you are having a sales meeting, it will be able to create a contextual based background. So every time when you enter the meeting room, you will have a different background. And this is a remarkable feature because now your video calls will be so lively, simply because you can have a video running in your background brought in by the AI, and you have not even, you can probably set the context of your meeting, but then AI will do the heavy lifting. As I keep saying, that it will search the internet, replace with a better background. It is also going to take care that there is no IPR violation, etc. So all of that will be taken care by the AI. So even a user who doesn't know how to use various functionality within the Meet application will have the access automatically provided to change the background, to make it more lively, to bring in a whiteboard on need basis, configure the whiteboard whenever you go into a live conference. Probably also attach second camera, because I think I'm sure 99% people don't know how to attach a second camera to your Google Meet session. So today what people are doing is basically logging in from two different machines using two different logins, and that's how they connect one camera for their showing their face and other one to show what they are writing on the board. So whereas in Google Meet, you don't have to do all this. You can actually attach a second camera without logging in from another machine. With the same machine, you can do that. But trust me on this, a lot of people don't do this. They don't even know that this functionality is available. So if the AI is handling all this, then it will configure the second camera, also bring in the second camera on need basis. A lot of this functionality will be made easy. Maybe you can also ask for it. You can probably say that, hey AI, you can give a name and open the second camera. So the AI will be able to take that command. So these are the functionality which Google is thinking of bringing. And lastly, I have talked about so many applications using the basic applications, but then there is a complete workflow which needs to be conducted. And Google Workspace has the workflow engine which allow your company to basically create a workflow. So when you actually subscribe to Google Workspace, you get these different functionality using which you can create your own workflow in any company. Each company has a different way of doing things, so you can actually customize the workflow the way you want. For example, for attendance, for fleet management, for HRMS. So what is the workflow? How onboarding happens? What is the first thing? What is the second thing? Sales pipeline creation. What is the workflow in sales pipeline? And so on and so forth. So now you don't have to spend money in buying the HRMS, buying this CRMs, buying different applications and integrating with the workspace, because people find it tedious to do all this. Because if the ready-made solution is available, why not just buy the ready-made solution off the shelf and integrate with the workspace. So workspace remains the area only used for email mostly, because now you have external system. But with the AI coming in, the AI will be able to create proper workflow for all your applications. It will create and streamline how things will happen, and how chat function will work within your company. And this is going to be something which is very good. So that is why I'm saying that Google is talking about these things, and that is why I say that AI war has just begun. It is not it is not started yesterday. It has just begun. More and more advanced features will be brought into AI, and it is based on the competition between Microsoft, Amazon, Google. The consumers will benefit, and they can start spending their time in thinking strategy, deciding which way they want to do, what is new they have to do, rather than breaking their head on building spreadsheets, building data centers, building various CRMs, preparing themselves for a Google Meet or a conference. So now you can be more creative because the heavy lifting can be done by the AI, which is going to be integrated with the Google Workspace. So today's program is dedicated to Google Workspace because I think a lot of people, or nearly 30 to 40% of the companies, are hosted on this, and this is something new which has been recently announced, and I am therefore covering this in my live stream. So friends, if you have any questions, any observations, any suggestions, feel free to send in your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, my YouTube friends, and this is Akulmach. Welcome to this live stream, and this live stream is about the AI wars, which has just begun. And why I say that AI war has just begun, because Microsoft has announced that within this week they are going to launch a new version of GPT, new version of AI, which is called GPT 4.0. What it can do remarkable things. It can actually create a video just by your text input. So we will understand this a little bit more in detail, but that is why the AI war has just begun, and that is the topic of our discussion today. Let us understand what has happened so far. We all know that chat gpt has been launched, and we all know that there's a common knowledge with everyone, but let us understand what chat gpt do and why it is groundbreaking. And in order to do that, right now we have to understand how you can access ChatGPT. ChatGPT has, or the Open AI, which is the platform integrated with the Azure business platforms of Microsoft. So if your company is running on Azure, and if you are using some of these Microsoft applications, then the OpenAI based on ChatGPT is available for you to integrate. Already, a lot of companies are moving ahead and removing their frontline people who actually communicate, or a chat bot where there is a human intervention required. Those kind of companies which are specially hosted on Microsoft have started replacing their human counterparts with the open AI counterparts, because the responses given by open AI chatbot are very similar to human responses. So it adds the human type interaction while some customer of yours is chatting with you. So that is why this chat gpt is very remarkable. It is being integrated with Azure at this point in time, and a lot of companies have started shifting from the previous bots they had, either human or automated bots, which basically works on some sort of templates, with chat gpt. Because with chat gpt you don't have to change, you don't have to train them. They will basically, the AI engine will basically respond to you as if they have understood your issue. And the company which has deployed the OpenAI technology will not need to monitor anything. All they had to do is basically integrate the OpenAI on their websites like any other simple bot, and that's it. That's the end of the story. And their customers will be able to interact, and they will get a feeling that they can ask any question and you can get any response back from this organization. So that is the beauty of this OpenAI, and that is why The world is going gaga about it. And we will come to what Google is doing a little bit, because of course we are talking about the AI wars, and if you don't talk about what Google is doing, then we are not talking about what. But let's understand first what else is available in uh, chat gpt. See, chat gpt is able to take a text input. For example, if you are trying to communicate with some company and you have a question regarding that company, you can simply type in your question, and the OpenAI or ChatGPT will basically understand that question and respond to you like a human. So you can probably ask a question that, hey, I'm not happy with my subscription, for example. So what do I do? So the older method was that you can actually you can imagine different scenarios that questions can come up, create those ready-made answers using templates, and then put a bot which will then pick up based on certain keywords, pick up the right template. And if your bot is not able to pick up the right template, then it will simply say a generic thing that, hey, I don't understand your question, can you choose from the following options. So that really gave up the whole AI. That time the AI was not there. But with Chat GPT bot, there is no such challenge. You don't have to create any sort of templates. The Chat GPT will be able to interpret and give human type responses. So that is the amazing part of OpenAI, and that is why it is a groundbreaking thing. What else the Chat GPT provides? You see, the Chat GPT is able to basically understand the different kinds of question being asked, and basically learn in the process. So that is again a very big thing, because once you deploy the OpenAI or Chat GPT on your website, you don't have to continuously monitor, because the Chat GPT will go on the internet and try to get knowledge about the subject that you are asking question about. And therefore there is no need for training, there is no need to create any special data sets, etc. So it becomes a lot easier for companies to basically replace their BPO operations and migrate the whole thing on the Chat GPT based systems. And Chat GPT AI will keep learning on the fly while in the field, as it basically start answering your customer, your partners, or your questions which are coming on your website. So it will keep learning in the process as it is getting more mature about your services, your website, and the client profile of your client. So it it can handle multiple data source, it can handle multiple complexities, and that is the real beauty of it, and that is why this is called AI. What else it does? Well, while handling multiple parameters, the Chat GPT based system will become uh, very, very expressive. So you can actually communicate with a person as if you are, communicating with a human on the other side, and it can give you very witty, full answers. It can actually make you can crack a joke with Chat GPT, and you will never realize that you're talking to a non-entity. You're talking to a software. So it becomes very expressive, and that is the beauty. And right now it's all text based. Remember, these are all text based. So what you need to do is basically send a text question, and the Chat GPT will basically express the answer. Now answer can be found by searching the internet, by searching the company profile, the company website. It is up to OpenAI to basically get you the answer what you have about the question that you asked for. So that is why it is very, very expressive. And you can also do a small talk with this particular OpenAI. So that is why it is so important and so groundbreaking. Then as it stands today, It can also create certain words which we humans don't use in our day-to-day vocabulary. So ChatGPT has the ability to even access the dictionary website, keep learning in the process, and can generate these words which most likely only humans will use. Intelligent, learned humans will probably most likely use these words in their vocabulary. And chat gpt has the ability to even access those words which are not regularly used by humans. So it may surprise you, the answer of your question may surprise you, and you may then start wondering that you are actually talking to a real human being on the other side. So these are certain fantastic possibilities that chat gpt or openai kind of system, which is live right now on azure platform offered by microsoft, and a lot of companies have started migrating their frontline telephone or bpo functions partly or fully on using the chat gpt or openai platform, especially if you are a microsoft customer. So you can actually rely on ChatGPT in creating very complex and well-defined sentences to impress your clients as well. So the latest thing that the Microsoft has announced is the launch of GPT 4.0, because the current version of GPT ChatGPT is 3.0, which essentially works with the text. However, the next wave is the video. So Microsoft realized that, and their biggest competition is the YouTube platform, which is owned by Google. So Microsoft has announced that by giving a text input now, you can convert using GPT 4.0, which is the next version of Chat GPT, and the Chat GPT will be able to create a video. So right now this is an announcement. The announcement is very, very clear that this week this new version will be launched by Microsoft. So all you have to do is basically create, say for example somebody asks a question that, hey, how this will happen, how this formula will work. For example, if you're running a education institute, the GPT 4.0 will be able to create a video simulation and show it to your client that, look, this is how this chemical formula will work. And this video AI will open up a new opportunity. Maybe the video quality may not be good at this point in time, but the things evolve. Things will evolve, things will improve. So I think this is where the technology is taking you. Very soon we are ushering into a new era of where a text can generate creation of a brand new video. Instead of giving a text answer, it will start creating a video. Imagine this power, friends. It is amazing. If you have that ability in your company website, then it's amazing capability that your company website is offering. And today you know that the company website can be accessed from a pc, from a mobile phone, from different mediums, etc. And then on top of it, if you ask a question, in response of that question, you will get a video played, whether the person appears on the other side or some sort of video which is created by chat gpt 4.0, which is going to be launched this week. So after its launch, we will cover more details about the next release. But this AI war has just begun. And why I'm saying this AI war? Simply because currently the monopoly of the video is mostly with two players. One is the YouTube and other is of course Instagram. But then Instagram deals with mostly the areas which are more entertainment based. But then if there are some serious business related applications which are hosted mostly on the YouTube at the moment, and more than 2.5 billion subscribers of YouTube globally, this is something which is making this new development by Microsoft, making the Google very, very worried. So Google launched their AI also, that is known as Bard, and Bard is currently in beta, and very soon it will be launched on the in the workspace. So if you are a Google customer, there is one thing that you must be aware of. The Google workspace, which is similar to Azure, is a similar platform where you can actually host your websites, your applications, and whole lot of nearly 30 applications are there. You can have your meetings, etc., etc. Very similar to what Microsoft soft has. So Google also has a similar platform which supports business, and they are quite popular because they are very easy to use, easy to understand, quite cost effective, etc. So a lot of companies are hosted on the Google platform, and if the Bard, which is their AI, will be integrated with the workspace, then you will actually start getting these functionality in Google platform also. So Google woke up and they started building the Bard. They already had Lambda, which was the AI which has been running for some time. So what Google did, they did a smart thing. They took out a lighter version of Lambda and created Bard, so that it is very easy for these websites to launch AI services on Google. So they have immediately launched. They have given a counter to OpenAI by launching Bard, and in many ways, Bard can Google is quite smart because there are a lot of platforms integrated. So if they roll out Bard, the reach of Bard can be even wider and very far-reaching effect on the industry, because moment Google says that hey, Bard is available on in the workspace, then it is immediately available on all the platforms. And today we know that the workspace works on mobile, on your tabs, as well as on PC. So the reach of Bard will be many times more of the OpenAI or ChatGPT. So Bard right now is under testing. It's in beta. There are selected users who are actually using Bard, testing it out, and as we talk, the Bard is being actually being worked upon, and very soon it will reach the workspace, and people who are on Google platform, especially YouTubers, will be able to use Bard to answer some of these questions that in chat, etc. So I think the integration is far wider, far deeper when it comes to Google. In addition to that, Google has announced that they are going to increase the capability of Bard by integrating the language models, and this way they feel that because they already have the video platform, and their competition is with the chat GPT or OpenAI, which is Microsoft. So by including these 1,000 language in their capability as a capability set in their AI, they are thinking that they will be able to beat the chat GPT. Well, chat GPT from their point of view is slightly behind, because their monopoly on the video platform is well established. So if the Bard has the understanding of 1,000 languages, then immediately it will open up a totally new way of communication. Because say for example, if the Bard is integrated with your Google Meet platform, then you can talk to other person in any other language. You can speak say English, other person can speak Spanish, and the conversion while you're basically communicating in a Meet platform, the conversion of the language or interpretation of the language will be done on the fly. So you start hearing English, you respond in English, the other person on the other side will actually start hearing Spanish, your language will be converted into Spanish, and he hear this Spanish language, he respond in Spanish, you hear his responses in English. So these are some of the things which will be started by Bard once it is launched, and this is going to change the game completely, because you don't have to then restrict yourself to a particular type of market. Say if you speak English, then you can actually go and talk to people who knows English, and suppose you speak Spanish, then you don't know English, then you're limited to only Spanish speaking world. If you speak Chinese, then you are limited only to the people who speak Chinese. So all that barrier which are created by understanding of language, spoken as well as written, and reading, will all go away with this kind of application. So I think both these different AIs are going with their own niche. uh, on the video front, Google already has the global monopoly. They are going to enhance the functionality by introducing a version of Bard which will be able to interpret 1,000 languages. All the major languages which are spoken globally will be covered by this version of Bard. So Google is now going to create that kind of environment, and they already have the applications which will leverage these, which is YouTube and Google Meet. So if the AI interpreter is available with 1,000 language understanding and interpretation capabilities, then Google is definitely a clear winner, because they are able to create such a big tsunami of communication, and it will actually open up cross-border communication. Today there are certain countries and where people don't speak English, and you will be able to reach out to those people as well. Similarly, those people will be able to reach out to you, and all thanks to Gmeet. And I think this is where the world is moving, and that is why with is it just a couple of months back when the chat GPT was launched, and you see how many new things are being talked about. That is why in today's live stream I'm saying that this is a AI war, and who knows how both companies will react and what other features they will add quickly in order to basically remain up in the game. So we will see that as and when this happens. But I think this is something which is very exciting. We are entering into a tech-driven society. We are just ushering into that era, and this is just the beginning. So friends, let's wait and watch what happens next. I will cover as and when things heat up, and if you have any question on this, any observation, any comment, kindly feel free to send in your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and today in the business section we will discuss about the bionic eye. And if you remember friends, I had actually covered about the brain chip. So we will actually talk about the brain chip little bit in the end of this video, but let us first discuss the topic, which is the invention or basically trial of the first bionic eye that can restore the vision among the blind people. So it is going to be sort of a magic when you can actually start seeing, and especially when you're blind. And if you know people, that there are two kinds of blind people. One who are born with deformation at birth, and at this point in time there is no way to restore vision in such people who are born with the complications which are related to the optical nerve, which carry signal from the eye to the brain. However, there are people who are, who become blind because of various medical conditions or accidents. Those can be restored to certain extent. However, this is the bionic eye, and as you can see, this is very innovative. It's sort of a USB camera which is fitted inside your eye. So basically your natural eye get replaced with this beautiful looking artificial contraption, which is nothing but a camera. and the camera will have either a wire connection or a connection to the optical area of the brain, which can process the image which are being sent by the camera to this portion of the brain through a cable. So this is a remarkable piece, and in fact, if you have this kind of bionic eye, you can actually create different colors to match your other eye color tone, etc., and also skin colors, etc. And you can actually create all kinds of contraption inside this artificial eye, which will be fitted inside your eye cavity. And this is amazing because this research is being done, or the product has been developed by the scholars of Australian University. And these Australian universities have actually, the scholars have uh, sort of done R&D and created this device, which was going to help lot of people, lot of restore the problem with related to blindness among lot of people globally. So this is a very good idea, and this product is right now under testing. And let's understand how this is going to work. See, basically, most of the blindness that we know of exists because of the damage in the optical nerve, which carries electrical signals from the eye to the brain. And in case of accident, this optical nerve can get damaged, or sometimes because of medical complications, this optical nerve can be damaged, because of which you will lose vision. And also sometimes, in fact many times, the child is born without the vision because this optical nerve is not present or is damaged at birth. So if we have this kind of a bionic eye available, then people with damaged optical nerve will be able to see. And today we in our world, we have the camera technology progressed quite a bit. So Australian University has actually used the camera technology to replace the natural eye, which is perfectly fine in this case because the damage is with the optical nerve. So you can actually replace your natural eye, replace with this kind of an eye, and then the eye will be able to transmit signal through a chip which is installed inside your brain. So just to cover in very brief, that brain chip is the brain implant which will be put among the future humans to enhance various senses, also enhance intelligence, also get connected to internet. So if you are interested on understanding about the brain chip, you can actually watch my video which I did a few days back on the brain chip. However, the brain chip will actually also enable the transmission coming from the camera and then take these signals to the optical area of the brain, so that the brain will be able to interpret signal being sent from the bionic eye and then convert that into vision. So essentially restore the vision among the blind people. So this is something which is very unique, and I'm sure this offers a very good business avenue. I'm sure today you can solve the problem among the blind people, but tomorrow who knows, you would be able to even enhance your vision. You would be able to either connect it with the telescope, so that without looking in, without peeping into telescope, you can see things. Similarly, you can connect, because it is all a USB connection. So if you are able to connect your bionic eye with several devices, then you can wirelessly get connected and your brain will start seeing these images. So I think the currently the human trials are going on. This product is not yet released in the market, but look at the size of this eyeball. It looks very, very natural, and implanting this eye into human eye socket is extremely easy. And you can connect with your with a brain chip either through a very small wire, which will be pre-installed by a robot a surgical robot, or you can actually wirelessly connect with the brain so that your brain starts seeing. So this is going to basically open up, a totally new era in the biomedical or bioengineering, as we can see. And future humans are definitely will not be the blind people especially will not be called blind, because these are simple things for future humans. By putting these bionic implants in their body, they will be able to resolve their medical conditions, starting with restoration of your vision. So friends, what do you think about this? I'd like to know your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Friends, we have been hearing, especially in the Western media, that why India is buying oil from Russia, and there has been a lot of allegation actually with that regard, that because India is buying Russian oil and gas, it is actually fueling the war in Ukraine. But our foreign minister has already clarified several times that the amount of fuel that India needs is only 1% coming from Russia. So in today's live stream, let us understand why Russia will continue to sell uh, oil and gas product to India at a discounted price. So that is the topic of our discussion today, because we know that India will buy only if there is a outstanding discount being offered by Russia to India, and that is how you can actually control your forex situation. So I think that is where the whole crux of the economic sense lies here. So let us analyze this. First of all, why India is a key buyer for Russia? Well, India is a key buyer for all oil producing countries, because India, although is very rich in metals and other minerals, because India is a large country, and recently the huge lithium reserve have been found in the northern state of Jammu and Kashmir. However, India does not have oil. India has some amount of gas. However, India does not have fuels like petroleum and all that. And being a large country with huge population, India needs to import this from other oil producing countries. And therefore, India needs to buy oil. Now, if you look at the global economy, nearly 60 to 65% of the global economy is run by oil today. So India, being a large country, will have huge requirement, and if the global economy also is being driven by petroleum trade, then India becomes one of the major buyer globally, and India will continue to buy oil, and especially if it is coming at a discount, because the amount or the volume that India buys in terms of petroleum crude oil, it is huge. So therefore, if Russia is offering discount, why not take the discount and utilize it for our own good? That is where the crux of the whole situation is. Now let us understand why Russia will offer India a very deep discount, even though India is only buying 1%. I mean, the Russian oil contribute to only 1% of what India needs at this point in time, but in future it can go up as well. However, why Russia is offering discount to India? Well, I think Russia is looking at India as a very big market for not only petroleum, but also other products that in future or current Russian industry is producing, because India is a very big, one of the biggest market globally today. If somebody has to sell their product, where they will go today? Will they go to America? Of course, America is also a very big market, but Indian market is almost 3 to 4 times bigger than American market. And will they go to China? Not at all, because Chinese government does not allow friendly term to foreign manufacturers. Rather, they believe in producing, sort of making copies of whatever is being produced, and then make a mass production of that particular item in bulk, spoiling the global market for that. So where, if somebody has to sell the product, where they will go? They will have to come to India, because India is a very big consumer market with friendly terms, with English speaking population. Nearly 99% people know English, they speak English, they communicate in English. So almost the entire population of India speaks English, which is a global language. Very friendly terms. You can actually start your business, and rule of law and democratic setup. And therefore, Russia is not a foolish country. They are offering long-term, they are offering discount because of maintaining long-term relationship with this huge market known as India. Now let's look at the Russian crude oil importers. Well, China is very similar to India in terms of oil or petroleum requirement, because while China controls the global supply chain, they are also very rich in metals and minerals. They supply the rare earth element to rest of the world, and they do not have petroleum, just like India. Very similar situation China also has. So therefore, China is also a very big importer from Russia. In fact, China being today the largest importer of petroleum product from Russia alone. And they need oil. They need oil. In fact, they are expanding, and they are actually building road and belt initiative globally just to have control on this petroleum trade. And as I told you, that the petroleum trade drives nearly 65% of the global economy. So obviously China is looking at that, and they are also buying the Russian oil and gas to suffice their requirement. So China is definitely the biggest importer of Russian crude oil. It's not India. But needless to point out that India need is growing, and who knows, India may become a major market for Russian products. And Moscow is also looking at other bilateral relationship where they can grow their relationship, business relationship, beyond the petroleum products and gas, and look at other production. Because remember, Russia has a big industry which is based in the eastern side of the country. They produce a lot of wheat, and they also have manufacturing of heavy equipment, etc. So India can be a market not only for petroleum, not only for defense, but also for other products which Russia produces. So Russia is then looking at a long-term relationship with India, because they are looking at India as a big market. And remember, friends, unlike China, and if you compare the Russia and India versus Russia and China relationship, in case of China, Russia is an investor in local companies. Whereas in case of India, wherever there are companies being set up in India, these are always joint venture in India. So the relationship between Russia and India is far, far deeper than the relationship between China and Russia. And even though the pipeline will cost more money, the distances are huge as compared to the European market, still Russia is looking at India as a very keen ally and future marketplace. And in terms of relationship with India, the deal that the Indian government has struck with Russia is that the oil is getting delivered to Indian petroleum companies. by whatever means, by pipeline or by shipping, Russian shipping, etc., which actually means that the Indian companies will pay on delivery basis. That means if the petroleum is delivered, they start making the payment, and therefore they will not handle shipping and insurance. So even though you look at the per barrel price that being offered to India, the price is quite low. And in addition to that, there are further savings if you buy, especially if you are an Indian company, you're buying petroleum product from Russia, you will actually don't you will not be incurring any expense in shipping and insurance, etc., etc. You get delivered, you will get the delivery, and then you start making the payment. So the discount is one saving, but also the expenses associated with business is another one. So I think there is more benefit here. Whereas if you compare the same situation with China, China is using its own shipping companies to ferry the crude oil and gas from Russia. So it is the responsibility of China to get the fuel into their country, unlike India, where the Indian companies are being shipped and they pay on delivery. So I think the deal is much deeper than just simply offering discount. So that is why it is it's a very long term relationship. It is a much deeper relationship. It is based on joint ventures, equal partnership on the ground. It's not on paper, it's actually on the ground. That is why Russia is going to offer a huge discount to India now as well as in future. Even if the war between Russia and Ukraine stop, this discount is likely to continue. And more or less, the discount will be lesser by $10 to $12 per barrel as compared to the market price, prevailing market price. So this is a understanding. This is not a piece of document. That is the understanding. In order to maintain the long-term relationship, if India buy the petroleum product from Russia, India will always get discounted price as compared to the market price. So if the market price is say $100, India will get it for less than $90 always. So if you look at the amount of petroleum required here, the volume is huge, and therefore $10 saving per barrel is a huge sum of money that India can save in the foreign exchange. So I think the both countries tend to benefit. Russia will get a huge market. India will get discounted petroleum. I think it's win-win for all. So this is what my assessment of this question today, that why Russia is offering discount to India. I think this is my view, but I would like to know yours. So feel free to send in your comments, and I will catch you again in the next one. Till then, keep selling, keep rocking, and have a nice day. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to this business tips and tricks section of our show. And today I'm going to talk about very innovative ideas that has come from India. And this innovative idea is about setting up the bamboo-made road crash barrier on the side of the highway. So this is such an interesting idea, and in today's session we will analyze this completely. So let us begin. First of all, the highway system that we have is basically directly proportional to the amount of development that country has. So if the people have fast, swift mode of transiting from one point to another point, then people can transit, the goods can transit, and therefore if you have broken road system, the country is considered poor and poor nation. But if you have fantastic road network, and every nook and corner of the country is connected with the highway system, that means people can conduct business, they can actually travel all around and meet each other. So there is a lot of activity going on if you have a highway network. So therefore, when you have a highway, you can also rapidly move on those highways. And when you rapidly move on the highway, you need to basically follow the lane system. And then if you, for whatever reason, swear out of the lane system, out of the road, then there are some barriers which protect you from a fatal crash. Most of the time, these barriers can actually prevent you from going out of the road, because outside the road there could be gravel, there could be trees, there could be houses which can endanger the people and yourself. So that is why all highways systems across the world have the barriers. Typically, these barriers look like these steel barriers, as you see in this picture. These steel barriers are very common across the highways across the world, in all countries, and also in India. If you see that these are the steel barriers, but the steel is quite expensive, and in case of any damage or any wear and tear of the steel barriers, the recycling quotient of the steel barriers are only 30%. So that means more and more steel, if you basically produce, over time they still will erode away into waste material and cannot be recycled. And for producing steel, you need a lot of coal, etc. And therefore you need a big plant, and this increases the pollution. And we are all committed for improving our environment, and also we are all committed to fulfill the green earth initiative. So therefore, as a very novel idea, Indians have started looking at other material, and other material is completely green in nature. You don't have to produce bamboo in a factory. This is grown, and bamboo is a type of a grass basically. So the grass can grow anywhere, wherever there is moisture, there is sunlight, there is water, there is land, fertile land, grass can grow. So when the grass grows, if the environment is right, similarly the bamboo can also grow, which is nothing but a type of a grass. But the advantages in bamboo is that it actually grows very tall, quite tall, something like 20 to 30 feet high. And the material of bamboo, as you know, is very thick, quite sturdy, quite strong, because it is fibrous. It's a natural fiber. And then you just have to cut it and redeploy it to your whatever you want to do. You want to make furniture, you want to make doors, you want to make different things out of bamboo. And why not make the road barriers? So this is a novel idea where you can avoid using steel for constructing road barriers and use bamboo as this material. And therefore, the world first bamboo crash barrier has come up in Maharashtra on the side of the highway. As you can see in this picture, this bamboo barrier is the first. It covers 200 meters of the length of the highway. And bamboo is very sturdy. If you know that it takes the wear and tear of the weather also quite nicely, and it does not have the problems associated with steel, like expansion during summers, contraction during winters. So bamboo is quite resilient. So if this kind of a barrier is put on a highway, it is a totally different kind of an idea. For the as a trial, they are doing it for the very first time. And the good news is that in case of bamboo, the recycling value of a bamboo, in case something goes wrong with the bamboo, the recycling value is nearly 70%. Because if you take out the old barrier and put a new one, the old bamboo which has come out from the barrier structure can be redeployed. It can be powdered, and different kind of wooden furniture can be manufactured using that bamboo dust. Or you can take out whatever the good parts of the bamboo, and you can construct various things. So nearly 70% of this bamboo can be recycled And production of bamboo is basically growing grass. It's similar to grass, and it will also improve our oxygen production, etc., etc. So if we can start using bamboo in a big way, in fact there are certain places where bamboo is used quite extensively, especially in the northeast side of India, where people construct many things out of bamboo, furniture and cutlery, etc. Even in the Far East countries like Cambodia, bamboo is quite famous and quite common in use. So I think this is a first example of how innovative thinking can change the way, because you don't when you do innovation, you don't have to spend thousands of dollars. You can come up with a very innovative solution like this one, and this is going to improve the environment. Also, it will help us save our steel for something else, much more different usage where the steel may be required. So friends, I like to know what you think about this. Do you think this is something new, or this will open up new avenues for employment? Do let me know, send in your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to this live stream. And in this program, we discuss about the business tips and tricks, which is going to help you a lot. And today in our program, we have three major items to discuss, which happened between yesterday and today. One is Google to introduce eSIM. So we will discuss more about it, how it's going to affect us. Second is the connection between RuPay card and UPI, which is the Unified Payment Interface from India. And lastly, the Twitter is actually redefining their violent speech policy. How it is going to impact all of us, we will find out. So let's go to the first item, which is Google is going to introduce eSIMs in India, especially on the Android phones in 2023. So there are a couple of questions that we need to understand when it comes to eSIM. So what is a eSIM? I think we need to understand that. So as the name suggests, eSIM is the software SIM, unlike the current SIMs that you see in your mobile phone that you need to basically pick up from the telecom operator. And there is a slot in the mobile phone to actually shove your eSIM inside so that your mobile number can be activated. And then after you have inserted the SIM, then a whole lot of services can be utilized using eSIM, things like network, telephony, messaging, etc. And all that is provided through telecom operator. So this is something which is a role of the SIM. But then, since in the 21st century, we have to basically move towards the software solution, etc., much more smarter ways to do things. So therefore, eSIM is being introduced. In fact, in the US, the latest mobile phone is already coming with the eSIM solution. And when the mobile phone comes with the eSIM, there is no SIM slot. There is no physical slot for the SIM. And therefore, there is much more easier to change your device. Say, for example, if you actually buy a new phone, there are a lot of challenges when it comes to whether this new SIM will old SIM will fit into my new mobile phone, because the new mobile phone has a different kind of slot. So then you have to go to the telecom operator's office, get a new type of SIM, etc. So all those hassles can be avoided if you have the eSIM. And so Apple is already moving on to that bandwagon. But what it takes to basically migrate from old SIM system to the new eSIM system, it's basically changes all across the industry. Not only in the telecom operator solution, where they have to actually issue eSIM, keep track of that. That means they should have a software solution to manage the SIM and all other parameter of the SIM itself. So telecom operator has to basically agree or probably upgrade their systems to enable eSIMs. At the same time, the mobile handset manufacturers will also have to produce those kind of devices which will be enabled for eSIM. So I think this is where the change is going to happen in starting from Android mobile phones in the 2023, where the eSIM based mobile phones will be available in India, and then it will be a lot easier to manage your mobile phone. Say for example, if you want to change your mobile phone, it will be a lot easier to change over from old mobile phone to new, because all this complexity can be handled through software and through wirelessly. So I think that is a very good change which is going to happen in India in the year 2023, and Google is actually behind it, and all the mobile phones with the Android from Google will undergo changes, especially the new one. I think Google is in a conversation with a lot of OEMs like Oppo, Samsung, etc., to basically start working on the eSIM solution. All right, let's move to the next one. And this is about the integration between RuPay card and UPI. So RuPay card is basically a standard for card from India, which is very similar to MasterCard and Visa card, etc. So this is an Indian standard, and by the way, for Indians it is free. And recently what has happened is that the NPCI, which is the UPI parent organization, has integrated RuPay card. So like you have the UPI for your bank account, then similar to that, you can actually also connect your RuPay card with your UPI. So it will be a lot easier to make payment. While making a payment through UPI interface, you will be able to choose whether you want to make the payment from a bank account or from your debit or credit card. So it is going to be very, very user friendly, and you will be able to make a make a choice between what mode of payment that you want to use while making the payment via UPI. So it's going to be a game changer, because what is happening is that UPI is now being rolled out into several friendly countries. There are a lot of countries who are showing interest for the UPI to implement the micro payment platform from India in their own country. Because it's a very complex system. As far as the users are concerned, it appears that all you have to do is type in the mobile phone and the money transfer happens. But then it's a quite complex system, and countries who do not want to invest and they want to basically launch the digital payment systems in their country for their citizens, it is but natural for them to basically go for a UPI from India, because the solution is already ready. And since solution is ready, they can buy. Now if the UPI is connected with a credit or a debit card system, it is a complete game changer, and this is what is going to happen. So if the country, any friendly country that accepts UPI interface to introduce micropayment in their own country, they will automatically get the RuPay integration, and this will also take RuPay card to the world. And because RuPay is absolutely free, unlike MasterCard and Visa card. So this is going to basically create a different kind of a system altogether, where micro payment will be a lot more easier, and you don't have to basically keep linking your Paytm type systems along with different kinds of card systems, etc. So it's going to be very, very revolutionary, and I think the time will tell that how this facility, when it is rolled out in some countries, how it is going to change the scenario for the Indian rupee system itself. All right, let's move to the next one. And this is about the Twitter. And what is happening is that Twitter is a micro blogging site. We all know that, and it has basically exchanged hands. And now the Twitter is owned by Elon Musk. And Elon Musk basically wants to make some radical changes in the way Twitter function. Twitter has to basically look at more democratic way of working, and therefore when Twitter is doing that, they're actually bringing a lot of changes at this point in time. So one of the things is that Twitter can be misused. There are a lot of adult content which is now floating around for some time on Twitter, where people are asking for different kind of things, saying different things, and I believe that the Twitter may be being misused by certain elements in our society. So Twitter management also realized that they are going to change their use policy, and they are going to rework on the terms and condition with regard to the violent speech that you can use. So if you are a Twitter user like everybody else, like you and me, we have to be very careful in the way we respond. In fact, that is a skill. How do you basically respond on the social media? You have to use the right word. You don't have to use any language which is sort of bully in nature, and so on and so forth. You have to use the right, you don't want to use bad words. You want to use the right words. So most of the social media platforms have already implemented this. Twitter, on the other hand, feels that they are sort of lagging behind, and they are now going to rework on the violent speech policy, and all the users will have to follow this new violent speech policy. So I think this is going to change behavioral change in the way we use Twitter platform for our purpose. So I think people who are watching my program, my live stream, they should keep track of this and probably understand these changes which are happening, and basically get prepared, probably change the way they use social media, especially when it comes to language. So friends, these are the three main items today in our show which I have covered, and I will meet you again tomorrow with latest business ideas, tips and tricks. Until then, keep rocking, keep selling, and see you tomorrow. This live stream, and this live stream is about business, and I meet you every day. You can actually interact with me also live. Your messages will get displayed here, any comments, any suggestion. And in this program we discuss about the latest happening in the area of business. And when we talk about business, we should also discuss what are the opportunities that we may be looking at. Okay, so let's start our show. And the first item. Told you several times that Adani Enterprises balance sheet is very strong. They are continuing with their business as usual. There is no change there. They are also raising funds. They are also making payments of their advances, whatever they are supposed to make payment to any bank, etc. So all that is going on as normally as we can expect. So I think they are going to bounce back. And as of yesterday, they have already gained by 14%. The market actually corrected by 7%, but the Adani Enterprise share improved by 14% on the stock exchange. So if this continues, I think it's a matter of time that they will regain to their original position in a matter of 1 month or two. So I think we should keep track of this, what is going on in terms of. So Infosys entering into this kind of a arena where they will start providing 5G services. Now, they are not a telecom operator, they are a software company, but how they are going to do it is basically piggyback on some other 5G operator, and they will actually provide 5G services as a service. And since they are going to piggy ride on another network, then they will be able to offer services pay as you go. So that is why if you want to take 5G services from Airtel as compared to Infosys, I think Infosys and companies like Infosys, which are basically running a services model, will be able to offer better ROI in terms of pay as you go, because you will not like to pay a flat rate for 5G services. You pay only for the data consumed. So I think this is where it is getting very interesting when Infosys has decided to launch their 5G services, especially for Indian business. And until the problem between China and India started, and TikTok was among the first application which was banned in India, along with several others. So I think so far more than 700 applications, Chinese origin applications, have been banned by India. So this is what is going on here, and the TikTok consumers have shifted their content, their videos, etc., onto other platform like Instagram and Reels and Shorts from YouTube, etc. So I think the market is changing over. TikTok is not available in India, and the reason for banning TikTok application simply was that the consumer data or the users data was not secure enough. There were a lot of speculation, and there were actually the government of India demand that the TikTok put a server in India so that the consumer of Indian origin on TikTok platform remains within the boundaries of India, which obviously TikTok did not do, and they did not put any effort to follow the guidelines. And therefore the data of the Indian consumers were at risk, and basis this, Indian government decided to stop all services of TikTok almost 2 years back. And now the world has woken up to this reality that the citizens' data of their own respective countries are under threat. And in today's environment, what is happening is, if you can track the people's behavior, then you can manipulate people, and that is really very, very serious offense. So I'm not sure whether TikTok was doing that, or they were not doing that. Nevertheless, Indian government decided to ban them to protect the citizens of India. Same thing is now being done in Canada, and so far Canadian government has actually stopped TikTok on their mobile phones. So you can continue TikTok in some other like PCs, etc., but on the mobile phone, the TikTok services have been stopped. And so it's not an entire ban, it's basically a partial ban. But the next decision will be taken by the European Union has been asking for similar provisions what the Indian government had asked for. And there is a lot of discussion going on with regard to EU, and TikTok will have to follow the EU guidelines. And and especially because of the chat gpt and the competition imposed on other platforms by OpenAI on other open platforms like Amazon or Google. Everybody is in the race to develop their own AI, including Mr. Elon Musk has announced that he is going to invest in a new company which will basically focus on developing a chat GPT type AI. And so Amazon is working on it. Google has already launched a cut down version of Lambda, and it is now available on in certain countries, bundled with Chrome. Similarly, the Bing from Microsoft is already enabled for selected users with OpenAI, and then it will actually help them assist in the search function. But the interesting thing is that, as per the recent survey conducted in US alone, nearly 1,000 companies, private companies, have already confirmed that they have integrated chat gpt and other AI softwares, and they have replaced human beings because they find it very lucrative. You put an AI bot, and you can replace humans. You don't have to pay salaries. AI will be able to replace human, and the AI will have the capability to understand complex questions, reply intuitively without the need of humans monitoring them. So when somebody is talking to the company, it will look like as if they're talking to somebody, some human being on the other side. So considering this kind of advancement, nearly 1,000 companies, private companies in the US have already replaced humans with AI, and it has been proven now that the AI is taking over the jobs of certain humans who were actually in the frontline activities, like taking phone calls, answering different queries from the customer, etc. So this was already going on, and into our program today, which is related to business. So if you have any suggestions, please feel free to send me your comment. And I see one comment from Sandeepa Kayas, and she's saying, hello, Sandeepa, thank you for joining me live. If you have any questions related to business, feel free to send in your comments. So friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow, same time. Until then, take care, keep rocking, keep selling. Bye for today. Hello friends, welcome to my live stream, and in this live stream we are going to discuss about the latest business trends which is going to help us identify the opportunities that we may have. So without further ado, let us start our show, and since we are live, you can actually reach out to me with your comments and questions. All right, the first point to discuss today is related to the SR, which is going to invest 1.2 billion in green hydrogen. You know, SR is a very large group, and they also have a lot of investment in the energy sector, but they are going to now make fresh investment of in the range of 1.2 billion US dollars in green hydrogen. So I think we have to understand what is this green hydrogen. Green hydrogen, as you know that, let's talk about hydrogen itself. Hydrogen is the best known fuel because hydrogen burns very rapidly in presence of oxygen. So it's the most potent and very lightweight also. So it's light and it burns rapidly and it burns quickly. So I think for a fuel, for a novel fuel, I think hydrogen is the best candidate. So what we can do, if you use hydrogen just like that, then it would be very dangerous to not only store hydrogen because it can catch fire, and in case it catches fire, it burns rapidly, and because of that, it may explode. So in order to prevent this kind of eventuality, we have to basically process the hydrogen and use our current fuel, petroleum based fuel, to enhance the property. As we know that the world is geared up to reduce the pollution, and I think the petroleum, the fossil fuel that we use today in our aeroplanes, in our cars, in our ships, locomotives, they are adding a lot of pollutant into the air. So I think since most of the countries have decided to contribute their effort and to ensure that we do not pollute, I think this process, which is now known as green hydrogen, is very, very novel. And now there are other energy companies who have decided to produce green hydrogen, and the latest one is SR. And why I'm talking about SR, because this is latest, and I think they are going to invest a huge amount. They are going to compete with the likes of Reliance, etc. And they are going to basically build a refinery where they will use this process of using hydrogen and generate green hydrogen fuel for our cars. And there are various advantages, because when the hydrogen is applied and mixed with the normal petroleum based product, it actually removes the sulfate from that, and it also makes it much more combustible and makes it lighter. So you can straight away reduce pollutant in the air coming out from your vehicle in the range of up to 30%. So the it offers significant advantage over using simple petroleum product vis-a-vis green hydrogen, which is a hydrogen processed petroleum product in your as a fuel in your vehicles. It will reduce the amount of pollutants reaching out in the atmosphere by almost 30%. So that is why it's a big deal, and India is a very large country. A lot of vehicles on the road, a lot of people, first of all, and each one has 2 to 3 vehicles of different types and kinds. So this is something which is very important, and it's also a very big market. So SR is looking at this consumer market and therefore they are investing big time in producing green hydrogen. All right, let's move to the next topic. Well, once in a while we keep hearing about the onion crisis, and today I would like to talk about the latest world onion crisis. It's not related to India or any other specific country. This onion crisis is related to the world onion crisis. There are many people who like the taste of onion. They like to basically make different dishes using onion, and there are different kinds of onion. Onion is a very important commodity, vegetable commodity, which is used across the world in all kinds of food, whether it's Italian, Indian, Chinese, American cuisine, European, whatever. Onion is an integral part of our food. And when we talk about world crisis, what is this world crisis? See, once in a while, onion becomes expensive, and the price start shooting so much that government has to basically reduce the onion price, because it may inflate the rest of the economy, because everybody use onion. So therefore, when the price shoot up, we cry. But what is happening right now is that the production is very, very high as compared to the consumption, and the price of the onion has reduced so much. Especially if I have to quote example of India, onions, the farmers are getting 2 rupees for 500 kgs. 2 rupees for 500 kgs. Can you imagine? The prices have crashed so much, and therefore there is no advantage for farmers to sell the onion, and therefore they are just spoiling it. They are throwing it away, because the cost of shipment is more than what the money they are going to get. So this is exactly the world onion crisis, which is brewing right now. People don't know about this, but it is my responsibility to actually find these trivia and bring it to you, so that you are made aware of such a thing, such an event which is happening, affecting our business and daily life. So world onion crisis is brewing right now, and if you don't know, you can do more research and find out what is causing this sudden drop in onion prices world over. All right, let's move to the next one. And this is very specific to India. This is about the 5 rupee coin. And friends, let me ask you, when did you last see 5 rupee coin? I mean, it is a well-known fact that most of us are now using digital economy. We are using UPI to make our micro payments and all kinds of payment. We are using, our digital currency today. So you may not have seen the 5 rupee coin, but there is a very surprising fact that even the 5 rupee coin, even though if you have to spend some amount of money and get something in exchange or as a change, you will never see a 5 rupee coin. So this is something that I like to leave that a question in your mind, that if you can see a 5 rupee coin, do let me know. Send in your comment and let me know that, hey, you have a 5 rupee coin. The fact of the matter is that 5 rupee coins, the old 5 rupee coins, are out of circulation. RBI has stopped circulating 5 rupee coin. Why they have to do that? Because it is not demonetized. 5 rupee is monetized currency. So whether it is rupee, currency, note, it is monetized. It is not stopped. But the coin itself has been out of circulation for quite some time now. The reason will be very surprising. If I tell you, you will probably be very, very surprised, and probably also feel the humor around it. See, what happens is this 5 rupee coin is made of special material. If you remember the 5 rupee coin, it used to weigh quite a bit. And suppose you have a couple of 5 rupee coins, it will actually start, you can start feeling the weight in your pocket if you have these coins. So the 5 rupee coin was made of special material, which was quite heavy and thick. And it turns out this, certain people in Bangladesh realized that this 5 rupee coin has a very superior, very expensive material, and they can actually process this 5 rupee coin and, make it something which is more sellable. So what these guys did is actually created a sort of a ruckus in India. They started collecting 5 rupee coins and storing them and then smuggling them to Bangladesh. There was a complete network of people who were actually collecting the 5 rupee coin and shipping them out to Bangladesh. So even before the government realized this, The 5 rupee coin was already going out of circulation because there was these miscreants who were actually collecting it and taking the 5 rupee coin out of circulation. They were sending them to Bangladesh, where these coins will be melted and then converted into razor blades. So, this was a big industry which was thriving in Bangladesh. They were using our Indian 5 rupee coin, converting them into razor blade. So each 5 rupee coin could convert into 6 razor blades. That was the equation. They were making it actually. And each razor blade would sell for rupees 2. So you see, what is happening is that the Indian 5 rupee coin has already inflated 250 times. They can make 12 rupees out of 5 rupees. And that was a big, big scam which was running. And people were making money, and probably depending on the volume of the blades they were able to generate, they were becoming billionaires. Their profit margins were going off the roof. And moment the RBI realized this, such a thing is happening, they discontinued the old 5 rupee coin. And now, after discontinuing the old 5 rupee coin, RBI went ahead with the well-known material experts to come up with low-cost material which should not be able to use in this manner. So after that, the new 5 rupee coin is much smaller, much lighter, and it cannot be used. It cannot be used to make anything like blade or any other material. So they have started replacing the old 5 rupee coin with a new 5 rupee coin. So this is something which is very strange. When I came to know about this, I was also very surprised that humans can be so imaginative, and they can find ways and means to make money in even these small things which normal people like you and me will never even think about. All right, let's move to the next one. Nokia used to be our favorite phones. It was the world favorite phone for more than 30 years, and it was the status symbol. If you have the Nokia, it was pretty much like in today's world you have iPhone. So Nokia was a premium company. They were the world best known company, and suddenly, because of the advancement in the smartphone arena, after the release of iPhone and Android mobile phones, Nokia could not keep up the pace. They tried to come back in the market, but they had made such huge investment in the operating system. They acquired another companies that they could not shift gear immediately, and they were losing something like 2.5 billion subscribers every month. So within 7 months, Nokia was out of the business. So the big example here is that if the reversal of fate has to happen, it will not take number of years. It will happen within few months. As this has happened with Nokia, in just 8 months, the whole company became completely bankrupt, completely erased from the smartphone market. From that time, from 40 billion to almost negligible. Finally, they were acquired by a Canadian company for merely $2 billion. This was a couple of years back. But the important thing is that we know Nokia has a very popular logo with blue and white background. But this company, which is a Canada-based company, these are the Canadian Indians, they have released a new logo. And as you can see, this new logo has no resemblance with the old logo. And they are, with this new logo, they are actually trying to give a totally new image. And they are trying to relaunch Nokia products with a totally new ideology. So I think why I'm covering this, because this is related to business. And, we are all fans of Nokia phones. When they were actually during their Nokia heydays, they used to produce the best Nokia mobile phones. In fact, they had a series which is based on Matrix also. Very popular mobile range. In fact, one of the most popular mobile range which were released along with the release of the Matrix movie. So with this new kind of logo which is being now published, you can expect a lot of changes in terms of product strategy, in terms of market strategy. There could be a lot of changes expected, and there could be a new entrant in the smartphone market. Especially Nokia has a lot of IPRs, and also technical know-how of producing mobile phones. In fact, Nokia is the company which produced the world first mobile phone which you can carry in your pocket. So definitely they have a huge legacy, and you can expect a lot of changes with this new logo being launched, and new product will be introduced in the market from Nokia. All right, let's move to the next one. Now let's talk about graphene. For those who do not know what is graphene, graphene is it's like carbon. It's a carbon atom made of carbon atoms, and the only difference in graphene is that graphene is actually made in a laboratory. Graphene is arranging carbon atoms in a very small nanotube style. So it does not exist in nature. Just like diamond exists in nature, you can also make diamond in the laboratory. Graphene does not exist in nature. It is artificially fabricated. And since you know that the hardest material which is available, which is known to man, is diamond. It is harder than any other metal. So using that same property of carbon has a tendency to make a very strong bond with fellow carbon atom. So using this strong bond, you can actually arrange them in a particular manner so that you can then reuse this material. It is hard, it is very thin, and since it is hard and thin, you can actually make nanometer size tubes, which is now known as graphene. So you can actually make a sheet which is stronger than steel, very hard, and you can then it's a malleable. It can be converted into various useful things, and that is why graphene is being now being called as the material of the future, because it can be used in many ways. It can be used in spacecraft because it's very strong. It's like a fabric, a thin nanometer thick fabric which is stronger than steel. So if you have multiple layers of this material, it'll be much stronger than even carbon fiber. So graphene is coming up in a big way, and the biggest recent opportunity that we see the use of graphene in a big way is the car batteries. And since the electric cars are becoming the norm, every big brand is coming out with electric vehicles. The challenge is that the lithium ion batteries, if you have too many of them, it will become heavy. So graphene can be used at the positive anode, which is the anode is the positive side, where the carbon tube is. If you open a battery, you can do that experiment at home. Open any battery in your home, you will see that the positive is the carbon tube. So you can replace that carbon tube with a graphene thing, and it's a specially made anode made of graphene. And if you have, because it will have the same property, graphene is also made of carbon, and if you replace the carbon tube in your normal battery with graphene, what you could do is actually you can actually reduce the size of the battery with a similar output, because now you are going to make the internals of the battery very, very thin with the same amount of battery storage. Or you can actually keep the size same, and you can actually increase the capacity of the battery. So in both ways, you can actually reduce the weight of the battery which is there in the car. So the graphene is coming out as a wonder material which will reduce the weight of the electric car batteries. And once you are able to reduce the weight, you can actually convert that reduction into increase in range. So by using the graphene lithium ion battery, using graphene inside these lithium ion batteries, you can actually increase the range of your electric cars. So probably double or maybe more than double if you use graphene batteries. So this is what the graphene is being talked about, and a lot of battery manufacturers have started experimenting with graphene, and so that it's a competitive world, they come out with a better battery so that their electric vehicles can have bigger range, more range. So friends, this was 5 things that happened between yesterday and today in terms of business. And if you have any thoughts, any comments on these subjects, feel free to communicate by way of sending your messages. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow at 2:30. Join me again. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to this live stream, and I'm live across all social media platforms. So, welcome once again, all my friends. And today, in this program, which is a daily program, we have a time ticker running, which is 59 minutes from now. We have 1 hour with us, and we will discuss some of the business news or business information that has come out. On over the weekend and how it impact us. So if you have any suggestions, any question, feel free to use this chat function which is on this side, and you can communicate with me. And let us starting by discussing the first item on the list, which is believe it or not, now Google has laid off 100 robots. So Google has been in the news for laying off human beings, a lot of employees, and they have laid off a lot of people. However, they are now laying off robots also. Now, this is very amazing because we used to think that robots are machines, and they uh, they are not like human beings, and why they should be worried about losing their jobs. But I think as we pass into our future, more and more instances like this will come, where humans along with robots are getting fired because those robots are becoming redundant, similar to what we have related to humans. Humans can also get redundant because if they don't upskill themselves, they will be out of jobs. Similarly, there are certain robots which can be out of job because they have lived their life and they are no longer needed. But in this case, the robots which have been fired by Google are not basically the robots which were completely fired. I mean, in a way, because what has happened is that these robots which were actually cleaning the canteen facility, and most of these robots had one arm. Just remember this: they were one-armed robots, and they were actually making sure that their canteens and everything else was cleaned up, and they were deployed in cleaning up the canteen. And now they feel that this is not something which they should be required. So Google actually fired these 100 robots, which were one-armed robot, which were actually cleaning up the facilities there. So, however, the cause of the robots are not completely lost. Simply because the robots are now getting redeployed in other departments. There is still leash of life for these robots, which can be used in other ancillary units. I think they are going to some sort of a warehouse where these robots will be redeployed. And once they are redeployed, then they can actually live life in some other department, and they can be reused in future, unlike the humans. But humans need to upskill themselves, whereas with regard to these robots, the job is very specific. The job is basically to clean the facilities, which they are very efficient. They are very, very efficient in doing that. So I think this is what is happening. But it is so interesting to see that apart from 12,000 employees, Google also removed about 100 robots from the job. So it's amazing. I think it is something which which is happening, and as we move into future, I think there will be more and more instances where such incidents we'll keep hearing. Not only Google, Microsoft, and or any other large enterprises. I think this will become a news by itself. I'm sure this has been going on for some time. Companies like Ford and Mercedes, they heavily rely on robots and keep firing their robots, replacing these old robots with a new one. But anyway, like to know what you guys think about it. Do you think that even there is some lessons for us in this? I personally believe that as the AI progress, the robots become robots become more advanced. They start developing their personality. Then there will be a point where the AI will start demanding the legal rights, and there will be HR policies for robots. Who knows what is there for us in future? But this is what I feel. I like to know your opinion on this subject. Before moving on to the next subject, which is related to Adani. I mean, we cannot complete our discussion without talking about Adani. Adani has been in the news for some time now, and we know that the Adani Enterprises are basically having a lot of tough time, especially in the stock markets, because their balance sheet looks very strong, and they have been sold by this Hindenburg company. And I can explain short selling. Short selling is something that when you buy, you sell upfront and buy again later. So it's a very complex mathematics. So I think when the market goes down, the short seller actually make money. So we can probably discuss about short selling in a specific video. And in fact, you can watch this video on my channel, where I have actually made this whole equation, how the short selling works. However, Adani is facing a lot of problems, a lot of challenges in the stock market, because their price has plummeted. In fact, Adani himself was the world richest person, and his position has now come down to around 20 in less than a month. So this negative news has caused such a furor globally, and there are a lot of politics going on, all kinds of politics, all kinds of players getting involved in not only going behind Adani, but also there is a conspiracy against India. It looks like that some people are trying to defame India also because of this small incident. The economy of India is very big. It is not dependent on Adani. However, Adani is being discussed at a global scale, and even though their balance sheets are very strong and their contracts are still honored, in fact, Adani Group has already honored all their obligations, whatever they had in terms of bringing out all the advances and all the stock exchange issues, whatever they had. So they have sorted all of them out, and now this rating agency, which is the S&P Global, it is one of the large rating agency globally. They have removed Adani from under observation list. So what happens is that these rating agencies, whenever there is a high risk company globally, because they keep rating the companies and they keep advising governments and people by and large that, hey, you should invest in this company. This horizon of this company looks very good. This company's credentials are strong, and therefore you can pick up investment in such and such company. And there is a rating, so they say they rate on a scale, whatever their scales are, they rate the companies on these scales, and based on these ratings, general public will actually improve their sentiments towards that security. So these S&P rating global, which is a rating agency, they have removed Adani from a sort of a watch list, because they were actually watching Adani how it's going to perform, and they were keeping that Adani as a rated company aside, saying that this is a risky business. So they have put that into that bucket where it was being treated as a risky company and risky proposition. And the good news is that S&P Global has removed Adani from the list of risky companies. They have removed it. So now it has come back to the square one. They are now getting traded again as far as S&P Global is concerned. But then there are other agencies like Fitch, Bloomberg, etc. I think it's a matter of time that all these companies will also start bringing them out of the closet and into the open arena. So I think this is what is expected here. The Adani Group is going to come out from all the turmoil and it will bounce back. So far, they have lost almost like 30% of the value on the stock market. Not necessarily the business. The business as usual continues for Adani. There is no challenge when it comes to business for Adani. But when it comes to the stock market, the valuation also depends on the stock markets. So they have lost their shine almost like 20-25%. It few days back it was down by 30%, but now it is bouncing back. The share value is bouncing back, and a lot of the investor sentiments would be improving. In fact, the reality is that the investor never lost any faith in Adani Security in spite of such global turmoil against the company, against India, and there is so much happened politically. But the sentiment in the Adani Group was maintained. And in any case, whoever invests in the stock market, if you are there for a short-term gain, the stock market is not a place for you. So in case of whenever it comes to stock market, and especially companies like Adani, Reliance, etc., large companies, it is always a long-term game. So even if it is drop by 30% in a matter of 1 month, it will come back in the next few months. It will come back to where it was, and your journey of making money will continue. So I think this is one very good lesson when it comes to stock market. And also Adani, the good news is Adani is going to come back, because slowly and gradually these global rating agencies are putting them back into the main arena, and this is where it is quite exciting. All right, let's move to the next item on the list. Now we know that the world is getting into recession. Most of the commodities are going to come under a lot of pressure when it comes to investments, when it comes to how do you make money, how people start making more money, generate revenue, earn money, etc. So I think there's a whole lot of situation like this is the world is getting into, and we know that 2023 will be a year of depression, but we should not be disheartened by this depression. I think the ingenuity of humans is that they actually survive in whatever conditions. Now this depression is happening because of various reasons. Depression did not start in 2023. It started much before, in 2021, etc., during the pandemic, and largely the pandemic is responsible for the global recession, and subsequently there has been some disturbing wars, etc., in certain part of the world. So recession is a reality. In 2023, recession is going to come in a big way. It is already happening. People will not find a lot of avenues to generate revenue. In such a situation, in my opinion, the gold, ever shining metal, is a very good investment. In fact, a lot of people are shifting their investment into gold, and this is what is happening, and that is why investment in gold is going to grow. So the gold is actually becoming more expensive, and so it is a right time to invest your money into gold rather than investing in something else. So I think this is where the whole point is that it is very similar. The investment in gold is very similar to what you see in stock market. So you buy gold and keep it for long term, so that in the long term your investment actually works for you, and it actually makes a lot of revenue in long term for you. So I think when the world is getting into recession, It is but natural for anyone to basically put their money into the gold. And when you put your money in gold, it is going to grow. So I think this year, from business standpoint, from investment standpoint, I think it is wise to put your money into gold rather than look for any other investment opportunities, because there will be a lot of fluctuation. There will be a lot of uncertainty when it comes to figuring out which is the safe investment for you. So there is going to be a lot of speculation, etc. So safer bet to basically make sure that your money is not lost, invest in gold. Or also you can also try investing in the gold bonds. So there are a lot of companies which are running gold bonds, which is very similar to investing gold, because when you buy gold, you have to protect it. You have to probably keep them in locker, or keep the merchandise or the metal into safe place, so that it remains safe. So instead of buying the gold in physical form, you can also invest in gold bonds, which are very safe. So I think this is something which is happening in 2023, and watch out for this trend. The trend is that invest in gold, because that is where your money will be safe, and also keep increasing, keep growing. That is the biggest thing. Now let's talk about environment issues. The environment issues are very, very strong. There are everybody, the global citizens are getting affected by the environment. And the biggest threat is the global warming. And because of the global warming, what is happening? The global warming is melting the ice on the in our on Earth, and because of that there is more water in the oceans. And if there is more water in the ocean, that means a couple of things happens. The salt content of the ocean will also reduce slightly, and because of that it could actually hamper the currents which happens in the ocean. The ocean is known continues to work like a thermostat. It transfers heat and cold from one area of the world to another area, maintaining the temperature and the world as we know it in a very constant form. However, when the water is being added, the salt content will basically change the streams and then change the weather pattern also completely. And slowly, I think that is what we are seeing. And when it comes to increasing the water levels also, apart from reducing the salt content in the ocean, it could impact the oceanic life. It can create a negative spiral. Also, the water level will increase, and because of that, there is increased erosion. We know that there are tides and there are waves which keep hitting the ground all the time, and because of this increased water, there could be erosion. So we have seen. Because in India we do a lot of these studies, because India has a huge shoreline. So we have seen that in past 10 years, the India has lost something like whooping 3,680 acres of land because of the coastal erosion. That means that land has disappeared completely. 3,680 hectares of land has disappeared only in just 10 years. So this is a big loss, because this land, if it was available, we could have used this land for something, either for settlement or for some sort of activities, coastal activities, or in case if this land was fertile, we could have grown some vegetables, some sort of crop. But now that opportunity is not there. 3,680 hectare of land has been lost because of coastal erosion only. We are not talking about any other erosion, only coastal water, ocean water eroding the land itself in last 10 years. That means the speed of erosion may be accelerating, and because of this acceleration, there could be more coastal erosion that can be expected. So I think this is very alarming, and we have to collectively start thinking about what we can do in order to stop this kind of coastal erosion in future. So I think that is something which is a challenge, and I think we should keep a watch on this activity. All right, so let's look at the next item, and this is regarding the Paytm. Paytm, if some of you may be knowing, Paytm had a huge Alibaba holding. Um, Alibaba being a Chinese company, they had invested in Paytm, and huge sum. I don't know exactly how much, but there was a huge sum of Alibaba, huge investment of Alibaba into Paytm. Now, obviously, China and India are not having very friendly relationship, and India has been, and China also, they are doing things which are anti each other. So India is actually ensuring that there is more taxation, following the global economic policies. India is not taking any drastic steps like entering into somebody else's territory like China is doing. They are entering into India's territory. However, apart from controlling the influx of Chinese goods, India has decided to use the legitimate view policies of increasing taxation on importing things, so that Atmanirbhar Bharat gets a lot of impetus. However, India is also banning some Chinese apps, because what was happening is that the Chinese apps were also playing a role in the fintech area, and they were also giving a lot of advances to people who needs the money, especially during the pandemic. A lot of people lost money, and they were looking for loans, easy loans, and there were apps available. Most of these apps were Chinese apps. These apps were actually providing advance, and then they started becoming loan sharking agencies. So India has been blocking these apps which were running in India, although the origins could be Chinese origin. So they have been constantly blocking. In fact, TikTok has been banned in India for quite some time. And Alibaba, being world largest portal, not the largest, one of the largest wholesale portal for e-commerce, they had invested big time in Paytm, and Paytm is the most successful micropayment platform in India. So what has happened is, when India recently banned another additional 300 apps, Chinese apps, the Paytm withdrew from India completely. Not only Paytm, even TikTok also closed all their offices in India, fired everybody. This happened last week. So now Paytm has lost the Alibaba holding completely. They have completely moved out, and this is actually creating an opportunity for other players to fill in the gaps. So now Mr. Sunil Milter has been very actively discussing how they can acquire Paytm and then merge, because Paytm is actually has a facility not only for micropayment, but if you are a merchant, you can actually open an account, a current account or a savings accounts with Paytm, and then you don't have to have any other account. So everything, your payments, your accounts, everything will be with the Paytm. So Paytm is also a payment bank. So if Airtel decides to acquire Paytm, then Airtel has their own micropayment platform called Airtel Payments, Airtel Money. So when Airtel acquires Paytm, then there is an opportunity to merge Airtel with Paytm, and probably Paytm will become part of the Airtel ecosystem, and Airtel will be able to acquire all assets of Paytm, which is banking, micropayment platforms, QR code, whatever, and they will include that with their core platform, which is Airtel Money, and Airtel then will be able to get into the banking arena itself just by acquiring Airtel. So a lot of conversation is going on. I think if you are interested in this space, you should watch out, because a lot of changes are expected, and Airtel is one of the biggest telecom operator in India. A lot of people use their network, their mobile telephony, and also the Wi-Fi. So there will be a new kind of business system ecosystem may evolve where you buy their connection, you also buy the payment facility, you also buy a bank account in order to do your business. So I think Airtel is now looking at this particular acquisition very, very seriously. We may follow this story through, and as and when this happens, I will come and give you more analytics around this particular information. So let's move on to the next one. Next one is regarding the long list of Indian origin CEOs running the global organization, and the latest one is the World Bank. Now, the Ajay Banga, which was who was the CEO of Mastercards, has been chosen as a nominee from United States for the World Bank. So, as you know, that the World Bank is a consortium of various, all the top countries who are part of United Nations. They actually run the World Bank, and the World Bank basically works with IMF and then manages fund for the world, global world. And the World Bank also does a lot of analysis of what is going on. And in nutshell, they control a lot of financial things which are global in nature. So when it comes to having an Indian heading World Bank, it is a big deal, especially now. If you look at you take name of any global organization today that is headed by an Indian origin person. And Ajay Banga has been nominated by United States as their as their candidate for World Bank. So eventually there will be other candidate also, but United States being the one of the largest superpower, I think they will have a weight behind their candidate, the nominated candidate. So Ajay Banga has been nominated. It's a good information for Indians, especially. We should feel pride, even though Indians don't feel that we are our scope is limited to India, because most of the Indians feel that they are the global citizens. So as part of that, I think we should all feel pride that the World Bank will be headed by an Indian in few days from now. So US has taken a lead, and they have nominated Ajay Banga as the nominee from United States to head the World Bank. But we will see who gets elected and selected for this prestigious position. As of now, it looks like Ajay Banga will be sailing through and will become head of World Bank. It is going to be very good news for most of the Indians. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, today we have to talk about Bard. There is a lot of AI news, Chat GPT, all kinds of positive, negative news have come this week. Especially when it comes to OpenAI, also there has been a lot of negative news, and also when it comes to Bard, there has been a negative news. There has been a news regarding the employees, telling the management that you had hurried launch of their AI because they could have waited and they could have tested it thoroughly before launching. However, now it has been found out that most of the employees who have lost their job, they are the people who are trying to defame Bard. So there is nothing wrong with Bard, because Bard is a smaller version of Lambda, which is already tested, tried AI, which is running for last many years in Google ecosystem. So only for chat functions where you can do search using AI, Bard has been created as a scaled down version of Lambda, and it should work. There is no reason why it is failing. So most of the bad publicity has been done by the employees who have lost their jobs. So I think this is something which is we have to keep in mind, that we should not believe what is being coming in the social media, what is being told to you. Sometimes we have to wait and watch for the reality. Nevertheless, whether you like it or not, the AI search engines will have already started, and they are going to go from here. Now you know that there are AI engines which are even able to create a website for you. You don't have to give a contract for building your company's website or maintaining it. The AI itself can do that. So the world is moving towards better utilization of AI, and AI it's already there in a big way. So I think something that we have to understand, realize that this is happening, and accept that AI is here to stay along with humans, and AI is going to improve our lives so that humans can take care of much more complex jobs. So give these redundant activities, repetitive work to AI bots, so that you can do something more creative. And that is why this is going to be here. And don't believe in any negative publicity, except the AI which is going to be coming. So friends, thank you for watching my live stream. I will meet you tomorrow again, same time. Till then, have a nice day. Bye bye and see you. Hello, friends. We all know that the YouTube has become a very viable, very important source for passive income for many of our professionals, and in fact even the companies, and they are treating YouTube as a viable source to make passive income. But today in this video, I would like to clarify that YouTube can be a passive income generator, but also an active income generator. And how do you basically make your first $100? What are the challenges? What are the techniques that you need to use? Basically, we will cover that in our video today. So let's continue our journey and see where it takes us today. First of all, when we want to make money, money is always equal to value. You get paid because you are giving some value, and that is true for your YouTube channel as well. If your channel is giving some sort of value, then it will also attract some sort of money. And therefore, before you start your channel, or if you're continuing to make videos, make sure that you start thinking about what value your channel is bringing for the people, so that it can start making revenue for you or generating money for you. So I think the easiest way to start making your videos on a YouTube channel is a very easy, because it does not cost any money. You don't need to invest a lot of money. You can actually start making videos as long as you fulfill some basic requirements of Google, and register yourself, start a channel, and you are good to go. So you can actually launch your channel without any investment, and then you can start creating your videos either through a PC, through your mobile, or even through a mechanism which can actually much more complex mechanisms, like similar to movie making or documentary making, a normal resolution, or 4K, or sometimes 8K. So it does not matter. To start making your video, you need to basically just go and start for free. So entry barriers are not there. However, in order to make money, YouTube has certain qualification, and this is where the biggest challenge lies. You have to cross this threshold of 1,000 subscribers. So if we talk about the value, that 1,000 subscriber is probably is the hardest value to achieve. So when you start your channel, starting is easy, but to cross this 1,000 subscriber is rather difficult, because you have to now constantly keep thinking about how you're going to attract these 1,000 subscribers, and what is the kind of value your channel is giving to these subscriber, and also segment of the subscriber. So if you're starting a channel on history, then your segment of the subscribers are defined who are interested in historic content or history related content. If you are starting a channel on technology, it will be a technology content, and the subscribers who want to basically see the technology content. So to get the direction for your channel and the type of subscribers, and then scale that up to 1000 subscriber is the most Herculean task, and crossing that threshold limit is something you need to plan. So as I said, starting is not difficult, there are no entry barriers, but to cross the first hurdle of 1000 subscribers is rather tough. You need to plan your YouTube channel in a way that any other business would do, because as I said in the beginning of the video, that money is always equal to value. It is applicable to any business. So think YouTube channel like a business, what value your channel is bringing for the subscriber, so that they are tempting to subscribe to your content, and they keep waiting that okay, next video will bring more value from the previous one. So it is a value creation, and that is why the first hurdle of crossing the 1000 subscriber is the most difficult task that you need to cross. Now it is not only the 1000 subscribers, you also need to see to that people are watching your video for longer period of time, and that means there is more viewership. So there is a challenge with regard to how long you are able to retain the viewers on your video, because if your content is not very stimulating or not very interesting, then the after 30 seconds the viewer moves on. So even though the viewer comes on your video, you generate certain views, but it does not generate viewership hours. So it's similar to a TRP in the parlance of television. This 4000 hours is the sort of TRP that video platform like YouTube expects from you. So now you have to think about how you can create stickiness. At least have a viewer watching your program for as long as possible, at least 10 to 15 minutes. If you're able to engage with a viewer for 10 to 15 minutes in your video, then your video channel is going to be successful. So gradually, when you start your channel, gradually it will scale up from 0 to 1000 subscriber. You are giving value, then you are also giving value in a very interesting manner. Your videos are very engaging, your videos are giving value in a very, very intuitive manner, so that people are watching those videos for a longer period of time. So this will help you cross the second hurdle of 4000 hours. 4000 hours of minimum viewership that you need to achieve before it's even start becoming a monetized channel. So once it gets monetized, then we will talk about passive and active income. So roughly, most of the money that you will end up making on YouTube is based on the viewership itself. So roughly, as a thumb rule, depending on which country you are in, you actually make $1 to $2 for every 1000 views, and these are all based on advertising revenue that you will make. So keep that in mind, that you are looking at this amount and these viewers. So if your videos are not getting so many viewers on a single video, that means you're not even making $1 on the number of views. So if you want to cross the third threshold of $100 on YouTube before your channel gets fully monetized, you have to keep that in mind, that you make $1 for 1000 views, mostly on an average. And in certain cases, certain countries, you get slightly higher because the advertising rates in those countries are higher. So let's say if you make $1 for 1000 views, how soon you can actually make your $100? That is the third barrier that you need to cross, even before you start thinking about active and passive proposition coming out from your channel. Active income and passive income. So I think the challenge is we have crossed the first two threshold. Now you're looking at the revenue generation itself, where you're making $1 for 1000 views. Now people think that, hey, if I create a video, let it go viral, and that is the whole agenda. Because if it goes viral, then there will be no more views, and more views meaning more advertising revenue falling into your lap. So I think that is where the challenge is, and keep that in mind that these are the figures which are sacrosanct. So there will be not major deviation from this $1 or $2. So either it is $1 or anything between $1 to $2 that your video can make. So roughly how many people will be watching your videos? So you have actually planned your videos, you have actually executed them, you have made a script of your video, you have also identified what is that catchy subject, what is the value that the viewer is getting out of your videos. In spite of all of that planning that you have done, thumb rule is that 20% of your subscriber base will be watching your video. So this is just a thumb rule. It could be 15, it could also be 30, but roughly, for the calculation sakes, roughly if you have 1,000 subscribers, that means every video roughly will be watched by 200 of them. So that is a thumb rule. So if you are, in order to make $100, your video must get so many views, and if this is a thumb rule that only 20% of your subscriber will be interested in watching your content, then you have a Herculean task. You need to basically think about how do you crack this issue of increasing your viewership, how you basically get your videos to be more engaging, so that there are more views on your videos, and you're able to create stickiness on your video, so that you generate extra number of hours. Extra number of hours will basically ensure that you have multiple advertising runs on your video when the videos are being watched by people. So sometimes you have one run, or sometimes you have more, and depending on more number of runs, your advertising revenue will increase, and that will also increase the chance of how you can make money on your YouTube videos. So making all this calculation, first $100, that is a third threshold that you need to cross, your channel needs to cross. Roughly you would need 60,000 views on your channel. Now this can be per video, this could be couple of videos, but you need to achieve 60,000 views roughly to be able to make your first $100. So keep that in mind before you actually start spending your time and effort into starting a video channel on YouTube, because it takes, like any other business, even YouTube channel is like any other business. It requires investment, it requires involvement, it requires planning, it requires execution strategy, all of that. So you need to have all of that in your mind, and then you have to also have duration for which each activity will be executed, how you are going to execute it, what are the type of people, resources which are required. You have to keep all that in mind before you start even thinking about passive income and active income, or YouTube channel as your source of income. So that brings us to the main question, that how you basically make active and passive money, and what is the long-term value that you're providing, and what is the short-term value you're providing to your viewers. So let's discuss about what is active and what is passive. Active revenue is that your YouTube channel will keep generating revenue for your whatever videos you have. But the passive income is that your YouTube channel will keep making money no matter what. That is what the passive is. That means you don't actually spend any effort. Once you have created, say for example, 10 very good videos which are evergreen, which are being watched always, so that those 10 videos will become a source for passive income for your channel. So in reality, to talk about such content is very, very tough. It is it's very difficult to think about these subjects which are absolutely evergreen, no matter what, will keep generating revenue for you. So I think that is another theory that you need to consider before you basically, after crossing the first three threshold, how you continue to make thousands of dollars out of your YouTube channel. I think you need to keep track of that. Now, suppose your channel is based on current affairs. The current affair life, shelf life, video shelf life is only 1 or 2 days. So if you have something which is current affairs, if your channel is based on current affair news or something which you want to give opinion about, since this is current and it is in mind of everybody, every viewer is interested in watching what is your opinion on the current affairs, the chances are the shelf life for this kind of a current affair based content is not more than a week. And after that, nobody wants to watch that thing because that has become history and it has become stale, because now the current affairs has moved on and there are more number of issues which are happening which people want to know about. So if you are making current affair based content, then your challenge is that you have to be actively making content, newer content every day in order to keep afloat your channel. Because if you don't make the current affairs content, then chances are people or subscriber will move away from your channel, and because they will have multiple choices and they will have because your channel is based on current affairs. So your challenge is that you have to continue making more videos on almost daily basis, or at least 3 times a week, in order to justify the investment you are making in the channel. Now, if this is a reality for your channel, then you will not be able to make any passive income out of this kind of a channel, because your content is not having longer shelf life. Your content is consumed in a current affair manner, and it has a very small shelf life. That means you need to constantly start making and planning your content on almost daily basis. It requires a lot of your involvement. So there will be no passive income. There's no question of passive income in this case, because once you stop making videos which are basically related to current issues, then your channel will drop completely and there will be no viewership, and there is no question of passive, because your subjects are have already become stale and the market has moved on. So in my opinion, if you want to make passive income out of your channel, I think another way to do that is make very good explainer videos. When we talk about explainer videos, then these kind of videos are always evergreen, because say for example, if you're talking about how to invest in stock market as a very simple option, then obviously explainer video has a very long shelf life, because there will be somebody even after 10 years who would like to know how stock markets function. So suppose you make a video for a stock market for beginners, it has a longer shelf life. So this kind of video, once you have made this video, you are not adding anything to that video. That kind of video will give you a passive income on a longer in the longer term. So start thinking about making such videos so that you can actually create value and also generate revenue for yourself, and also generate passive and active income from your YouTube channel. So friends, I hope I'm able to clarify some of these doubts in terms of how do you basically start your journey while creating YouTube channel. But starting is easy, but maintaining it is requires it's not easy. It requires a lot of hard work, lot of planning, lot of strategy, and that will help you make your first $100 if you have proper strategy. So we will be coming out with next edition of our video, in which we will talk about what you can do to strategize your videos. Until then, I like to say goodbye, and as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you in the next one. Hello friends, in this video I would like to inform you how to invest, because many times people don't know what to do with their money, and I thought that this is important to clarify some of the doubts, especially if you're new to investment, whether you are 40-year-old or if you're 20-year-old or even 12-year-old. This video is going to help you, because I'm going to tell you how you can invest, where you can invest, and why you should invest. So let's start our journey and understand what is money. When we talk about money, money is something which is like a cash which is always in your bank. And the problem with money is that if you keep it in a bank, then nothing happens. Actually, you lose money, because if you have your money in your hand, for example, then it has something called inflation. And because of inflation, the money that you have will keep reducing in value. So if you have the money in your hand, or suppose you keep that money in a bank account which does not give any interest rate, then over 10 years you will actually completely erode your money. Let's say, for example, if the inflation is 10%. So inflation is basically the amount of things that will cost, and it will keep increasing every year. And because of that, if you have, say, 100 rupees or $100 with you, after 10 years they will completely get devalued, and what you can buy $100 today, you will probably need at least twice or three times of that money to buy the same thing after 10 years. So because of that, because of inflation, you will actually end up losing money if it is kept in a bank. And even if you keep the money in savings account, you are still affected by inflation, because the amount of interest paid by the savings account is not in line with the inflation. If you look at the inflation, it is at least 5 to 6% when it comes to the inflation in India. But then there are countries where inflation is almost touching 10%, sometimes 12%. So if the savings bank account is giving you something like 2%, 2.5%, that means you are still losing money if you keep the money in savings account. So this is the basic difference in investment. And if you don't invest, even if you have money, you will actually end up losing money in a long term. So how do you stop losing your money? Well, I think when you want to talk about this particular aspect, you need to now start looking at something which can give you more money. So you start looking at certain saving accounts, hypothetically, which can give you at least 10% returns. So now this is not a real situation. You will not find a savings account which can give you 10% interest rate just to balance your inflation, because there is nothing like that. But just in case, if you are able to find a savings account where you can easily park your money, and it is giving you a higher rate of interest which is equal to the rate of inflation, then you will stop losing money. But you're not losing money. Your $100 will remain $100, because now it is giving you interest rate which is equal to annual inflation year on year. So after 10 years, your $100 will probably become $250. So this way you will stop erosion of your money. However, this is all hypothetical. There is no savings accounts which will give you that much of interest rate today. So therefore, you need to look at other avenues to basically grow your money. And these other avenues is basically when you talk about looking at other avenues, is basically how do you make money. And there is an old proverb: in order to make money, you need to invest money. So now we are talking about how do you deploy your money so that it multiplies. You are now looking at things where you need to invest money so that you can make money. Because if you don't invest money, then after a few years you will lose whatever you have. So you need to keep on investing in the market, keep on making sure that your money works for you, and it basically multiplies, so that over years it basically generate more money for you. Your money generates more money, and that is why we are talking about why we should invest money. So what is an investment? I think that is a $1,000,000 question. Investment is something which can give you better multiplication or better compounding effect of your existing money, so that when you want money in future, you can go to your investment and take it out and basically buy a house, invest in a company, go for higher studies, whatever may be your requirement at that point in time. However, investment is something where it requires constant monitoring. It requires constant you don't want to make an investment which will go down and you will end up losing money. Now you wanted to invest money, but then suddenly you realize that that particular investment has gone bust, and even your initial investment has gone bust. So investment is important, but we need to make sure that we invest in the right thing. And some of the places that some of the countries where the housing is always a very good investment, so people tend to invest in housing, because housing, your house value will always tend to grow, whatever the economic situation in that country, until unless there is a complete failure of the state itself. But your housing value will keep improving over here, so that is a safe investment. So people basically buy house. You would need a lot of money to buy house if you want to invest in a house. And also, the housing is not completely problem free. It is rather problematic, because what happens is, when you actually you're buying house because you want to make sure that your investment grows, and in future, when your house value is 2 to 3 times, you should be able to sell off that house and make recover your initial investment. And while this is happening, you need to also take care of your housing loan, and then you have to rent out your house, probably cover the rental and pay the mortgage bill, and maybe there are taxation around it, so you need to pay taxes. So even if you invest in housing, it is completely filled with a lot of problems and regulations which you need to comply. It depends on which country you are in, but housing is not completely problematic. Although it is a very good investment, it actually tend to grow. It will never fail. It is an investment which has been tested, tried, and it never fails. The value of the land or your house will keep increasing. Well, there are basic difference between the type of housing also, but we are not going in too much depth, because I want to explain what you should be investing if you have just started doing investment. So as we discussed, that housing is filled with a little bit of problem, although it's a good investment. But that is where the investment in share comes in, because it has less problem, and it is like, you suppose you have a faith on a very large company, and without the hassles of maintaining property, paying housing tax, paying mortgage bill, if you have certain money, you can simply buy those shares, and you don't have to basically take housing loan in this case. And if you have trust on a particular company, then if the company grows, you will also make money by basically holding on to the shares or selling those shares after 5 to 10 years horizon. So this is where the share seems to be a better bet than housing. So far we have progressed from savings to housing to shares now. However, shares are completely linked with the market risk. Say, for example, if you have a share of a particular company and that company share drops, then you will also, your investment will also get dropped. And that is where the whole risk pattern which is running in your mind, because in your family somebody would have told you that, hey, this and this relative would have lost so much of money by investing. In fact, they have lost everything. So this happens when you actually invest in shares without having proper knowledge or without keeping track of the shares. Just like you have housing issues, shares, investment in shares also comes with bit of challenges, bit of responsibilities, and bit of monitoring. You need to keep monitoring the investment every day. You need to know exactly what is going on with that particular company. So this is where you tend to then spread, because now you're investing in one company, and then over time you start thinking, hey, why should I put all my eggs into one basket? I should rather invest in 5 companies, because even if one company fails, then I have at least 4 others to bank on. So therefore, the shares is basically a good viable option, and especially with shares you can also make money, because when you are actually a part owner. When you buy a share of the company, you actually become an investor in the company, and when company declares the dividend, you get a portion of the dividend as your earnings. So you actually not only keep increasing the share value over years, you also tend to make money by way of dividend. And dividend is, say for example, if there are $100,000 a particular share value, and the company decide to give 1%, so 1% of whatever you hold, you will get as a dividend. So this is why a share is a very good opportunity, although it is completely riddled with market risk, and it requires a lot of monitoring. And therefore shares also tend to grow also, and it similar to your house, which grows along with time. If you hold on to your shares, share value will also grow, and it will also give you a capital gain. Say for example, if you have invested $100,000 over a period of time, the gain in shares without the hazards of whatever you have invested in housing will give you a capital gain very similar to house. But then in a house investment, you actually tend to lose in terms of taxes, in terms of various other maintenance charges, etc. Whereas in case of shares, you don't have any of those hazards. It will give you a capital gain benefit over the period of time. So I think a share market looks to be a better area for investment. And you should not be scared if you do it correctly. And I'm going to tell you, because nobody will tell you this, I'm going to tell you, if you are beginning to invest in the market, then follow these guidelines, which will benefit you even if you are a beginner. So as I was also telling you that it is not good to invest in individual stock, because individual stock can fail. So therefore you must look at other alternatives. So other alternatives are also available in the market. One is in the form of mutual fund. What is a mutual fund? Mutual fund is that you have you bunch of people come together and create a fund, and the fund then look at what 5 securities or 5 stocks to look at, and then they will actually invest in those funds, and the fund will keep increasing, and then you don't have to monitor, because now you're relying on the fund manager to invest your money. So instead of doing it yourself, spreading your money into 5 different shares, you actually go to mutual fund, which will do the same thing, but then it is taking away the hassles of basically monitoring the market. And they will not only invest in 5 stocks, they will probably invest in something like 50 to 100 stocks. So they actually even diversify your investment even better. So mutual fund is something that you can look at, and they are very good market products to consider when you're trying to invest your money. You can actually go to any of the publications. You can find which are the top mutual fund available in your country. In fact, you can go and make a search on Google, and it will give you top on the first page itself what is the best performing mutual fund in your country, and you can then close your eyes and invest your money, whatever small money, large money, whatever investment you want to make. Mutual fund is a much safer bet to put your money and invest and also grow. What is the even better option than mutual fund? Well, I will call this as an index, because in every country wherever there are stock exchange, they publish their indexes. Each stock exchange comes up with a daily index, and when I say 500 index, it's a specialized product that most of the developed country or even developing countries produce these top 500 index of 500 companies or the shares which are being traded on their stock exchange. And the first 20, you would remember them by name. If you go to the index in your country, you will probably see the familiar names like Apple, Google, and stuff like that. But later you start seeing names which you don't even know. But the top 500 companies which are being traded, and in fact the index will also tell you how much percentage of this company is contributing to 500 index. So pretty much if you look at the index, it is pretty much your country's economy. So now if you invest in an index itself, then you are actually spreading your money and diversifying so much, it is directly linked to your country's economy. So this is the best way to invest your money. It is even better than investing in mutual fund. So I would say that you must invest in the index fund, whichever country if you are in US, UK, India, whichever country you are in, look for the top 500 indexes. Like in India, there are 2, and similarly US, there are 2 indices. You can pick one and put your money either in one or both of them. Both of them are directly linked to your country's economy, and there is no way your country's economy is going to drop. There is absolutely, it will drop only in case of very extreme situation, that something is completely the earth is getting destroyed, then only this will happen. Otherwise it will be completely safe, and you can rely on investing in indexes. Even though if it drops for some time, because market crashes on time to time, but then you don't have to basically panic and start selling if you're invested in index, because index will eventually come back after a few months to the original position and continue to grow. In fact, I'm trying to show you in this graph that the index will have these small dips time to time, but overall over a long range or long period of time, the index actually grows. So it is the safest bet if you want to put your money and make sure that it grows. And index also will help you diversify. I mean, it will offer you the best possible concoction or diversification, because you don't want to depend on 1 or 2 or 10 companies or even 100 companies. Now you're linking it to the top 500 companies which are literally driving the economy of your country. So your fund, your money is now equally spread, diversified enough, and you will never make any loss if you invest in an indexed fund. And therefore I would advise that look for index fund. In fact, you can use Google to identify which is the index fund. And index fund also, depending on which country you are in, it also gives you low entry fee, because in any product that you buy, whenever you buy a share or you basically buy a house, you need to pay certain fees, as part of your taxation. Similarly, when you buy a mutual fund, there is an entry fee. You end up paying certain fee like 1% or 2% depending on each fund. Similarly, indexed fund will also have an entry fee. So far what I've seen is that index fund asks for the minimum fee. So in terms of your investment fee that you need to pay is also less when it comes to index fund. So I think it is a safer bet. Now let us discuss the risk also. So risk is definitely there whenever you make an investment. You cannot overlook the risk, because there are market risk, and markets are driven by several factors in terms of change of technology, change of sentiment, wars, pandemic. So all of this will directly affect regulations, law and order. All of these will determine the market valuation. But then if you are invested in the index fund, the risk is less, because if you decide that your horizon is 5 years to 10 years, normally these things normalize over long period of time, and the share price or the economy keeps increasing, taking care of all other aspects like inflation and things becoming more expensive, etc., etc. All of this is taken care by the investment. And if you invest, especially for a long term, then the risks are definitely highly minimized. So we can discuss about risk, but make sure that you invest in the index fund so that you diversify. The whole equation is that you must diversify into several other securities and don't park your money in only one. So as I said, don't put your money in just one of the product, which is going to basically, then you end up losing your money. You end up making a loss. And don't look at a short-term investment. Always look at, when you're looking at a stock market, make sure that you have a long-term view of your investment, at least 10 years, at least 5. If it is like 2 years, 3 years, then it is not good enough for stock market. You may end up losing money. And that is the story that you might have heard in your family, that so and so have lost money. Your parents might have lost money. So in a stock market, make sure that you have at least a long-term horizon of 10 years or even more than that. That will actually multiply your money many times. And in long term, the stock market always goes up. As I said, there are a lot of factors, and for stock market to completely come to zero is not there at all. Even during depressions, the market has always bounced back, and it has kept growing in last 100 years. So the stock market will always bounce back, and it will come back to the original place and probably grow from there. Now let's look at what is the right time to start, because right time to start is you would say, hey, I am just a teenager, I don't know when to start. So in my opinion, right time to start is as soon as possible. If you are invested today, it will be better for you. There will be a huge difference if you start investing at the age of 30 as compared to if you start investing in the market at age of 15. So the right time to start is as soon as possible. That is the shortest possible answer. So if you are young, it is a very good time for you to start investing in the stock market, and make sure that you have a long-term horizon. Don't look at your money on day-to-day basis, because that is not going to give you anything, because market will keep going up and down. And if you are invested in the index itself, then you don't have to look at your market on daily basis, because it will correct itself and it will keep growing. The economy will keep improving. Now there are certain conditions with regard to when you should start investing. The best time to start investing is when your debt is zero. Make sure that you don't have any liabilities on your head. Your debt is absolutely zero. So make sure before you start investing, make sure that you bring down your debt to almost zero. You don't have any liabilities, and then you approach the market. And that is the right time to start investing. For each individual, the best time is determined by themselves. So I'm just giving directions that whenever you want to start investing in the index funds, top 500 funds, or any mutual fund, make sure that you bring your own personal debt to zero. And don't invest 100%. You don't want to keep all your money in stock market. Keep some liquid cash for your emergencies. Usually the thumb rule is keep cash which will be sufficient, which will suffice your expenses for 3 to 6 months. And once you're able to divide that amount, then rest of the money you can actually invest. And therefore keep a buffer of 3 to 6 months expenses in your savings accounts or cash, so that you're not after 6 months you're not in case of emergencies, in case of any medical emergencies, you are now scrambling for money, and you don't want to break your investment in a short term, because you might end up losing money. So make sure that whatever money you invest for at least 10 years, minimum 10 years. your horizon should be minimum 10 years, and then you don't have to really look at it on daily basis like you must have seen in various movies that people are looking at every second. That is not the way in reality the stock market will work. You invest in index, top 500 companies, spread your investment, diversify, and minimum investment horizon should be at least minimum 10 years, and you would see that your money would double in 10 years, or maybe 3 times in 10 years. And now you have to look for a broker, because broker will help you put your money, park your money. In most of the countries, the stock markets are heavily regulated. They are governed by a lot of rules and regulations, and brokers are governed by those rules and regulations. They have to follow a lot of rules and regulations, and they will actually create these signed document. They will actually do your KYC. You will also have to go through a little bit of legal processes, because the broker, stock market, share market, they are all regulated. So you need to look at who's the best broker for you. You need to find which is the best broker. The best method to find the best broker is, you can actually put this question in Google: who is the best broker in my country? And then you can actually go and find that broker, maybe talk to him, find out what is his entry fee. And once you have identified these top 10 brokers, go by the broker which is asking the minimum entry fee for your investment, because ultimately you will make more money if there is less fee that you pay. So find the best broker, top 10 broker, and then identify which is asking you least amount of fee for your money. So if you follow these things which I have told you in this video, you will actually make up a wise investment for long term, and you will actually end up making a lot of money, and your money will grow over a period of time, and without the hazards of taxation, just like housing or mutual fund. You can actually go and make a lot of money. And it may, if your horizon is more than 10 years, 20 years, it may, your money, whatever you have invested, will become 5 times, 6 times, many times of your initial investment. So friends, do let me know if you have any questions, and I wish you all the best, and I will catch you in the next one. Hello friends, we know that the new software Bard is out. I think yesterday Google has launched it in a huge hurry. I think they suddenly started feeling a lot of pressure because of Chat GPT, and they also felt almost as if they are facing the existential crisis, and they have launched Bard AI. Now, in this program, in this live stream, I would like to compare both ChatGPT and Bard, and also try to understand what are these animals. So, in nutshell, we are going to follow this agenda, which you can see on this side. But let's start our journey today quickly without wasting any further moment. So, ChatGPT is basically the AI software which is started by Elon Musk, later acquired by Microsoft, and Microsoft has then, they call this company called OpenAI, and they have actually incorporated the Chat GPT in their Azure, some of the Azure offerings, and because of that, Google really started feeling the heat that the AI, which is now doing so much work and it is able to respond to humans contextually like a human, it's a game changer. So the Chat GPT was able to do that. It is not a simple text to voice recognition, but the the intuitiveness of chat gpt is amazing, and that is why there has been 1 million downloads on the very first day, and now it is now available as part of the Microsoft platform, and they are going to gradually roll out ChatGPT as OpenAI in most of their offerings, and that really created a lot of pressure. So when they actually create pressure not only for Google but also for Amazon, etc. So all of these big guys, they started developing their own AI, and well, Google is quite smart, and in a matter of days, I think they have launched their own AI, which is known as Bard. Now, Bard is sort of a musician, as another name in the rural France. They are called Bard, and the AI is also known as Bard. And so I will explain to you what is Bard, what it can do. Is it better than ChatGPT in this program? So let's go back understanding the Bard. So these Bard and ChatGPT, etc. What are these things? These are known as conversational AI services. So basically, in conversational AI services, the AI engine is able to determine your passion, your feeling around your question. It's not only a simple mathematics or simple question answer that okay, fine, you have this question, I have a template and I can just pick up the right template and give you the answer. It's not that. The chat GPT type of software, or now Bard kind of softwares, they have the ability to basically decipher your actual question, and you can ask anything. And since they have the ability to understand what the human counterpart is trying to ask, they can actually revert to you with an answer, with an intuitive answer. So that is why many of the schools across the world have not allowed chat GPT, because you can you can answer a question paper without attempting a question paper, because chat gpt will be so smart, it will give you human like answers to every question. And in today's world, the students are very, very smart, and they can use chat gpt or Bard to answer this, and therefore some of the schools are very, very particular. They are ensuring that none of the AIs should be used to answer their question paper. So these are essentially falling into the category of conversational AI services, pretty much like bot. The bots are very common now. Facebook has a lot of bots. Google services is predominantly run by a lot of bots. So these are a bot. So ChatGPT is a bot which can be incorporated in many of the Microsoft services, and now Bard can be incorporated into many of these services on the Google platform. So why Bard looks like a better option than ChatGPT? Simply because Google Lambda AI has been a very strong, very popular and very important Google AI, which has been launched in 2021. But then Google has been relying on AI for a very long time, since the time they started their search engine, almost from that era. So they have a lot of experience in creating different kinds of AI, and most of their business on YouTube and other services is basically being run by a lot of AI. The AI actually takes the decision if somebody has to be given a notice, or some wrong thing is being done, etc., etc. So a lot of these things are not human driven. There are a lot of AI which is running on Google platform, and how do you make money, how do you monetize different services. So all of that is being done by AI, and one of the very important AI is again a conversational AI is the Lambda. And Lambda was in news in 2021 as one of the scientists called Lambda as a sentient being in the sense that although it's a software program, but it is behaving like a human. It is able to think logically like human. And so that is why Lambda wasn't in the news. So therefore Bard is a scaled down version of Lambda. So therefore that is the clear distinction between ChatGPT and Lambda, because Lambda has been in existence for some time and there is a lot of experience in the backend, and therefore Google came under pressure because of the ChatGPT being launched by OpenAI in the Azure platform, and they quickly brought out a lighter version of Lambda, which consumes lesser computational power, and it will allow high number of users to be able to use Bard, and basically that will also give them to enhance the capability of Bard in longer run. So more number of users will be able to use it, and it'll not use a very strong computer, or you don't need a very strong computer in order to use it. So therefore, and Google has a very substantial user base. So if more number of users are able to use it, and this is already existing technology which is already available with Google, so the risks are less, in the sense that if AI try to give some confidential information, those kind of risks are less, because Google is controlling this. Google is actually developing AI for very long time, and they are also using it. They have about different algorithms which are part of the Google ecosystem, which are controlled by various AI programs, and also the team is also there. So Google as a company is much more experienced in working with AI solution, and especially this one is a scaled down version of Lambda. Should give you a little bit of confidence that okay, this is not something new, this is not fly by night, this is actually being promoted by a serious company, and they have experience in the AI. So when we talk about such thing, the confidence should basically improve when you talk about Google Bard. And Google is also planning to make this as an open source, and not really a completely open source, but they will probably have a developers program. They will probably launch it. They have not yet launched it, but they will launch it, and they will probably select certain developers who will then start developing different applications around Bard, so that these applications can be used on Google platforms, or should be downloadable as plugin on the Chrome as a Chrome extension, and then businesses will get benefit by using these third-party applications. So I think that is a plus. I'm sure Microsoft will also do that on Azure, but Google is going to launch it now, because their turnaround time is short, because they had the technology and they are using the lighter version of Lambda. So this is where the clear distinction between Lambda and Bard comes in. Now the $1 million question is how Bard and ChatGPT are competing with each other. What are the differences? So in my opinion, both these platforms and both these softwares are very similar. Only thing is that when we talk about AI, the learning database, the AI has to learn from the field, and so there is a database that it keeps building over time. So over time, AI software becomes much more intelligent, and the learning database keeps improving. So since ChatGPT started off as an experiment, the data which is available for ChatGPT to work is the data of the year 2021. And then if you want to increase the data from 21 or historic data or the future data, then ChatGPT may start taking more time, because I think the systems need to scale up. Whereas in case of Bard, that problem is not there, because Bard is a shorter version or a smaller version of Lambda, and therefore they have the entire Google search engine behind them. So that is why immediately there is a clear differentiation, because ChatGPT responses are accurate as long as your questions are related to 2021, and if you ask any other question which are of 28 of any event which happened in 2018 or before that, or of the year 2022, then ChatGPT does not give you a clear answer. This is not a drawback of the software, this is a drawback of the data itself. So if you attach more data, that means the application will have to search a much bigger database. So Bard is having a clear edge over here because it is directly linked to the Google ecosystem. So it will have the better capability to search using the Google search engine, which has been running since almost 2 decades. So let's talk about challenges. Well, the challenge today is that none of the AI, I mean, if you talk about the AI as such, especially most intelligent AIs like Lambda and other counterparts which are running at Google, they are not perfect, and their results are supposed to be reviewed by humans, whether these results are good, bad, or ugly, before they are acted upon. So if you ask a question, you have to review what are the answers. They may be able to give you an answer, but you need to review it. So every answer that AI gives you today in 2023 right now is not 100% accurate. So there is a human intervention required, and therefore both of these softwares, ChatGPT and Open AI, which is ChatGPT, and also the Bard, both are prone to falsification because they are not perfect. And whereas Bard has a clear edge at this point in time because it is directly linked to your search engines. So you can ask anything from Bard, it will be able to search out the internet and give you the answer. So therefore, and Google search engine is one of the best search engine, although we also have Microsoft, but Google search engine is one of the best search engine, and therefore Bard has a clear edge. And then Google will also have a lot of experience in running AI systems for a very long time. They use it in their applications. They have more than 20 to 25 applications which are hosted, starting from directory services to YouTube to running the entire company, etc. There are several other applications with Chrome, and then Chrome has thousands of extensions which can be downloaded, either paid or free. So therefore Bard is in a very rich ecosystem, and if Google actually puts the right team behind Bard, they can simply take over the ChatGPT success, and they can quickly incorporate all of these things, especially with their developer program. More number of applications can be launched, and therefore I see that because of this fight between Microsoft and Google, the user community like you and me will benefit. So I will end my discussion today, and I would like to know what you guys think about these AI softwares, ChatGPT or Bard, and I like to know your comments. So as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you in the next one, friends. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to my live stream. And today, as the subject is Hindenburg, it's in the news everywhere. It is in the news in India. Every TV channel is debating on this issue. And of course, this is related to Adani's, because Adani is going to suffer big time because of this Hindenburg fiasco. We know that. And while a lot of people understand what is going on, but today my objective is to basically tell you what really is going on, and why I say this is an attack on the Indian stock market and indirectly attacking Indian economy, because Indian economy is poised to grow, and therefore this is something which is going on, and I think we have to understand this in detail. So in order to explain what is going on, Hindenburg is a research, as they call themselves, as a research organization, and they are also indulging in short selling. And I'm sure you might have heard this throughout the day today. And short selling is a legal market products which are allowed by the stock exchange across the world. Many times the stock market has, or the markets completely, or the economies are completely shattered because of this allowed product called short selling. And I would like to explain this to you today in my live streaming. And since I'm live, you can actually interact and give your opinions, and also if you have any question on this, you can please ask. So Hindenburg is a short selling organization, and what does it mean? Hindenburg actually makes money in all of this. And while they make ton of money, lot of money, we don't know how much is the exposure Hindenburg has on Adani Group, but they will end up, they have already actually made a lot of money because the Adani Group prices have crashed by almost 30% as of yesterday. So Hindenburg has ended up making a lot of money in this whole fiasco. And the timing is also very important. This whole thing started just 1 week prior of 1st of February, because everybody knew that India is going to come out with a budget, and the Indian government has launched a very massive, beautiful budget to help the entire society. And the whole focus of the budget was to basically look at the infrastructure and preparing India for future, and agriculture. And since Adani Group is majorly involved in all the infrastructure projects, majority of them, along with other big business houses, not only in India but across the world, they are actually expert in building infrastructure. So this is a direct attack on the future of India, actually, because if Adani Group loses out, which I doubt, because their financial are very strong, the balance sheet is very strong. Nobody is saying that Adani is going to crash. However, the Indian stock market will get a very big beating, and because it will have an impact on the overall economy of India. Maybe not immediately, but it will have some impact. So let me explain how they are doing it. And by the way, friends, this is actually a very smart move by the enemies of India, or whoever is trying to do it, because they are using the legal methods to carry out this espionage. All right, so let me explain what is short selling. So I have written down the short selling on the board here, which I'm showing as an example. So if there is a company whose value in the stock market today, so current value is say $100. So what happens is that a broker, because then the shares are actually floating in the market, and the value of the share is about $100 a share. So you can actually approach any broker. It does not, you don't have to buy directly from the company. You can approach any broker, and the short selling requires lending of shares to a short selling company. So here I call this short selling company as SS, in short selling. So this process involved lending. So short selling company does not pay anything to the broker. They will, the broker will, any XYZ broker can lend them the set number of shares, whichever they want to short sell. And when they acquire this, they immediately, so here the short selling company immediately will sell 100 shares which they have acquired from a broker, and they still have to pay for it. So they have not spent any money from their pocket, and they will sell it for $10,000. So $100 at the rate of $100 at the rate of $100 each, they will actually end up making revenue of $10,000 without spending a money. And if this price has to come down, they will make money if the price of this $100 reduces a little bit. So to ensure that this company, which is SS, is a very well politically connected company, they will carry out different kinds of processes, espionage, to ensure that the price of this ABC company reduces in next 1 or 2 months. So a lot of negative reports will come out about this company. It will be discussed on daily basis. People will start doubting the credibility of this company called ABC. and most of the market is run on the sentiments, especially the stock market. So the price of the stock value will start reducing. So once after a couple of months, 1 or 2 months, let's say if the price has come down to $50, now whatever was $100 now has come down to $50. So at this point in time, SS basically buy back those $100 at a reduced price. So they will actually end up spending $5,000. They will buy back these $100, and they will then transfer back these share back to the broker, because remember the broker had only lended them $100. So they will transfer these $100 back to the broker with a little bit of profit margin, but they end up making full $5,000 as profit just by doing this. So it's a pure manipulation of the market. This involves huge reward, and if you are able to if you are able to use your political connection and make sure that the market sentiments are adversely affected, because of that the price of the company is reduced, they end up making money. Reverse is also true. Reverse is also true that if the price does not reduce, it increases, then they will actually end up making a loss. So both sides, it is true. But what is going on in this case today is that in case of Adani, let's say replace Adani, ABC with Adani. This is exactly what is going on. A lot of negative news floating around, and because of that the Adani share price have gone down by 30%, and they have also returned the FPO which they had announced, which was 100% oversubscribed. More than 100% people had subscribed of 20,000 crores, which they have decided that they will return the money to the investors, and their share price has already gone down by 30%. Whatever share price has gone down based on the explanation that I gave you, that is the profit for the Hindenburg group. They will actually end up making a lot of money because of this market meltdown. Now, why I say this is a systematic attack on the economy? Simply because the India infrastructure has to develop, and you actually drag a company which is involved in various infra projects, starting from building roads, railroads, waterways, solar power, satellites, you name it, housing for people, you name it. So all kinds of infrastructure, Adani Group, along with others also. Adani is not the only company. There are others also which are involved in these projects. If you bring down a company, a large company which has global presence, they are not only working for infrastructure for India, but also other friendly neighbors, friendly countries. You are actually spoiling the market of one company. Now Adani will actually fight back. They are already doing that. Their fundamentals are very strong. Their balance sheets are very, very strong. But this adverse news will reduce the market value, will erode the market value. In less than 20 days, from being the richest person in the world, he has come down to number 20. So you see, this is a systematic attack using the norms which are prevalent in the market and little bit of politics. This is exactly what is going on. So I thought I will come online and explain live to you what really is going on in this case and what is the impact. So therefore, I like to say that if you have any question, you can write to me, send in your comments. But I personally feel I will end my live stream saying that this is a systematic attack and we should not be fooled by this. So friends, I will catch you in the next one. Until then, please take care. Bye bye for today. Hello, friends. Adani has been in the news, and we know that Adani has been majorly impacted by something called Hindenburg. So, I would like to basically analyze this in very brief. Hindenburg is a uh, financial research organization, and the inspiration for naming themselves Hindenburg is the Hindenburg disaster. Basically, one big airship came down in a ball of fire. So Hindenburg Analytics or Hindenburg Financial Research Group basically pick up one name, one business name, and they actually analyze it and give their research report about wrongdoings, right doing, all kinds of things. They actually publish such reports, and in the past they have actually gone behind a lot of big business houses, globally acclaimed business houses, and this time they have gone against Adani's. Now Adani has become one of the big powerhouse globally, and they have published very negative news about Adani. They are telling them this is a sort of a scam that Adani Enterprise is pulling, and there is a lot of exposure of the Indian banking industry on the Adani group, and they are showing that as a manipulative financial gimmick in order to increase their price. And after this report has been published, Adani Enterprises prices have crashed. So there has been a sort of a bloodbath on the stock markets, and Adani Group is actually impacted. That is for sure because of this group report, Hindenburg's report, and subsequently, in terms of business, there is not much impact because Adani Group is a very large group. Their major business is in the area of infrastructure, and not only in India, several other countries, and they have recently bagged a infrastructure contract, a large contract from an airport in Israel. If I am not mistaken, it's Haifa Airport. They will be managing that for a couple of years, maybe 10 years. And while the debate between Hindenburg and the Adani Group is raging, however, they had come out with an FPO in order to ease out their borrowing burdens. You know, the exposure on the banking industry. There are a lot of exposures. Each business, whenever they expand, they always take advances from various lending agencies and also from the bank, because bank offers very good low interest products for advances. So this is what has really happened, and they had actually decided to come out with FPO, and the FPO value was 20,000 crores. It's almost like 290 billion dollars. Very large FPO. Nothing to do with the government, nothing to do with any government agency. This is a normal stock market product, or the normal stock market offerings which they actually launched, and the FPO was supposed to be funded by the other corporates. So, and in return there were some promises and all that, so they will get over their immediate debt, and then in return they will give guaranteed returns against the FPO. The important thing is, in spite of this negative report and the Adani shares taking a beating, almost gone down by 30%. So imagine a group, a large group like Adani, with a lot of exposures in the infrastructure projects across the world. They lose out, they lose out on the 30% on the stock market. Is a very big deal. Especially, it is going to basically create an impact on the stock market, especially for Adani Group. So they logically thought that they will migrate their, they will ease out their borrowing burdens by this FPO, and they raised funds because they wanted to pay off their debts. Interesting thing is, in spite of this report, the corporates actually backed Adani Group, and they actually said that their FPO was oversubscribed as of yesterday. This is the yesterday's news. 20,000 crores, almost $291 billion FPO was oversubscribed. But today, after the budget has been announced, Indian budget has been tabled in the parliament, the Adani Group has decided that it may not be very wise for them to continue with the FPO, because when the FPO was planned, the share value was X, and now it is X minus 30. So they may not be able to fulfill, or it may not be, even though it is oversubscribed and people have applied, the whole 20,000 crores of FPO is up for grabs. People have already applied, but they have decided that they will not be going ahead with this FPO. They are going to withdraw it for two reasons. One is probably they are gearing up to take care of the future, because taking on extra liability and return at a higher rate will not be viable looking at the share pricing. While the business as usual continues, it's only the bloodbath which is happening on the stock market, and FPO is one of the stock market product. Therefore, they have decided to call it off. They are going to basically say sorry. They are going to say that okay, whoever has paid money, they are going to return that money, and the FPO has been withdrawn. So personally, I think this is a very good move for the Adani enterprise, because I think they have to first clear their name. They have to fight it out with Hindenburg and prove to Hindenburg and to the world that whatever allegations Hindenburg has put on them are basically malicious. Because Hindenburg has been doing that. They have been responsible for bringing down several business houses who have done big. So I'm not saying Adani may be completely in the clear. There must be some wrongdoing, but I think it's between Hindenburg and Adani to sort out. But one good thing is that Adani has decided to withdraw the FPO. That is a commendable thing, because they could have taken this money and they could have continued their business as usual, but they have taken a moral ground. It appears, it may not be a totally moral ground, but it appears on the face of it that it is a moral right decision to withdraw the FPO, even though it may be linked to the market realities, since the price of their shares have gone down by 30% in last 10 days. So I think this is what is going on. Tomorrow when the market opens, it's going to be very bad, because Adani is a very big group. And market may basically fire up either towards the up or towards the down, but it's going to be a major impact on the stock market, especially in India and certain extent globally. So what do you think about this? I would like to know. Please share your thoughts and comments. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and today the budget is being discussed. In fact, it has been presented already, and since it has been presented, there is a lot of speculation in the market. The market also behaved very erratically in the first few hours of when the budget being presented. People did not had any idea how this budget would be, and the stock market reacted very sharply, and it actually plummeted almost 700 points in India. So as if nobody was confident enough about this budget, and especially there were a lot of speculation, etc. So, and subsequently after the budget speech was over, then people realized that this kind of budget is very good. It is giving so many benefits to a lot of people in India, whether you are rich, poor, or middle class. So it took some time for all of this to seep in properly, and then suddenly, as soon as Honorable Finance Minister's speech was over on the floor of the Parliament, the stock market again reacted sharply and shot up by 1200 points. So it really gained and rallied behind the budget. And therefore, the immediate reaction, my own reaction, is that I will only talk about a couple of points. Although the budget is very vast, it basically talks about lot many things, and also the budget is sort of, it appears that it's a blueprint for not only 2023 but subsequent couple of years. It is actually laying the groundwork. But what common man wants. Common man wants immediate solution to the common problems which are affecting him on day-to-day basis. And therefore, this budget is so prudent, even though it is not yet passed, because this budget will be debated for next couple of days, and then it will be implemented, it will be passed, and then it will come into the action, and then it will also determine how much it will impact the GDP of India starting from 1st of April this year. So the immediate impact, as it appears, are on the three things. One is the common man income tax and the middle class. So budget has lot many parameters to talk about, lot many things to discuss. It also talks about fresh investment and so on and so forth. So primarily, the budget is only talking about two major items overall. I mean, if you examine it from a bird's eye view, it is looking at two major items. One is the infrastructure, and the second is farming. As I had predicted yesterday also, that farming would be a major chunk of the budget. And undoubtedly, farming is a very big industry in India. India has a very large land mass, farming land, and therefore farmers are a main entity. Farming industry is one of the major industry in India, and also India is one of the major exporter of the farm produce. So it's a big economy, and therefore infrastructure, creation of sea route, land route, railway tracks, air traffic controls. Because if you don't have the proper infrastructure, the next level of development will not be possible. So India has to build on its infrastructure, especially when we have so many skilled people within us, young and energetic people. So I think the budget is bang on these two parameters. In addition to that, there are smaller points, which is helping the common man find its bearing, especially when we are getting into recession. So government of India has thought through completely, and they are proposing reduction in income tax for a common man. So middle class gets a very big support, and up to 7 lakhs rupees of income, there is no tax. Zero tax for people whose income, who are not earning 7 lakhs. So even for 7 lakh, somebody is making 7 lakhs, the income tax is very, very low. It's something like 25,000. So it's very, very low as compared to what it was last year. So I think this is a very big support to the middle class and middle and lower income group. Up to 7 lakhs, zero. Until last year, in fact, until March 31st this year, people who made 2.5 lakhs were paying tax, whether it is 5%, 10%, or women taxpayer, etc. But next year, that is starting from 1st of April, up to 7 lakhs, there will be no tax. There are a lot of other aspects of the budget, and I will keep bringing them as and when I keep reading more and more, because as you know, this budget is not yet passed. It is being presented today, it will be debated and will be passed subsequently with changes, after the debate and elections in the parliament. So I think overall it looks very interesting, especially this aspect, which is going to reduce the tax burden on the middle and the lower class of the people of India, which comprise of about 40 to 50% of the population of India. So friends, I will meet you in the next one. But this one, if you have any thoughts and comments, do share it, do write in, and I will meet you again with something more interesting. Hello, friends. Welcome to this live show. And today I am talking about this subject called Bhar OS. It's a very interesting subject and it's very intriguing. And the name itself is rather, surprising. It's called Bhar OS. Well, OS stands for operating system. What is Bhar? Obviously, Bharat. So, in short, Bhar OS. So, we will actually learn about Bhar OS in detail in today's live stream. And thank you so much for joining me live. And you can ask me any question during the live stream. I will stop whatever I'm doing and take up your question. All right. And the agenda for our discussion today is mentioned here on this side. First, we will understand what is Bhar OS. Next, how it is going to help in India's mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we will actually discuss little bit about Atmanirbhar initiative, which is associated with Bhar OS, and what pain point or what are the requirements that Bhar OS is going to fulfill, and is there an alternative, or is Bhar OS going to replace some alternatives? So we will understand the market implications of Bhar OS, the features of this operating system, where it fits, how does it different from other operating system, and what is that Bhar OS is providing to the consumer population, and who are the prospective users who can buy or who can benefit from this new operating system. So all of these five programs we will understand today in our live stream. And so let's go and discuss about this particular subject. So before we proceed further, we have to talk about IIT Madras. And as you know that IIT Madras is one of the premium institute known across the world. And IIT Madras is basically a training institute which actually churns out the world-class engineers in all streams. So along with IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, these are IIT Madras, and all these other three entities were the first IIT set up in India. And because of that, the IIT, these first four IITs get the highest number of accolades globally, because they were the first one to establish way back in 50s. They have a lot of infrastructure, they have many different kinds of labs, and they do a lot of work. It's not only study, but they also do a lot of R&D. And when it comes to IIT, they obviously teach you to become an engineer. At the same time, there are scholars, IIT scholars, who are actually doing PhD and trying to solve various issues. So IIT Madras comes here in picture because Bhar OS, as the name looks like, it's very similar to a mobile operating system. So Bhar OS is a new mobile operating system which has been produced by initiatives of IIT Madras. So since it is coming out as an R&D project, however, it has a commercial implication also. And because I will tell you, why it is commercial, because they have used the open source to create something so different. So Bhar OS is India's homegrown mobile operating system. Just like we have Android and we have iOS, and then we have so many others. So Bhar OS is a homegrown operating system for mobile, and that is why it is interesting. So creating a mobile operating system will require addition of billions of lines of code, and what special features the engineers would have added, we will actually learn in this program. So the name has been given as Bhar OS, and it is a very popular, in fact it is so popular, and a lot of people have already started using this operating system. As you can see that all the major ministers have switched on to Bhar OS devices. So what is so special in this operating system, we will understand. So before I proceed further, I can see there is a question from one of our live viewer, and the name of the viewer is Chandra Singh. All right, so let me display your name on the screen. And Chandrasen is asking, Google Android is the most selling and used by the but the Apple OS known to be the best and known for quality and safety. Um and will the Bhar OS will be available on VM tabs, or it can be used on PC? So I think that's a good question, and in fact you are asking multiple questions. So I think your observation is that so far, Bhar OS has been, it's a new kid on the block, obviously, and iOS is known for quite quite feature rich, and also very good quality and fast OS. At the same time, secure, but it was secure, it is no longer considered a secure OS. We know all that. And Android is based on Linux. So the core operating system is Linux, and using the Linux operating system, Linux is open source, so anybody can download the Linux operating system and develop all kinds of things with it. Similarly, Android has been developed as a open source project backed by Google. So Google actually still an open source. Android operating system is still an open source, and it is backed by Google, and therefore it is managed by Google, it is maintained by Google, and all other features to Android operating systems are provided by Google engineers. But it is open source, so you can actually download an Android operating system and create your own variants, similar to what the Samsung has. Samsung Android devices have a different flavor of Android OS. So Bhar OS is also a similar open source. It is a different flavor of Android operating system. We will discuss that, Chandrasen. And you're also talking about can this be loaded on PCs and tabs? So it cannot be loaded on PCs or tabs, simply because this is a mobile operating system, therefore it is not suitable for PCs or tabs. But mobile devices of all kinds will be able to download this operating system and use it. So I think let's go step by step, understand. So thank you for asking this very intelligent question. Let's go step by step and find out what else the Bhar OS provides. The biggest difference between a simple Android and Bhar OS is the security, the amount of security it provides. The basic difference between a usual Android device and Bhar OS is that Bhar OS use a private mobile operating network. So it provides a very, very high amount of security, and in fact it has very intrinsic features which are developed by IIT Madras scholars, and it's still open source because they have used Android operating system as a base, and they have come out with a secure private mobile operating system. And when we say secure, it is so secure that it cannot be penetrated. And as we step into the future, the security around your mobile device is becoming very, very important, simply because today we use mobile device for carrying out all our businesses. We actually use mobile devices to not only entertain ourselves, watch our movies, but also a lot of banking transactions. Students use it to check their marks, etc., and you maintain your KYC documents on your mobile, all kinds of things. So I'm just repeating myself. That mobile devices have come a long way, and they are going to slowly replace the physical PCs. So therefore security on mobile devices is becoming very, very important, absolutely critical. And this has become one of the major items that the mobile device manufacturers and the operating systems like Apple or Samsung are grappling with. They want to basically now sell secure devices as their unique selling points. So Bhar OS has come at the right time, where it is being introduced as one of the secure operating system still an open source, but specifically designed for a very high secure usage. And since it is coming from the Indian entity, and as India is now recognizing their own power, that they were basically importing a lot of technology, but now Indians are producing technology which can be exported. And it is not like that we started doing this today. Well, Indians were traveling abroad to basically work on the technology. So if you look at the technology area today, whether it is NASA or any other tech world, you will find that 50% of their staff is basically coming from India. So we used to call in the year 90, in the decade of 90, we used to call that as a brain drain. That means the Indians are actually going behind other tech opportunities outside India, and the top brains will actually, all these scholars who have studied from IITs and other premium institutes in India, would actually travel outside India and work elsewhere and produce technology for the world. But now, for almost like 10 years, almost a decade, the Indians have decided to contribute to Indian success, and because of that, you are seeing so much success coming from Indian technology companies, whether it is AI or whether it is engineering or whether it is space science, etc. So there is a lot of initiative, a lot of support given by the Indian government for the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and Bhar OS is one of the product which has been released under this particular initiative, and therefore IIT Madras has tied up with a private company which is going to basically make this open source, and people will be able to download this operating system from a particular website. And where it will make a difference, what will happen in coming few years future, it is going to take away a little bit of business from the Android market space and also iOS. People who are highly concerned, because anyway you are going to use Android. If you buy Samsung, LG, non-iOS mobile phone, then you will be actually using Android. So why not have a Bhar OS loaded on those devices if you are concerned with security, with similar features or even better. So I will tell you what are these better features in a bit. But I think Bhar OS is fulfilling a particular specific requirement and making the Android mobile devices even secure, even safer than a normal Android devices. So I think it is going to take on a very specific segment who are concerned with security, who are concerned with who do not want to implement a VPN. So because the Bhar OS comes with built-in VPN type of technology, and the companies, organizations who are using VPN to secure their devices, they don't have to basically go for a VPN as an additional technology. All they have to do is actually go in for introducing Bhar OS on their executives' mobile devices, and that's it. So I think these are some changes which are going to happen, and Bhar OS eventually will help solve some of these issues and also reduce the cost. And that is why it is very exciting. Everybody is so excited to see Bhar OS, and it is going to take away a little bit of market share. I'm not saying that it is going to create ripples in the market, but marketing is a totally different art, and it requires a lot of investment in terms of how do you create your product awareness, etc., reach out to masses, etc. That is a totally different game, and iOS and Android devices will stay from Samsung and Apple mobile, LG, etc., because they are already building their pipeline and they have a huge setup across the world. But Bhar OS is going to fulfill very specific, very niche requirement for people who are concerned about security. So let's look at some of the features of Bhar OS. So Bhar OS is based on something called AOSP, which is Android Open Source Project. As I said, they have taken a version of Android and they have created their own variant, because Android is open source. It is backed by Google, no doubt, but Bahar OS has been heavily modified, heavily tweaked to fulfill Bahar OS objectives. And so it is based on Android. So all the features of Android you can expect to find in Bahar OS. And how do you use? So it is not that you have to learn a new operating system. Users of Bahar OS will feel as if they are using Android. Especially, it will be very easy to migrate from Android operating system to Bahar OS because it would be very similar. What are the new things which it provides? It is developed by a company called J&K Operations Private Limited, which is a non-profit organization, and it is actually incubated by IIT Madras. So while IIT Madras is providing is the main driving force to come up with this operating system, but they have sort of made it commercially available, commercially viable also by creating a company. And they don't want to make money, so it is open source, but it will be managed, and some sort of customer support will be provided, will be required in any case, and some sort of negotiations will be required with the original equipment manufacturing companies. So to ease out that function, there is a private company called J&K Operations Private Limited, which is not for profit. It's a non-profit organization. That means they cannot make any revenue, but they will actually create the whole ecosystem. They will host the operating system on a particular website from where you can download the operating system on your device. So some of these things are already taken care by the people behind the Bahar OS. Now the big question is, can Bahar OS become an alternative for Android and iOS devices? Well, it's a big question because time will only tell. Who knows? Bahar OS is so appealing. It is free. It can be downloaded on any device. Who knows? People start loving it because everybody is concerned about the security today. Who knows? People make it big, especially when it is freely available. You can buy any device and go to this web link, download the Bahar OS, just like you do Ubuntu. You download different operating system, and it is not difficult today. A lot of support is provided if you want to change your operating system in your device. So similarly, Bahar OS will be available, and people interested can actually go in for Bahar OS. So if in future, if this catches on and people prefer more secure operating system, and if Bahar OS is an alternative, who knows, it is going to create a big dent in the Android and iOS market. But I personally believe it will take a lot of time because product selling or launching a new product is a totally different ball game. Wishful thinking is there that Bahar OS must do good, but it will take some time. So it will penetrate the market slowly. I think this is where my thinking goes, that Bahar OS will be able to make a dent, definitely, but it will basically fulfill a need of a very specific user base, and it will start penetrating the market through that user base initially. And therefore, I don't think the Android manufacturers and iOS manufacturers need to worry about erosion in their market base, because they will continue to thrive globally, also in India. And now the next question is where all Bahar OS can be used. So Bahar OS can be used on all commercially off-the-shelf available handsets. So as I was telling you, you can have any device which you like. So hardware is up to your choice. You can choose whatever hardware you want to use, whether you want to use a stylus, or you want to use a pager type of a device, or you want to use a Samsung mobile phone, or you want to use any smartphone. As long as you are able to buy a hardware commercially off the shelf, commercially ready hardware, you should be able to download the Bahar OS and implement Bahar OS on your device. So it's very good, because if you are able to do that, and if you are little tech savvy, if you understand the technology, then it will be not difficult for you to go in for Bhar OS and then get out of other commercially available Android operating systems on your device. So I think the overall cost may also come down, and the usage of the OS will be similar to Android. So as a user, you will not face any difficulty in switching over to Bhar OS. So at this point, there is a message I see in my inbox from Chandrasen, and he's saying that I agree that it will open up the market slowly. So I think Chandrasen is agreeing to what I said. So thank you, Chandrasen, for giving us your input. Thank you so much. All right, so let's move to the next item, which is what is the aim of Bhar OS? Bhar OS is going to give you more control, will give control to the user about the device security and privacy. So you see, what is happening today is that your privacy can be stolen. Your device can also be morphed. When we say morph, that means a copy of your entire mobile device can be made elsewhere. So there are certain technologies which makes your information very vulnerable. So if you are concerned about your own device, your own security of your data, your address book, because you don't want to lose, you don't want to you don't want anybody to just cut and paste your circle's address book, your friends and family's address book, their numbers, their addresses, their identities, their photographs. So it's not only yours. Whoever is stored on your mobile in your address book is vulnerable. So a lot of information on your mobile device can be stolen, can be misused, and therefore, if you are concerned about, I'm talking about the psychology. Ideally, everybody should be concerned about security, but then there are certain people who are more concerned. So if you are really concerned about your device security and maintaining your privacy, this is a OS which is going to fulfill that objective of yours. So if I think the market segmentization of this Bhar OS is very, very clear. It is going to appeal to people, the segment of society which are absolutely clear that they want to basically have a secure mobile device and also maintain privacy. That means it should not be penetrable by any means. So for those kind of people, Bhar OS will fulfill the objective, because you know that while iOS says that they are the safest operating system, still there are some malware which can penetrate and steal your data from the iOS device. And Android is not at all safe. We know that it can be hacked into. So Bhar OS is going to fulfill that gap which Android devices have at the moment. And another big thing is that the Bhar OS does not include any bloatware as a default app, and therefore it's basically a very light, very small operating system, unlike a large operating system that you will get along with your, for instance, Samsung mobile devices. So it gives you more space. It operates in a very little amount of memory, and it also gives you more storage because of that. So therefore, it gives you security. It makes your mobile device faster. It gives you more space to store things that you think you want to store on your device, and you don't have to spend a lot of money in buying devices with high storage. You can actually go ahead with a low and inexpensive mobile hardware and download Bhar OS. You will get more security, you will get more space, and you will also get more freedom when it comes to controlling privacy and so on. So I think overall it looks great to me as a user. I think these are certain things I will like to definitely have a mobile device, because as we step into future, security is very, very important. So I am concerned about my security, and I would definitely go for Bhar OS because it's an Android. So I don't see any difference in using it, and it is coming as an open source, so it's no cost to me. It is giving me more security, more space to store my own files, my pictures, etc., and I'll be confident that nobody can hack into my mobile devices. So I think this is something that is great. Okay, let's move on to the next big thing that the Bahar OS fulfills. Bahar OS also offer native over-the-air update, very similar to what you see in iOS and Samsung devices, that as and when there are updates released, automatically these updates are provided to the operating system, and you can actually configure them that you want OS to be updated in the night while you sleep, or in the morning when you are about to get up. So all of these things are provided in Bahar OS. It will also provide native over-the-air updates, very similar to what you are used to. So in terms of usage, it's quite advanced. It is not outdated. It is actually as advanced as Samsung Android or iOS. And these updates will be downloaded automatically and installed on your device. So as and when the J&K and IIT Madras scholars actually release new updates, I'm sure there will be frequency of finding bugs and adding new features. As and when there are new updates available, they will be updated across all Bahar OS devices automatically. So I think that's a big thing, and it actually solves a lot of hassles, a lot of headaches before you actually go into accepting a new operating system. And now this is important, it also provides access to private app stores, PASS. Now this is becoming a very big thing now. The EU has already passed, in fact there were a lot of cases which Apple had filed on in the EU courts, and they have lost. EU said that you have to provide private app stores, because so far when you buy a iOS, you are bound with the iOS app store. That means all the applications which are hosted on iOS app store only can be used on iOS devices. So what happens to the Android application? There could be chance that there is a very good Android application which is hosted on Google Play Store, but that cannot be used on iOS. So EU has decided, EU as a region in the world, is a substantial region, they have decided that we have to be more democratic when it comes to apps, and the apps must be ported across the platforms. So they have decided that there is a need for a private app store. Why we have to live with Samsung App Store, Google App Store, and Play Stores, LG Play Store, and so on and so forth, and iOS Play Stores? Why? So there is a space for third-party Play Stores which will work across all platforms. And well, obviously the mobile handset manufacturers were not happy with that, but they have lost the legal battle, and now they are allowing, in the next release of Apple will allow private access to private app store services. So this will also increase the quantum of business. People will be able to create their own app stores, and right now if you are an app developer, you know that if you are developing app on Google Play Store, you have to go through certain strict guidelines and deposit money and then host it and then agree to their terms and conditions. And one of the biggest terms and condition when it comes to Google Play Store is that their ads will play in their application. So if you have come up with an app, you have to live up to their term, where the ads, banner ads will keep floating around in your app. When it comes to Apple iOS Play Store, then obviously it costs a lot of money. It has very strict guidelines, and that is why the apps which are found on app stores, iOS app stores, are not too many, whereas on the other side is that there are so many apps on the Android devices. So there is obviously a mismatch, and private app stores will solve this mismatch. And especially when the private app stores are accessible on all kinds of devices, then the monopoly will be dissolved, and Bhar OS is living up with the time, and they are preparing themselves, future proofing themselves, and will allow access to private app stores. So it's a very big thing. I personally believe that the hegemony of the large operators should not be there as we move into Web 3.0 scenarios. I think more of these things will be democratized, and Bhar OS is living up with the times. All right. So what are the other things? Now, since Bhar OS is based on Android, the basic code is Android, and IIT Madras scholars have taken Android and developed the Bhar OS. So definitely there is one big question, that is it better than Android? Well, it is not. We cannot have this question in binary. Bhar OS is as good as Android or even better because it provides better security. So in terms of using the operating system, an Android user can move on to using this operating system without any learning curve. And if you're an iOS user, obviously you can use it because you are used to using smartphone, and everybody is using smartphone. So I don't think there is any big problem in switching over to Bhar OS, especially when it is free. You don't have to pay extra money. It is an open source and it provides you a lot of security. So who are the prospective customers, consumer for Bhar OS? I think immediately I can think of the private organizations and government organizations who are having strict cyber security policies. If you are of a certain size, or if you are in a business, say for example, if you are doing a lot of software development as a company for some sort of government agencies, then the government basically asks you to have some sort of security guidelines implemented in your companies. So those kind of companies will be immediately impacted, and they can switch over to Bhar OS immediately, because Bhar OS comes with built-in security, and you don't have to basically implement a VPN in addition to on all your devices, because this is something which is going to solve, and therefore this is a ready market for Bhar OS. That is why I'm saying that there may be a lot of requirement initially where people will love to migrate to Bhar OS, because it solves a lot of complexities. It solves a lot of complexities on the IT setup of these organizations. Monitoring each IP is a big thing. You may still have to do it, but then at least if your mobile devices, and most of the work is being done on the mobile devices today, and if you have Bhar OS, it will solve a bit of your problem. So I think this is something which point to consider. I think this is a prime time when these operating system, these technologies are being launched here, not only in India but elsewhere also. Because this is open field. People who, especially who are in the government space or in the large organizations in Africa, US, UK, they can all get benefited by using Bhar OS, especially if you are Android user. So it will be very easy for you to migrate to Bhar OS, because one OS to another there will be no difference at all. But if you are an iOS, there will be some challenge. We don't know what that challenge will be, because this OS has just come out, so it has to be tested in the field. So on the face of it, it looks amazing, and from the market standpoint, there is a ready market. There is a segment of the market which is ready to consume the technology of Bhar OS. So large organizations with secure policies, cyber security policies, and the government agencies can immediately migrate to Bhar OS, because it will provide them security, and that is needed for these employees who are working in these agencies. All right, so moving on, from a rough estimate, there could be in India, I'm just talking about India because India has the world second highest mobile penetration. Nearly a billion devices are bought every year, in India, simply because there is a population of 1.35 billion in this country, and because of that, each person may end up using one or two devices, and every year there are new devices coming in. So rough picture of mobile penetration is about 2 billion in India itself. So I'm just saying that let's not consider 2 billion, let's even be conservative, let's consider 1 billion mobile devices being sold in India every year. So I'm looking at Bahar OS can be used by 10% of that. 10% clientele, which is 100 crores, about 100 million people can be prospective users for Bahar OS. So I think it on the top of it, it looks very interesting that there is a ready market for Bahar OS, and it is coming from IIT Madras. So it's not coming from a fly-by-night operator. IIT Madras is one of the premium institute recognized globally, and it is therefore providing you a lot of security, lot of features when it comes to privacy, etc. And it's based on Android, so it's logical. You can choose a low-end hardware and get a very high-end operating system which will provide security, space, speed, and all kinds of things. And without the use of VPN, you can actually work in your in a secure environment, and you will not be bothered about losing data and compromising any sort of compromises on while using your mobile devices. So friends, what do you think about it? I will be eager to know your thoughts on this, because this operating system has been launched, and I thought I will review this today live with you. There were a few questions asked, I have answered them, but if you have any other question, you can always send me a message, and I will answer you in the next edition of our business section of live streams. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Until then, please take care, keep rocking, keep selling. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to my live stream on business and science, and today we have a very important subject to discuss, and this is about some big businessman giving away Mercedes, believe it or not. So I think that is the main topic of our discussion today, followed by another 4 very interesting items. So stay tuned, and let us go to our first item that we are discussing today, and this is about the Ashneer Grover. And just to give you a recap, just in case if you don't know, but he is a celebrity. I think that you must be knowing who is Ashneer Grover. He was the founder and ex-CEO of Bharat Pay, and this was his second successful initiative and startup, which became a unicorn. And he's also the investor in the Shark Tank. And if you have followed and seen the Shark Tank on the television broadcast of this program, you would know who this gentleman is. And subsequently, he fell apart from the board of directors, and then board of directors wanted him to be not to remain at the realm of the company, even though he is a big time investor. He is a founder member of Bharat Pay, but he has stepped down as a CEO, and now he is going to start another third venture as a startup, and very little is known about it, but I think this is going to be his third startup, is going to be India focused, nationalist, and all those kind of things, so whatever he has spoken in media, we know, but what eventually it will turn out to, we have to see, wait and watch. Important thing is, he said that whoever joins his startup, he would be giving them a Mercedes. So who doesn't want? I mean, full respect to this successful gentleman. He has been there, done that, proven himself, proven his mettle, and now he is saying that he will give a Mercedes to all his employees. So what does it mean? Can we decode it? Okay, so let's start decoding this one. Well, the caveat is that you have to work for Ashneer Grover's new startup for at least 5 years. So if you work for 5 years, you will become eligible for driving a Mercedes. So how much money that you are looking at? I mean, although it's a dream vehicle for everyone, you would like to get hold of a Mercedes, but then how much money you're riding on? Let us calculate that. And then we have to also know what type of Mercedes we are going to get, because the Mercedes starting price is somewhere between 50 lakhs, and it goes upwards to really high-end Mercedes to about 2 crores. So it's a big variable list. So let's say even if he is giving you an entry-level Mercedes, which is like a 50 lakh deal, so 50 lakh deal, you have to wait for 5 years, and then you will get it. So this is similar to the ESOP plans. If you are a beneficiary of ESOP, like me, I'm a beneficiary of ESOP. It was a good money unless there were new regulations around the stock options, and the investors started saying that, hey, my money is there, and why the employees who are basically making money on the cost of the investor money. So I think there are regulations around it. I'm sure even Mercedes will be treated as a perk, and it can be given. However, there could be some legal ramifications that every employee will have to keep track of. I think the gesture of the gentleman is very good, and if you are willing to join his enterprise, I think you will make at least 50 lakh rupees after 5 years. You have to also give your 5 years to this new enterprise, and business is all about risk and rewards. So risk of 5 years, reward a Mercedes, whatever the value of that Mercedes that would be. But important thing that I like to draw here is that, look, what is happening? In order to attract people to work for you, people are now thinking, smart people like Ashneer Grover is thinking out of the box, how he can drive the point that he wants smart people to work for his new enterprise. So if we say, imagine a situation, if we would have said, okay, if you work for me for 5 years, I will give you 50 lakhs in ESOPs. Then people would have thought that, okay, fine, how does it different from normal ESOP? And, then they start weighing. But here he's talking about a commodity. He is probably talking about a dream that could be your commodity. He's saying that since you want to basically drive, save money, build your house, marry, raise a family, and then also drive a Mercedes. So that dream, one of the dream I will fulfill for you. I will buy it and give it to you if you work for me for 5 years. So I think this is an innovative way of reaching out to the prospective employees. And, while he's doing that, similarly, other corporates will have to follow suit if they have to continue attract talent to work for them. They have to be thinking out of the box and asking people to join them, because right now, whatever strategy they are saying, HR policies, etc., are not working. The ESOP is gone. The good working environment is not cutting the ice anymore. So you have to think out of the box, and this is exactly what Ashneer Grover is doing. He's thinking out of the box in the limited, elbow room and leg room under the legal preview that he could actually implement, and that implementation would be attractive enough for prospective employees. So this is exactly what his game plan is. Do let me know what you think about this. If you have any opinion on this issue, kindly engage with us by giving your comments on this subject, this one important story for today. All right, let's move to the next one quickly. And the next one is again related to business. And friends, we are live, so if you have any suggestions, any thoughts, feel free to send in your comments. All right, I'm moving to the next important story now. Okay, so next story is about an Indian startup which is developing drones. And they have launched India's first 5G enabled drone. This drone is called Skyhawk. It has a battery tolerance of about 5 hours, which is quite high. A drone working for 5 hours for between recharge is amazing, because drone will take only 5 minutes to reach its destination, unlike a road traffic which will have to go through a series of roadblocks and red lights, etc. So drone can do their job much faster when it comes to doing their job. And also it can carry a payload of 10 kilograms. So a substantial amount of payload it can carry. It lasts for 5 hours and then it can be recharged. And this is going to be enabled by 5G. That means they will always be connected, and they can be redirected, reprogrammed while they are still in the air. And you can then control them to make multiple deliveries. These can be used not only in delivery but also in conducting some of the healthcare applications like collecting samples, etc. So this has been launched, India's first 5G enabled drone called Skyhawk. It's very interesting that the Indian startups are now launching, developing state-of-the-art products which are viable not only in India, but I think 5 hours of endurance and 10 kgs of payload is amazing. I'm sure they will be useful everywhere else in other countries also. All right, let's move to the next story. And the next story is about now the Indian companies are going to introduce, they are only talking, they are going to introduce 100% variable pay for employment. Now 100% variable pay is essentially means that you have to earn every penny. Earlier there was some provision of your salary will be paid as a variable pay based on your success, but because you're working as an employee, you would be given certain portion of your salary fixed every month, because employee has to basically get employed and then get some salary for doing that work, for taking that decision, and sign off indemnities and sign off various non-compete clauses, etc. when he is an employee, he or she as an employee. So they will get at least 70 to 80% as fixed salary, which comprise of various allowances, etc. but 20% would be a variable pay. So the idea is that employees will then achieve their targets to get 20%, and that is called variable pay. Now the corporates are thinking about 100% variable. So it is for employment. I am not sure whether this is a workable model. From my opinion, if 100% variable, then why you want to sign off various terms and conditions? You can rather be very happy as a consultant, working as a consultant, not as an employee. But there could be some HR people who may be thinking that this is an idea they can float. So they are only thinking about it, and some of the corporates are thinking very, very strongly about launching this kind of a variable pay, 100% variable pay. I personally believe 100% variable pay is not going to fly, because people don't want to work as an employee for 100% variable pay. You have to shell out some risk from your side if you are hiring and asking people to sign off indemnity clauses and all sorts of legal clauses. You have to be prepared to pay some fixed amount. What that fixed amount is, that you have to decide. But if you say that zero fixed amount, you come and work for me and earn your salary, you will get paid based on your success next month, then the employee can better be working as a consultant rather than as a employee. So that is what I feel. But folks, if you're watching me live, your opinion matters, so do share your opinion, and I like to know your thoughts on this subject. All right, let's move to the next item for discussion today. It's about 6G. I mean, we know that 5G has not been fully implemented, but the scientists and geeks are already working on 6G. 6G is be way faster than 5G. We know that 5G is many times, at least 20 to 30 times faster than 4G. And 5G can offer you 2 to 3 gigabytes of data per second. That is the level of 5G, so it is going to be very fast. And right now, about 72 cities in India offering 5G services, and very soon the entire India will be covered in 5G. But the scientists are already working on 6G, and the 6G is going to be 1,000 times faster than 5G. Imagine the impact of 6G, and especially now, they are saying that the 6G transmitters and antennas will be powered by human body, and human body will be able to become some sort of a multiplier of signal. So it's not only faster data, but also easier data deployment, because human body will be used as transmitter as well as a multiplier for signal for the next human being. And that way human will be used as a transmitter in rolling out the entire 6G infrastructure, which will be faster. So imagine a situation, what will happen to human beings. They will become antennas, and they will get access to very high speed data, instant data almost. When the 5G is offering almost 2 GB transmission, gbps, gigabytes per second, 2 gigabytes per second, which is fairly high speed. 6G will be 1,000 times faster than 2 gigabytes. So it is going to be amazing data speed, and also deployment. For deployment, you don't need to implement extra towers and specialized antenna, whereas the 8 billion or 9 billion humans will be working as your transmission and signal multiplier, and also antennas, or also consumers at the same time. So imagine, this is the way ahead. A lot of R&D is being done on this. So this is in R&D state at this moment, and what will happen in future, we only if there are some government regulation which 6G will have to adhere to, we don't know. But important thing is that such a technology is being developed, and that is why it is amazing. And I thought I'll talk about this in our business and science show. So future looks quite mesmerizing, where you don't need to have any cables or antennas or even devices, because devices will be fitted into you. You will become an antenna, you will also become the power supply for these devices, and you will also get access to high speed data, which is 1,000 times faster than 5G. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, this one is related to science, and we know that the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies are on the collision course, and they will eventually collide with each other. And the time frame given for that is about 2 billion years. 2 billion years from now, the two galaxies will collide. 2 billion years is a very long time, and we don't know whether humans will be around, at least on Earth or elsewhere in the galaxy, to witness this. But if they are around in future, it would be a spectacular night sky at that point in time, because you will see that both these galaxies are cutting each other at an angle diagonally. So it will be an amazing night sky, and the night sky will completely change. However, 2 billion years estimate may not be right, because the collision would have already started, and these two galaxies have already started interacting. They started interacting with each other gravitationally. So recently, some of the stars have been noticed in the Milky Way, but their orbits, which are in the exterior part of the Milky Way, but their orbits have been stretched out, and they are almost halfway towards Andromeda. So some of these stars being pulled away by Andromeda because of the gravity, and they are almost in the middle of the two galaxies. So in nutshell, the collision has already started. I think this was one area where more research is required. James Webb will have to look very closely what other implications or what other effects the Andromeda is causing onto Milky Way, and vice versa, because Milky Way is also a large galaxy as big as Andromeda. So Andromeda may also be affected equally because of the gravity of Milky Way. So what is going on in the suburbs of the Milky Way, how this Andromeda is affecting us? I think more research is required, but the important thing is that scientists have been able to detect stars which are part of the Milky Way, but they have been stretched out. Their orbits have been stretched out of the galaxy almost more than halfway towards Andromeda. So that means Andromeda is pulling these stars towards itself. All right. So we have come to the end of our program today, and this live stream is dedicated on business and science. If you have any comment or suggestion, feel free to send in your comment. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again at 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. evening, like today, every day at the same time. Until then, keep rocking, keep selling, and have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to the Akulmach Business and Science Show. This is a daily live stream, and we discuss about something which is affecting our world of business. And today we have a very interesting lineup, so don't go anywhere, and we are live, so you can actually engage with us by sending your comments and question. All right, so let's go straight away to our first item that we need to discuss. And the first item is about the Tata Group. The Tata Group is almost very, very close to acquire the iPhone factory from Taiwan. And, in that way, once they are able to close the deal, they will become the India's first homegrown iPhone manufacturer, and they are actually acquiring their factory from this Taiwanese companies. Their factories are located near Bangalore, so it's not that they are actually acquiring factories in Taiwan. Tata Group is acquiring factories in India, and they are actually taking over the Indian iPhone manufacturing from a Taiwanese group. So this is something which is happening, and Tata Group is very well known for manufacturing and also producing good quality Indian products. In fact, they are known for quality. So I'm sure Apple is also playing a role while choosing the right partner, Indian partner. And when Taiwan is also known for producing very good quality mobile phones. So when Tata acquires them, I think this is going to be a big deal, because Tata venturing into mobile handset manufacturing for the first time, and they may also start something on the side for the chip manufacturing. Who knows? But I think this is a great news for India, because the India large company like Tata is going to take over the iPhone manufacturing locally in India from a Taiwanese company. So it's a great move. This will also strengthen India's story in terms of the headset manufacturing for the world. As it is, there are more than 200 companies which are making different types of mobile phones in India, and now a big company entering in this field. It's a positive move. It will create new employment avenues for Indians. Also, it opens up huge floodgates for R&D in this arena, because as you know that this space is evolving rapidly with augmented reality headsets being rolled out this year, and also a lot of R&D is being done in the hologram technology. So I think this is a great move. So let's move on to the next item that we need to discuss today. And next item is it's about work permits for Indian citizens and UK citizens across the nations. And yesterday we talked about how the American work permits are not given to the Indian techies. However, this is something which is happening on the side, a side hustle. The UK and the Indian government has signed and bilaterally agreed to allow 300 experts to travel across the borders into UK and vice versa. So British people will be able to travel to India in search of jobs and find suitable jobs whichever they want, and likewise Indians can travel to UK and work for British companies. So this is something which is happening, and this is going to create more collaboration between UK and India, and UK and India has a huge relationship, and they are also working on closing certain MOUs which will actually open up the economy between UK and India. And as you know that UK has been a large economy. They control a lot of interest globally when it comes to business, and India has recently taken over the size of economy, and they have taken over. They have become, Indian economy is now known as the fourth largest economy, and UK is slipped to fifth largest. The difference is not too much. It's very minor at the moment, but the Indian economy is growing. It's growing. It is the fastest growing economy. So I think the next target for Indian economy is to beat the German economy, which is even bigger. So it makes sense to set up relationship between two large economies, so that there could be collaboration, and there could be investment opportunities, there could be partnership, there could be expansion of markets together. And India is a very big market by itself. So India as a country is very unique. It is also a destination for manufacturing, but it is also a consumer market. So it's very unique. So this agreement is very welcome, because the MOU was supposed to be a free trade agreement, was supposed to be signed up last Diwali, did not happen. So after that, the government in UK collapsed. Not the government, but the Prime Minister had to resign, and the new Prime Minister had to be searched. And now there is a new team in UK government, and so very soon I think there will be a chance for closing a free trade agreement between UK and India. So I think this is a good thing, because now we will allow people to travel on work permits between UK and India. So it's not only one way. It is interesting thing is that even the UK people can come over into India, and the number is equal, 3,000 every year. So what is the next item on our list that we need to discuss? The next item is about the biofuel. And what is biofuel? What is the green fuel? It is basically blending. The petroleum, when we actually use the petroleum in our cars, it's quite polluting. It is not environment friendly, and it emits, the consumption of these fuels, petroleum based fuels, emits lot of harmful gases into atmosphere, and which is creating havoc to our atmosphere. So scientists have found that by blending the petroleum with other things like ethanol is a similar product, which is it's the oil basically, but it comes from vegetables. And if you know that large countries like Brazil, they are 100% on ethanol. There are even large trucks, trains, all of them runs on ethanol. They have gone away from using petroleum gas like petrol and LPGs or diesel. They use ethanol. And ethanol, is very largely produced in Americas, both north and south. And in India also, ethanol is being produced. But the important thing is how much we can blend into petroleum in order to reduce the pollution in our from our cars, from our vehicles. So right now, Government of India has increased blending of ethanol into usual petrol by 10%. So this is going to reduce the harmful emission from our cars by at least 10%. And I think there is another thing which is happening here is that blending of hydrogen, which is not at all harmful, because if you combine hydrogen and burn the hydrogen, you actually get water vapors. So the blending is being done, but hydrogen is highly inflammable. So next best thing is blending petrol with ethanol, and the Indian government is doing it now, that 10% ethanol is added in a blended. I mean, when we say add, it's not simple adding. It's like doing some process by which it seamlessly blends into the fuel that you buy from your petrol station. So this is one of the green fuels, or biofuels as we call it. We should be able to replace the entire petroleum with ethanol, but it takes time. It has to be done gradually. Before we migrate our vehicles to ethanol use, we probably may need to migrate completely on hydrogen based fuel. So who knows the future? So that is why government is taking incremental steps in order to improve especially the Indian people's effect on the environment. And Indian government is also committed to control the environment pollution. So this is a welcome step. They have allowed 10% blending of ethanol with normal petroleum. What is the next item on our list today? Yes, this is another big item. And when we use our devices, PCs, laptops, we also end up buying several chargers, cables, sometimes multiples, because we don't want to carry the cables with us and stuff like that. So we want to keep one charger in our home and another charger in our office. So multiple devices, along with one device you have multiple of these chargers, and all of these chargers are having different standards. So suppose in future you replace your laptops or mobile, you have to again buy a new charger or a new charge cable. So I think a standardization is required, and EU has already standardized on USB version 3, mini USB version 3, and India has also standardized on the charger. The Bureau of Indian Standards has already given nod to actually have only one type of charger across India, and therefore I think the ease of buying these devices will be less, because nowadays even the device manufacturers are not sending chargers along in their boxes. That means you're supposed to buy charger separately. So you just cannot keep buying charger every now and then. So if you have a standard charger, it does not depend on the device. So you can actually buy your laptops or devices as and when you feel like, or replace charger as and when you feel like. This will also reduce the e-waste which is coming from India, and India is a large country, friends. If we can reduce any sort of waste in our nation, it will be very good. So this is something which is now happening. Although this is standardized, announced, but the cutoff date for this implementation, this legal implementation of single charger, one nation, one charger, is in the year 24, not now, next year. Simply because the device manufacturers have the assembly lines, and they actually produce based on their requirement, based on their orders, etc. So you just cannot implement such changes on a knee-jerk way. Time has to be given for the old stock to get cleared, so that nobody makes a loss because of the government regulation. Even the EU has implemented this, and they have given a cutoff date of 24, the year 24. So if India has to implement this, it will be after the year 24, because India is a much bigger entity than EU. So in terms of population, it is 3 times the size. In fact, the population of India is more than EU and America's combined. So you can imagine the scale of implementing these kind of changes. Even though it sounds a simple change, changing into one charger, one nation, but carrying out even these simple things will have far-reaching impact. So therefore, this was needed for India, because India is a large country, and this is definitely welcome. So we will actually keep track of since when, from what date BIS in future announce that the charge point or the chargers will be standardized across all devices for Indians. So friends, these are the important things that I wanted to discuss today in our business and science show. If you have any thoughts, any comments, feel free to send in your comments. And thanks for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow, same time. Until then, keep selling, keep rocking. Bye bye for today. Good evening, friends. Today is January 10th, and you are back on the Akulmach space and business shows, science and business shows. We actually cover a lot of business information, which is readily available for you to make certain vital decisions. So in order to basically have a dialogue with you, if you have any ideas, any suggestions, feel free to use the live chat function, and I will take your name and respond to you immediately. All right, so let's begin our discussion. And today, which is Tuesday, what is so important in the area of business which is happening, which we must understand and also draw inspirations from. So let's go to item number 1. Well, the first item on our list is the India's bullet train. So we know that the bullet train was made popular because of the Japanese resolve, and Japan is as a society is having a very limited space to live in their own country, because most of the Japan is consist of forest areas and mountain, very difficult terrain to live on, and there are only few plains in between the mountains where people can live. And therefore, if they have to live in the Tokyo area, then not many people can fit into that area, and that was important for Japanese to basically provide high speed transport. And as a result, people started using these bullet trains, which was introduced in the 60s. And today the Japan has created an example that their citizens can stay far off from the main Tokyo area and travel at very high speed using these bullet trains and come to the work. So they don't have to basically come and occupy the Tokyo area in order to find a suitable job for themselves. So this was the theory behind it. And similarly, India is also working on a bullet train plan. And couple of years back, it actually took a lot of pace, but then it slowed down, primarily because of the land acquisition issue. So finally, the government of India has overcome the land acquisition issues, which were delaying the bulletin project, the India's first bulletin project between the financial capital of India, which is Mumbai, and the upcoming financial capital called Ahmedabad. So in less than 2 hours, you can travel almost 1000 kilometers, and people can return to Ahmedabad and vice versa from Mumbai to Ahmedabad on the same day. So this is going to create another alternative. Instead of taking flight, you just hop on to the train, and the train will travel to Mumbai. And suppose you get on the train at 6 a.m. By 8 a.m. you are in Mumbai. You can actually finish your business, finish your meetings, finish whatever work you have, and return on the same day. So that is going to create a totally new kind of traffic in India. And once this track, which is Ahmedabad Mumbai, is made successful, there is a need for similar bullet trains across India. For example, Bangalore, Chennai, Agra, New Delhi, Jaipur, New Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir. So there could be instances where people would like to use the train, travel at high speed, and come back on the same day. And there is no need for people to basically find hotels and all that. So this is going to be the thing, and now this is going to become a reality because the Indian government has finally managed to sort out all the land acquisition issues which were slowing down this project. So very soon, friends, this project is going to see the light of the day. And people who will be affected by this are primarily business people living in Mumbai and Ahmedabad, or also on the way, places like Surat, etc., who can hop onto these high-speed trains and reach their destination at very, very high speed, upwards of 200 kilometers an hour. So this is something which is remarkable, and which is going to happen soon. So let's move on to the next item on our list today. And the next item is about the we know that America was dubbed as the land of opportunity, simply because when America was discovered by Columbus, or later on by the travelers from Europe, primarily from Ireland and other European countries like England, etc., they traveled and set up their first colonies in America. And since they were the first settlers, for them, almost 400 years back, they could do anything. And whatever they could not do here back in their own native countries, they could do in America, because there was no government to stop them. There were no kings, there were no monarchs, etc. So that time, the America was called the land of opportunities. And lot of people migrated to the new lands or the Americas. And today, you know that because of this nature of the American culture, America has become a superpower. So now what is happening? As the world order is changing, the business climate is changing. India is becoming the world fastest growing economy. The similar thing is happening for the American companies. Well, America has to find new markets, and their products will be used by people like the Indian people who are living in the nation of India, because Indian comprise of the world largest English speaking population. Almost a billion, or probably more than a billion people speak fluent English, and they can communicate with other English speaking world like Americas and other places. So truly, in true sense, the Indian population living in India is truly a global population. So they can communicate with maximum number of people, leaving behind the Chinese, French, and Spanish speaking people, and to some extent Portuguese. However, the Spanish people will also know English, Portuguese will also know English, Chinese will also know English. So English becomes a very important language for global trade, and most of the Indians speak English. So for American products, India is a very big market, because there is no communication problem. At the same time, Indian population is a consumer base. So if Americans have to sell their product, sell their technology, where they will go? They can't go to China. They have to find market in India. Therefore, for American companies, India is now becoming the land of opportunity in the in starting from 2020, and for next couple of decades, American companies will have to partner with Indian companies or set up their Indian shops to look at this new opportunity, or look at the land of opportunity which is opening up new markets for them. Otherwise, if they don't do that, then they have already reached the peak in their own home country and they will saturate. So there are only two ways to basically stay afloat in business: either find new markets or diversify into something else. So I think finding new market is easy while it is readily available in front of them. So India is going to become a land of opportunity for American companies and also the British companies. So recently, India has already overtaken the UK economy slightly right now. So it is growing very rapidly. I think it makes sense for American companies to find partnerships and set up their own subsidiaries in India to look at this market. So therefore, India is going to become a land of opportunity for American companies. All right, let's move to the next item quickly. Well, next item is about the Apple. Apple is one of the leading brands. They produce, and most of the population across the world, almost 50% of the mobile users use Apple product, and remaining almost 48% use Samsung. So Apple is controlling the major market share when it comes to handsets. Most of their mobile sets were manufactured either in US or in China. And producing mobile phones in US is rather expensive, so their China factory was more profitable. For past few years, because of the tension between China and US, and certain regulations which are being imposed on the factories, and the recent outbreak of COVID has propelled Apple to shift their factory out of China into some other country, and India is now becoming a more viable place, or area for setting up factories for Apple mobile manufacturing. And you know that it is not one factory which they have in China, and to fulfill billions of handset requirement across the world, they have multiple factories. So they are gradually shifting, and they have opened a couple of factories in India also. So I just want to tell you folks that the Indian Apple manufacturing setup in India is manufacturing Apple devices not only for Indians but also exporting. And in the year 2023, they have registered 2.5 billion exports happening of the Indian made Apple devices across the world. So this is export. That means Indian factory of Apple manufactured these devices, exported these devices out of India into other countries. So like we see our mobile phones, it's very clearly written on the Apple mobile phone that it is made in China. So on such mobile phone, which is comprising of almost 2.5 billion in revenue in exports, are made in India. It's a big deal. This number is going to grow further, and this is going to strengthen the India mobile story, as well as Apple also forces Apple to shift their factories quickly out of China into India. So this is something which is great, especially with the new ease of business policies of India. I think the Apple is fully utilizing and shifting their factories out of China. Samsung is already manufacturing a lot of mobile phones, and because of that, the Samsung mobile phones are a lot cheaper because they are manufactured locally. And Apple mobile phones are quite expensive in India because since they are imported, there is an import duty levied on them. So I think it's a matter of time that because of the local manufacturing, Apple mobile phones will also become cheaper, and they will start competing with Samsung in India when it comes to pricing. All right, let's move to the next item. Well, this is about the cola war. We know that there are two colas which keep fighting globally for their supremacy, which is Coca-Cola, and the Pepsi Cola. So these are both are American brands, and their story or the fight or the competition, whatever you want to call it, is legendary. Because of the competition, they actually create new business scenario. They have been able to do that in last 100 years, and their competitiveness is basically taught to students as examples, so that the management students can learn and get inspired by these stories. However, the third cola, which is a local cola for India called Campa Cola, very very popular, and they actually became very popular in the 70s and 80s, and this was this sort of replaced the Coke and Pepsi in India because it became so popular. There were other brands also, but today I'm talking about Campa Cola because there is something new happening with this particular brand. This is a local brand, and it became very popular. Then later, when the government changed in India, I don't know what happened. Something political happened, and because of that, this company Campa Cola became bankrupt, and they went out of business slowly. By 90s, there were no Campa Cola being sold in India. However, I remember the taste of Campa Cola. It was amazing. It was awesome, and it was local. So now the Campa Cola is coming back. How it is coming back? The Reliance has set up a new company called Reliance Consumer Products Limited. That's a new company, and they are going to basically launch. They are launching several consumer products, and they have also acquired the right of Campa Cola. In fact, they have acquired the entire setup of the erstwhile Campa Cola for 22 crores. And this company is now part of Reliance Consumer Products Limited, and they are relaunching Campa Cola starting very soon. And since Reliance has a huge distribution network, they have their grocery stores across India. The Campa Cola will be readily available, distributed through their grocery stores. So it's a good news basically. And people of my age who have actually, when we were small kids, we actually cherished Campa Cola. So I think we can relive that era and wait for Campa Cola to come to the market. And I think this is going to start a new cola war in India, very locally, not global cola war, but a local cola war. Because right now, Coke and Pepsi, they almost control 50-50 market share in India. And when we talk about market share in India, it's a huge amount because of the country size, population, and the consumer base. So if Campa Cola comes, it is going to ignite a new cola war within India. So let's wait and watch what happens here. The cola war is always legendary because people find different ways and means to sell their products, new ways of making, for example, Pepsi will sell for the same price, double the cola, things like that. So all of this is going to happen. There could be other brands, other associated products being sold along with Campa Cola. So let's see what Reliance sales strategy would be. It would be very interesting to see what happens next, and it would be interesting to monitor the new cola war which is going to start in 2023 between Campa Cola, Coca-Cola, and Pepsi Cola in India. All right, let's move to the next item on our list. Well, Brazil is a large country. In terms of land mass, it is as big as United States, 3 times the land mass of India. So you can imagine it's a large country. And population wise, it is as populous as United States. So that means it is the second populous country after US in the entire Americas. And they are a first world nation. And they have a lot of businesses association with other countries. So just give me a moment. and they are also big exporters. Lately, Brazil is not actually in the news for the right reason, but more for the wrong reasons. Recently, the ex prime minister lost the elections, and new dispensation government has taken over. But the previous government is refusing to believe that they have lost it, so they are fighting back, and their supporters actually created a riot. Yes, friends, they have created a right, and you can imagine, some losing party says that, "Hey, I don't believe that I've lost the election, so I will actually create mayhem and riot." Now, how does it affect the business? Because Brazil is the major exporter also. When it comes to food products, almost 40% of the meat comes from Brazil for the world. So, because of this situation, instability in the government sector, and a lot of mayhem on the street, rioting, I think the whole environment get disturbed. So because of this, there could be, see, there is war going on already between US and Russia and Ukraine. Because of that, the African nations are finding it difficult to get hold of the wheat. Now, in top of that, if the Brazil start misbehaving, the government start misbehaving, then there could be chances that this riot can explode into a much bigger situation. And since Brazil is one of the major exporter when it comes to some of the food products, also they are the new member of OPEC. They are also producing aircrafts. So all of that will start hitting. So it will impact the global economy. And Brazil is a large country, as I said, and they are the first world country, although they are based in South America. So I think this is something very serious. We should consider this information quite serious, and let's hope that it settles down quickly. Otherwise, the situation we are getting into in 2023, we cannot live in isolation, because whatever happens in one corner of the world will affect the other corner. So something happening in Brazil, being a large country, it will definitely impact some other areas across the world, and it will add into the recession which we are going to embark on very soon. So let's move on to the next item. Well, this is about the Davos World Economic Forum. This is something which happens every day, where the global leaders visit Davos in Switzerland. As you can see, this is a picturesque town of Davos, and all the global leaders meet and discuss the global issues. Especially, this is the World Economic Forum. So all the issues related to economy, global economy, what we should do, whether we should fight with each other, whether we should collaborate, all of that is discussed at Davos. So this year, in the year 2023, Davos meeting is going to happen very soon. I think 16th of January, when this will commence, and all the world leader, all the major countries will be there, and they will discuss about how we can cooperate with each other and come up with solution, the business solutions with each other. Can we sign up some sort of agreements? Can we actually reduce taxation on each other, etc., etc.? So there could be 1,000 other issues they will be discussing, which are related to business only. This is not bilateral. These are all business related issues. So this year, the Davos agenda is how do we increase cooperation in the fragmented world. So this is a very operative word. Just look at it, fragmented world. The world is completely fragmented. They have recognized because somewhere there is US China, some tensions are brewing. India China, something is going on. Pakistan India has been an old problem, chronic problem for last 70 years. Likewise, there are several other areas where there are disturbances, and there are issues among the countries, and because of that people get fragmented. And in the last year, the fragmentation has increased to unprecedented levels because of the war, and because of this confusion, and the currency war between US and China, all sort of things. So I think the Davos is one place where the world leader will get a chance to sit across the table and sort out issues and come up with something positive, so that we know that in 2023 the world is getting into a big recession. So we can actually take some corrective measures, increase production, increase sales, generate revenue, and help. These measures will help world to come out of the forthcoming recession. So therefore, this is something, a very important forum, where this is going to commence on January 16th, and agenda would be to discuss global business issues, and all the global leaders will be attending this. So let's hope something positive comes out of this meeting, and more agreements are brought around, so that business people can start doing business with each other. And also ease of payments, because I think that is also one of the big issues. Ease of payment sometimes stop global business among small players. Especially large companies has their own way, but the small players find it difficult to pay and receive payments for different services. All right, let's move to the next item. Well, yesterday I covered how one of the some of the large IT companies in India have eroded their base on the stock market, and huge drop in their prices, simply because they are not able to hold on to the contracts which are overseas in nature. The work is not coming into these companies, and also vice versa, because they are not able to hold their employees. Employees are now trying to get into moonlighting, etc. And because of this, so there is no business. There is a lot of localization which is now happening because of the conditions past few years. Therefore, when it comes to Indian techies, their dreamland, or the opportunity that they look for, is finding H1B visas in the US, so that they can work for American companies and also immigrate to Americas, and probably apply for some sort of PR status in Americas and live there. This has been going on. India enjoys the biggest quota among all other countries, and a lot of techies basically go back and forth between India and US. For past maybe 1 year, I think this is becoming a issue, where the H1B basically is a work permit for Indians. It has been rejected. So this time, almost many work permits have been rejected. Thousands of work permits for Indian citizens have been rejected. And why this is happening? The answer is very simple. The answer is to look for the domestic business right now, rather than look for the overseas business. This is the answer for Indians. And also, Americans are rejecting H1B, obviously because they are getting into a recession. American company will slip into recession, so they cannot have a burden of foreign nationals coming and becoming a burden for them. They have to basically give jobs to the local people first. So I think because of this, they are rejecting the H1B for overseas prospective employees. And I think this is something which we must keep track. And if we are, especially for Indians, if you are looking for H1Bs or aiming to immigrate to some other country, I think this is not the time to do that. This is a time to develop your own brand within your own domestic market. Start looking at domestic market much more closely, and look at India, because India is a very big consumer market. When American companies are coming here, why can't you actually set up your own shop and provide better, faster service? So I think this is a good example where such a thing is happening, and we must stop looking at the overseas employment, because the time has come for Indians to work first, create their own brand locally within India, and then start looking at global market, rather than working for a global company. And these are all very, very small increments that you may expect even if you go to US. So I think the market itself is correcting itself, where the Americans have decided to not to give new H1Bs to Indians, and I think it's a wake-up call for Indian techies. All right, let's move to the next item. And this is from the world of science. We know that in order to grow the human civilization further into other planets and set up our own permanent bases in on the surface of moon or Mars, or probably cloud cities in Venus, we would need a lot of resources. We would need lot of computers, lot of very powerful computers, maybe robots to carry out dirty work, heavy lifting for us. And in order to create these stuff, all these kind of stuff, we need elements which are not found on Earth. However, these elements or these metals are found elsewhere on asteroid, which we can actually mine. And that is why these elements which are used in creating different kinds of chips are called rare earth element, and they are found in scarcity. Today, rare earth elements business is controlled by few countries or few business people who actually closely control that and closely guard it. So if these rare earth element are not available in huge quantity, the dream of settling down or building your colonies on Mars, as Elon Musk dream, or mankind has to get into other areas, set up the permanent bases on Moon, Mars, Venus, etc., and then grow from there. So we need to do mining on these asteroids which are floating around. And mining on these asteroids is rather easy, because you can send and these are all nearby, so you don't have to send your probes far off towards Jupiter. They are very close. Most of the asteroids are between Mars orbit and Jupiter's orbit. So what you need to do is basically send these mining probes. You can design them here. It's very easy to do that. The challenging part is, how do you get this material back on Earth? So there are various methods. One of the method is use the age-old chemical rockets. The problem with chemical rockets are that you need to carry, first of all, when you send your rocket from Earth, it will be very heavy, because you have to basically fill in the fuel for return journey. And that is where the problem is, because chemical rockets will get very bulky, very heavy. The next method is a new method called solar sails. So the sails are erected, and once the sails are inflated, they start getting enough push from the sun radiation, they can speed up quickly, rather fast. So I think the whole method, the entire project, is basically sending your robots for mining and getting various material from these asteroids. And since these asteroids have very low gravity, mining will not be very difficult. Landing on these asteroids is not difficult. Taking off is also not difficult. The problem is basically bringing the material back on Earth and making it safe, landing it back on Earth. Probably we will have to basically set up factories up in space, so that these elements can be refined up in space and sent to moon directly, rather than bringing it back to Earth. So I think this is a logistic issue. Important thing is what technology we must use, which is cheaper. Is it the chemical rocket or the solar sail? Logic says that solar sail may be better because it does not consume anything. You don't have to carry anything along with you, but the solar sails are very fragile, requires different material. It has to be very lightweight, and it should not get affected by these micro meteoroids, because if the solar sail is punctured, then it will not be able to create a lot of propulsion for the spacecraft. So these are the things which are stopping us to send mining probes into space. However, there is another issue with mining in space, that is, there is a outer space treaty among all nations, which prevents any nation to basically consume the outer space for anything, any commercial reasons. Right now, outer space is open only for scientific research. So I think that is where we are, and because we do not have lot of rare earth elements or a lot of material which is lying out there which we can use, until unless we fix our legal framework and also decide what strategy we will be using to get these stuff which is mined on these asteroids. Until that time, our space dream will space colonies will remain a dream. Will The dream will not fructify into reality. So this is something which I wanted to talk about today. Friends, thanks for joining me live, and I will meet you again in Business and Science Show tomorrow at 5 p.m. Until then, please let me know if you have any question and send your comments. I will talk about your comments tomorrow. Take care and have a nice evening. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to this live stream. And this live stream is about business and also about science. We are live and it's evening. It's chilly evening in India and elsewhere in the world. So, since I'm going to be live for almost 2 hours, and the idea about is to discuss about the what is happening in our world of business, and how do we basically steer ourselves in the world of business. Are there any new avenues, any new ideas that we can discuss collectively? So that is why I'm live from Akulmach. And if you have any suggestions, any questions during the program, you can write it out, and I will read out your message straight away, and your name will also be displayed on the screen when I am reading your question. All right, so let's begin. And today we're talking in the month of January in the year 2023, and the year has just begun. It brings new hopes, new ideas among all of us, and we want to re-energize ourselves in a way that we actually look at the new year with opportunities. All right, so but sometimes these opportunities that we think of may not be entirely dependent on us. Sometimes the opportunities are happening because of the change in regulation, change in some other businesses taking some decisions, and because of that may open up new doors or may actually close some old doors. So that is why it is important for all of us to understand what is going on. So let's discuss what more is happening in the area of business, especially today. Today is January 9th, and we have very interesting lineup today. Let's go to the first one. Well, I think the first way of discussion is first point for discussion is how Indian economy is performing and what is the way forward. And as you know that any economy is mostly determined by the type of investors in that economy. So if there is no fresh investment happening in that economy, there is no business, there are no new avenues to create revenue for yourself, and investment requires that investor comes behind it. They invest money with the intention that that investment will grow, maybe double up or 3 times of what the money has been invested, so that when the money actually get to work, then there is revenue being generated, jobs being created, new taxes being collected, etc., etc. So we know that the Indian government has created a lot of streamlining of processes. And when we talk about streamlining of processes, it is very important that now the GST is online, There is a lot of digital currency which is coming up. Digital transactions are being done at the even the very micro levels. So people are very comfortable in basically making these changes to their life. Nobody wants to carry cash and stuff like that. Then a lot of online activity being provided by the government. So there are a lot of changes which are happening. Old laws have been removed, which were legacy in nature. The new type of laws have come in, and the new regulations are there to help the Indian economy. So what is the way forward? I mean, all of this has happened. We already know that. So I'm just repeating that. But what is the way forward for Indian investor? But I think biggest opportunities for Indian investor is to favor the startups or the IT companies or the media content creators. That is where the next wave of investment is going to happen, and therefore the investors are now looking at putting their money in Indian stock markets, and especially behind the content creators, new medium or sales mediums, and also the manufacturing. And in fact, in past few months, the fresh investment has almost doubled in the Indian economy. So a lot of investors are now putting their money in this area. So obviously the new blood being created for the Indian economy, so that after 3 months or after 6 months, the investor money can be doubled. That means there are a lot of opportunities which are happening in the e-commerce, in the area of content creators, in the area of AI, and also in the area of a lot of manufacturing which will shift from other countries to India. So a lot of ease of business is being provided, and that is why the transparency is being appreciated by the global investor community, that India is now providing the transparent way of doing things and online way of doing things, and also the digital way of doing things. That is why most of the investors are now investing, putting a lot of their hard-earned money into Indian economy, and that is where it is going. So friends, if you have any suggestions, any questions on Indian economy, then you can send it to me, send it across, and I will display your name here and answer your questions. So since this is a live stream, there is no take or retake, so it's all happening live, and the idea is to interact with you so that we can have a very interactive way of have a discussion, and maybe some solution can come out of this interaction. All right, so I think this is where the Indian economy is going, and it looks pretty good from this point. From this point, that the Indian economy may be going to do good in the year 2023. But I think we need to break it down. We need to understand. We know that Indian economy is getting a lot of investors, but we need to still break it down in terms of where and how Indian economy is going to do good. And I think that is where the role of other information that I'm going to provide is going to play a role in our decision making. And these finer points are very important because everybody needs these suggestions and this information. So let's move to the next item on our list, which is about digital gold. Now, digital gold is becoming attractive for investors. So I think digital gold, it's very interesting. What do you mean by digital gold? But meanwhile, there is a viewer, and he's saying hi. So hi, Akshay Kumar. Thank you for watching this live show. If you have any suggestions, any questions, feel free to send it across, and I will display your name. As you can see here, I'm actually addressing you, and I can take up your questions or suggestion. So thanks for tuning in live. Thank you so much, and I'm waiting for your questions. So all right. So in this way, the investors are now going behind digital gold. So I was talking about digital gold. What is digital gold? Digital gold is even better than the gold, because what happens is that you actually invest in gold, but then you have to buy the gold and put it in a locker or put it in some safe place, because there is investment, whatever investment you have made in physical gold item, it has to be protected. So how do you protect and ensure that your gold grows? So there are mutual funds and there are investments in digital gold. That means you don't have to bring any gold, but on your behalf you put say 100,000 rupees in that investment in the gold. Gold will continue to grow and your money will also continue to grow, but you don't have to bring the gold home, because it is very unsafe to keep the gold, and you have to always guard it. So here it is a digital gold, and that is why digital gold is becoming attractive. But then why gold? Simply because we have also seen from other news items and other information that, and a lot of things happening globally, that the world is maybe entering an era of recession. So when the world is entering the era of recession, that means all economy across the world, major economies like US, China, India, they cannot be isolated from each other. If there is an impact on the economy in US, there will be a direct impact on the Indian economy as well. And if there is a recession in US, there will be impact on dollar, and as a result, the global trade will also get impacted. So India will also get impacted. So that is why in India, digital gold is going to, or the gold itself will become a more viable investment, because it will not be impacted by any of these global push and pull, economic push and pull. So as a small time investor, you can think of buying gold, but then buying gold is sort of quite unsafe. So for investors in India, I think the biggest change in the trend will happen when people will start investing in gold from other sorts of investment, because other sorts of investments are directly linked to the market, unlike gold. And this is even better, because then you don't have to basically get that gold in your hand. You can digitally invest like a mutual fund, and your fund will keep growing with the gold, physical gold, and you keep increasing your business without losing the shine of your investment. So that is why in 2023 digital gold will become very popular, especially in India. The chances are that the world is going to get into a recession. So digital gold is a viable investment avenue for most of the Indians. And if they want to traditionally, where the people invest in property, people invest in mutual funds, and property is also not doing very well. Some places it is sort of stagnant for last almost a decade, and so the property is not also increasing. So how do you ensure that your money increase, your investment increase? And the gold is something which is going to come back in 2023 as a viable investment. So I think this is why investing digitally in gold is going to be very, very popular. So it's a big change which you will see in 2023, and I thought I will talk about it today. Let's move to the next item. What is happening in the area of business which we can absorb? Well, this is about science. You know that almost decade and a half ago, the Chandrayaan, which is the Indian lunar mission, Chandrayaan 1, was primarily responsible for detecting water on the south pole of moon, and subsequently a lot of probes, American probes, NASA probes, and Chinese probes and Japanese, they have also confirmed that there is a lot of water inside the craters on the south pole. Now after that, the NASA has started sending their Artemis. They started preparing a moon landing of manned colonies on the moon, and the Artemis 1 has already returned successfully after doing a lot of exploratory work around the moon. The idea is, when the humans have to basically do activities on the surface of moon, whether to do scientific experiments or to create a base, or to do mining, whatever activity humans will have to do, they will also need to carry their atmosphere, their food and water with them, which is impossible. So if there is a water available, then this water can be used to create artificial atmosphere inside the habitats, and also water oxygen can be taken out from the water, can be used as an oxidant locally, and then by you will also get hydrogen, which is flammable. So by combining other elements which are readily available on the surface of the moon, you can also prepare rocket fuel. So water is very, very important, and now the water has been found thanks to Chandrayaan 1. This is igniting a lot of interest, because this will help us create a permanent or semi-permanent sort of settlement on the surface of moon. The problem is that the south pole, there are certain areas where this water exists, and since it is in the south pole, there could be other places also on the surface of the moon. This area will not get a lot of sunlight, and some of the craters are entirely in the dark, and the chances are that the water which may exist on the surface of moon may be entirely obscured of sunlight, may be frozen very hard. So in order to explore what type of water it is, before we even plan a manned mission to settle down on the surface near the south pole, we need to know what type of water it is. It should not be a water which is not usable for humans. It should be earth-like water. So in order to conduct further tests, we know that there is water on the surface. We know that there must be water deep in the craters. And we also know that water is in the craters. There could be huge water deposit on the surface, especially on the south pole. But we need to know whether that water is poisonous. Does it carry something which is very harmful? Does it have something which is not good for humans? So we need to conduct a lot of tests before we plan our next move. So the problem is that when we actually conduct tests, we have to physically send our probes, robotic probes. And NASA has done a lot of, they've got a practice of sending the rovers on the surface. They have sent it on moon. They have also sent it on Mars. And even the Russians have done the same thing. They have a lot of practice of sending their robotic probes on different planets like moon and Mars, which are roaming around and exploring the surface of these celestial bodies. So when we send the rovers on moon to study the water, and since these rovers will have to be entirely in dark, that means there will be no sunlight ever in these areas. So how rovers will charge their batteries to function? So that is why the scientists are now, so this is becoming very big deal to plan the mission to next mission to study the water, take samples, and where the water is, where exactly there is huge amount of water, whether it is water only on the south pole, or is there water in the lava tubes elsewhere also, that needs to be determined. So to start with south pole, the rovers will need to be designed in such a way that they can harness the warmth and heat from sun, charge their batteries, and conduct their experiments. send it back to Earth, whatever the result is. So Chinese astronomers have figured out a way that there could be the edges of the crater, and there could be patchy sunlight, which will ensure that there is heat and warmth sent out to the rovers, and they can conduct their experiment while following the sunlight. So even if the rover has to get into the dark, it can return to the bright place after conducting the survey. So there is a lot of mapping being done at this point in time to ensure that the proper planning for these rovers can be made, proper mission planning. I beg your pardon. And then they can be sent out on the surface of the moon to conduct these tests. So the rovers will also have a bit of AI on board, and which will help them navigate through the patches of light and darkness and conduct their study of water. So that is why this next item is important if you are following the Artemis mission, and also if you are generally interested in what is happening in our space exploration So this is a very good information for those people who wants to update themselves. Now, when we talk about space exploration, we know that especially in India, there are startups who are actually making a lot of waves, and they are coming out with a lot of private initiatives without the direct involvement of the government. On their own, they are spending money, and they are sending satellites also. So there is also a private initiative apart from the ISRO new initiatives which are being planned until 2024, like Chukryan, Gaganyaan, and another mission to Mars and another mission to Moon. So a lot of things are in pipeline, and therefore in India that's also one avenue of investment, because it is a growing field. It is in a very early stage. So if you are a businessman, if you want to invest in some way in the space technology, I think this is where you should spend your money. And because this is going to grow in future, and these are the new emerging opportunities, new emerging career choices that the people can make in India. All right, so let's move on to the next item. And again, this is related to science, and this is about the wandering stars between galaxies. So we know that the galaxies are huge. They are huge places. They are areas which create a sort of pressure, and because of this pressure, gravity, the material come together and basically form stars and structures that you see. Most of the galaxies are very well defined structures, either spiral or elliptical, but most of these galaxies have several black holes and one very large black hole in the middle, at the center, around which the entire galaxy takes shape. And it has either spiral arms just like Milky Way, or elliptical galaxy. So in addition to that, the galaxies also form a huge area where there is a lot of gravity, and as a result, large galaxy also absorbs smaller galaxies and all that. So there is a dance of gravity which keeps happening around the galaxy. And we know that because of the this gravity, the stars are created. And earlier we used to think that there were no other possibility of forming a star. What you need is a high gravity. You need a cloud of dust and gas, and because of the gravity, it starts collapsing and becomes a star, and then planets, and then life around various stars and planets. So there was no possibility of having a star outside the galaxy, because there is not enough gravity and there is not enough material outside the galaxy. And another hypothesis was that the galaxies have matter, and they also have dark matter, very elusive material. And it appears that dark matter is probably 5 times the normal matter. So because of these hypotheses, that the galaxies may be shrouded and surrounded by huge halo of dark matter that creates extra gravity, and the dark matter is at least 5 to 6 times more than the visible matter that you see when you look up into the night sky and stuff like that. So that is why we always felt that the galaxies are star forming factories, and there are no stars outside the galaxies. And until now, we have also seen that there were few stars which are in the middle areas. So if there is one galaxy here and there's another one, basically few million light years away from each other, in between there are stars, which we were not able to explain why there are patches in the universe where there is no gas, no gravity, still we find some stars. So finally, the scientists have found that these stars are basically the stars which are probably thrown out from a galaxy while moving. So when the galaxy is moving in one direction, it keeps, because of various activities inside the galaxy, some of the stars may be left behind. And you know that each galaxies have billions of stars. Like a large galaxy like Milky Way has huge collection of stars. So if even 10, 15 or even 100 stars are left behind, it won't make any difference to the galaxy. Now once these stars are left behind, they will be drifting on their own without any influence of any extra gravity until another galaxy comes by, and they get absorbed by another galaxy. So this process of stars being formed in one galaxy, then remain outside the galaxy for many billions of years, then probably getting absorbed by another galaxy in future, keeps happening. And that is why we see several stars which are between the galaxies. Now it's very difficult to see these stars, and it's very hard to even do research whether these stars are capable of harboring life. So these are stars which are adrift outside the galaxy. I personally believe that these stars may have less of radiation, and if there is a chance of finding life, there could be better climate on those stars which are outside, because they are away from the hustle and bustle, they are in the suburbs, or even outside, completely outside in the village. So I think there could be a better chance of life evolving on these stars which are not in the galaxy. So probably some stars may develop life when they are in the galaxy, then they are thrown out along with their planets. They live outside the galaxy, carrying their life with them, and the life in those stars may get chance to develop into much more complex civilizations. This is what I feel. However, this is very interesting that some of these stars are left behind as a natural process by galaxies, and then they can also get absorbed by incoming galaxies, because galaxies are always constantly in motion. So where they are constantly in motion, there could be instances where they can be absorbed by incoming galaxies as well. So something that is being found out now, that there could be possibility that the stars can be thrown out and also absorbed by the galaxies while they are moving into cosmos. All right, so let's go to the next item on our list. By the way, if you have any question, feel free to send it across, and I will display your name and read out your questions or anything that you have. Any suggestions also, you're more than welcome to talk about any suggestions in this live stream. By the way, I'm going to be meeting you Monday to Friday every day at 5, and for 2 hours I will be live. All right, let's move on to the next item, which is important for us to understand, either as a businessman or as a scientist or as a investor? Well, one of the biggest confusion we have is, although we are not using the currency notes now, there is a lot of government is discouraging to use currency notes, and in fact, if there is a threshold, if so the cash transactions are not at all allowed beyond 200,000. It has to be done through a formal means, either digitally or through a check. So the use of currency has come down, but then we have always seen these currency notes on which certain things are mentioned here. As you can see in this picture, there is a 500 rupees note, and somebody has scribbled or signed it. And generally, people used to think that these kind of notes are not, if you write on the note, it's no longer a legal tender. That is the confusion. So I want to clarify that this is not the case. This is not the case. Although RBI does not want you to write anything on the currency note, simply because it soils the currency note. And currency note is a very printing of currency note is a very specialized process. It's a very specialized process, time consuming. It requires a lot of special kind of factories to print these currency note, and then each currency note has a unique number. So providing that number also requires a system which basically associate that number. It's a unique number. The Reserve Bank of India does not want you to write anything on the currency note, because it actually spoils the face value of it, and it also soils it. It reduces the life of the currency note. So to clarify that confusion, whether it is still a legal tender, so I want to say that it is illegal. It is legal tender. It does not devalue, and that is where the some of the confusion happens in the field, that if you write something on the currency note, it gets devalued, and a 500 rupee note will not be either it is illegal, it becomes illegal if you write something on the currency note, or it is devalued. Both the cases are wrong, and I'm just clarifying that the value of a note on which something has been written will still be the value which is printed on the note. It does not reduce in any way. It is not illegal. So in future, if you have been told that this note is not acceptable, you can probably show to that person the RBI guidelines around this, and say that this is absolutely legal. So it does not devalue the currency note in any way. Just because some crazy guy has signed that or written something, or written his daily laundry list or stuff like that. People tend to write all sorts of things on the currency note. I don't know why. There is no need to make a note of what you want to buy today from the market, or something that you don't want to forget. But some people do, but majority of people don't do. But still, there are a few people who do that. So first of all, don't write anything, because it will actually spoil the face value of the currency note. But just in case, if you receive a currency note on which something has been written, it does not devalue it. It does not make it illegal. It is still legal, completely legal tender, and it can be used for your purpose. All right, so let's move to the next item, which is related to business. and well, a lot of things are happening in our investment arena. Lot of new avenues are coming. For example, I just talked about that there is a lot of potential for investment in the space tech, and so if you are an investor, I think this is a time to invest. Or even if you are a developer or if you are an engineer, maybe you can come out with something which is low cost. In fact, recently a 19-year boy from state of Punjab developed a small satellite which was sent to space by ISRO as a test module. Uh, so a student has come out with a satellite. So if there is a purpose built smaller satellites, low cost, and when they can do a job of a very large satellite, I think that is where the world is moving. And a schoolboy can develop a satellite so that a startup can also do the same thing. So there are a lot of avenues which are opening up, especially in the space technology arena. So think about it, friends. It could be a viable opportunity, a career path for many of our budding entrepreneurs. All right, let's look at the next item. Let's move on quickly. Now, this is very important. You see, a lot of changes are happening. There are new terms are being given about new regulations being formed around moonlighting, etc. What is moonlighting? And why people are saying that you better return to office, sort of forcing, and whoever is not returning, they are firing them. So a lot of these changes are happening simply because there is a lot of acceptance towards the hybrid way of working. So when we talk about hybrid way of working, some days you go to office, meet your comrades, your colleagues, get to know them by face, by name, and not merely a 2D reflection that you see in your Zoom screens. You actually go to office and work with them physically, maybe have a cup of coffee with them, go around the office campus, etc. So because of the hybrid nature of the business, many companies have started imposing that there has to be hybrid, especially in 2023. They are also firing people because some people are not comfortable with hybrid. They still want to work from offshore location, and they will like to work from home. They will also like to do moonlighting. So, well, corporates are taking some action. People really don't care, because if there are finding opportunities for working for multiple brands at their comfort of their own time, people are preferring to do that because they get to stay at home, and especially they can take care of loved ones. So all kinds of push and pull are happening, but because of the hybrid nature of the work ethics or work culture which is being promoted by the corporates now, the office business, which was in doldrum, office space business, there are a lot of corporate business centers which were renting out their beautiful office space and co-working areas. They were not sure how this business will go forward. In fact, there are large co-working business centers which are listed on the stock market. They were also finding very difficult to generate revenue because people were not coming to the office. So those avenues is now looking quite bright, and the people have to return to office, either work from co-working areas or visit the brick and mortar office, where whatever the opportunity is. So this office space demand is sort of doubled in last 6 months, and primarily because of the hybrid nature of workforce that we have today. So this avenue is coming back. Office space is slowly sort of reinventing, re-identifying themselves. Maybe so many business centers may not be required. So some business centers will have to offer something which nobody can offer. So there is an opportunity for office space business people to look at the opportunity much more closely, and also look at where the future lies, and they need to then make decisions to run their business, take their business in the right direction. Nevertheless, return to office is increasing opportunities for office space or co-working business space, and this business space may be opportunities may be improving or increasing in this arena, and this area is showing some positive results, primarily because of hybrid work culture. And the humans are social. We are social, we want to be social. So it's very important for our our social fabric, and also our mental health, to physically meet people, meet our relatives, meet our friends, meet our colleagues. So if we are not able to do that, it actually affect humans in a very adverse way. So hybrid way is actually giving an opportunity. Hybrid work culture is giving an opportunity to office goers to visit office and meet their colleagues at least few times in a month, few times in a week, so that you are able to befriend some of them, and outside the office environment you can be in contact with each other, probably meet outside the office. So all that social fabric can be recreated, which is getting a hit because of the pandemic or the pandemic guidelines. So it is a good news that the office space business arena is trying to bounce back, create an opportunity, and the co-working is also, yeah, co-working is even better, because in co-working you pay only when you visit the office, so you don't pay for rest of the real estate. So if you visit office only for like 2 times in a month, then you actually pay for those visits to the office. So your office, for your company will not be paying for the entire month. They will not be renting out for the entire month. They will actually pick up a one day where colleagues can meet in a co-working business space. So I think this way of finding new billing avenues, the co-working space and the office space per se, maybe reviving their business, which was into complete doldrums for past 2 years because people were working from home. I'm not sure how long this will continue, because obviously there are a lot of advantages in working from home, and with the advancement in AI, the AI is now getting involved in a lot of video conferencing platforms. There are the choice of the mixed reality being provided in next 6 months. There are a lot of news about the mixed reality being launched in next 6 to 12 months. So I'm not sure how long the physical office business will basically last, but then business is business. It has to reinvent, it has to diversify, it has to create business opportunities for all kinds of people. So if there are large business centers who wants to continue in this area, maybe they have to get specialized, because work from home using AI is going to become reality. In fact, during the program today, we would talk about a lot of other things which are happening, which was going to move away from the physical work location to a digital work location, probably maintaining the social fabric, maintaining avenues of meeting your friend using the augmented reality or virtual reality. So that is going to happen. We must keep that in mind, that this is the way the world is moving to, and that is why this is important to understand how long the office business will last. All right, let's move to the next item. Let me have some water. Let's move to the next item, which we can talk about, and also think about opportunities which may happen um, in India, or because India is growing. India is going to play a major role in bringing back the economy of the world, reviving the economy of the world. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which may happen in India, and that is why we have to make sure that investment happen within India, which is happening. So let's move to the next item quickly. So there are in past 2 to 3 weeks, some of the top firms have lost a lot of shine on the stock market. Now these top firms are mostly the IT companies, most of them, or the finance companies which were doing business with these IT companies. So this trend actually shows us something. While most of the conversation that I have had so far is mostly on the positive outlook, but friends, we must not overlook, or we should not overlook the trends which are happening in the market. And some of these IT companies which thrive on the outsourcing of jobs from other countries, and most of the economy is driven by the dollar currency arbitrage. So somebody pays you in dollars, you actually convert that as your profit and salary for your employee back here in India. That is how the most of these companies, and these companies, don't mistake me, these companies are adding a very good amount of foreign exchange to the Indian economy. But the signs are showing that some of these currencies, these companies, capital is eroding, and these are large companies, employing something like 300,000, 400,000 people. Their share value is dropping constantly in past couple of weeks, because when the work from home is happening, people are available as freelancers to do the work. They don't have to work under a banner. And so there are online websites which are able to bring together these freelancers, so the customers can directly engage these freelancers. And in a way, because of the work from home scenario, the company suddenly start appearing like a middleman, because they were only hiring people, and they were ensuring that the work is being done. So now some of these large corporations have already started floating these websites where people can actually register and actually work, get paid for number of hours they have worked. So while some companies are changing over to the new management style, but these large companies will find it difficult to change overnight, and that is why their business is getting a hit. They are trying very hard to show that their quarter by quarter growth is improving, but that's not reality. Maybe they can ensure, because these companies have a lot of cash reserves, so they can actually maintain that growth trajectory, but for how long? So some of these companies have started laying off people. Some of these companies are doing it openly. Some of these companies have decided not to do openly, through backdoors, without announcing to the world. Slowly keep removing their manpower, because if there's no work happening, no work coming from overseas. And remember, I told you that most of the business and most of the profit is because of the conversion arbitrage. So to basically make money, they have to find an overseas client, and they will not be happy if they get a domestic client, because they don't get that benefit when they actually work for a domestic client. They don't get the benefit of currency arbitrage, and the profit margins are not very good when they work for domestic clients. So they always look for the overseas clients, so that they can get paid in foreign currencies and make money in that conversion ratio. And these companies are getting hit big time, and I think this time has come to look at how we can change our business processes, how we can ensure that in future we start getting business. Maybe we have to downsize ourselves in order to maintain our profitability. uh, Maybe we don't want to basically play too much on uh, currency arbitrage, manpower arbitrage, or uh, maybe it's time for these large companies to become more specialized rather than putting fingers in all kinds of things. In my opinion, having worked with a lot of IT companies in my career, I feel that the time has come for IT companies to think about how they can actually become a better project management companies rather than getting into deliveries, direct deliveries of things. How they can get into better project management, how they can get into uh, ensuring that even working with freelancers, they can actually do a project management, ensure that large scale softwares can be delivered for the end client. So they have to then not hire everybody, because everybody else will be working as a freelancer. They have to hire very good, some of the brightest planners, project managers for their work, and then that is how these companies will be able to differentiate themselves. But until unless each company has their own strategy, I'm sure very bright minds are sitting behind the board of these companies, and they are looking at the market trend, and obviously they may be thinking about how to do what to do in next quarter and next quarter and so on, and how do we save the same growth trajectory for their company. And of course there are new business opportunities which are coming up, domestic business opportunities. So whether they want to divert their attention from the currency arbitrage business and divert and start looking at the domestic business, because the outlook of the Indian digital business is great, and everybody acknowledges, even the large companies like Microsoft has acknowledged that the India has come a long way. The outlook of Indian government looks amazing. I will talk about that. So maybe these large companies, I'm not taking any names here, but maybe these large companies may look at the domestic opportunities. Maybe they would like to diversify into something else. And diversification is not bad, actually. Diversification is very important for business, because if you don't diversify, then how do you ensure that your company remain afloat? One of the greatest example is the Nokia phones. Nokia came from building wagons to building smartphones, building wagons. Can you imagine? So they kept diversifying over last 150 years, and they failed to. They were very modern company. They used to diversify, but the change happened so rapidly for Nokia. They did not diversify, and eventually they lost out to Samsung and iPhone. But before iPhone came and Samsung, the Android phone came, they were the leaders. They had the 90% market share of mobile handsets globally, and they lost it because they did not diversify fast enough. So I think diversification has to be done by everybody. It is the game that has to be taken care by all companies, and we should not basically take this loss that the stock market has shown huge loss, especially these 10 to 15 companies. But we should actually understand this as more like a lesson, and start looking at how we can save our business, how we can save our company, how we can diversify in order to stay afloat. I think that is where the lesson from the market is. And as we basically continue our journey in 2023, and if the recession hits, which is a reality, recession is going to happen, and if you're dependent on the US economy, UK economy, those economies are under recession, how you will basically make money while sitting in India? So I think people have to think about it, but this is something which has happened. So I wanted to touch upon this and spend some time on this, that time has come to not look at the uh, cross currency arbitrage opportunities. Rather, look at growing fields like space tech, education technology, healthcare. I think this is where the business is going to grow, and AI. This is where the business is going to grow. So diversify your organization into these new areas, which will give you better revenue generation uh, choices in future. All right, let's move to the next item. And well, this is about the Indian digital services which are launched by the Indian government, and everybody is appreciating because India has especially the government, they have moved faster than the private sector, especially this government, starting from 2014. Previously, the government used to keep following, and they used to get limit their activities to the lawmaker sort of activities only. But this government has shown that they can actually move faster than the private sector, change the entire outlook of e-governance. And the government of India knew that if they actually set up an example to the private sector, that they can change their own attitude and they can move faster, then the private sector has to move faster than them. That means private sector has to quickly evolve into more business for themselves in a new way. So a lot of things the Indian government did. They introduced a lot of AI across many very difficult departments of the government, and because of that, the India story is becoming phenomenal, especially when it comes to the services that the government provides to their citizens. I mean, the biggest example is the Enam. I'm sure all of you must have heard about. It is the portal for helping the the farmers in terms of supporting them when the rain will happen, how much minerals and nutrients are required in a soil, so soil sampling, when you need to arrange for water, when you need to cut for optimum growth, yield from your field, where you will sell it. So this government has tried to, in fact, they have not tried, they have actually moved away from the old methods of going to the mandi and then selling it off, and the entire business was controlled or sort of monitored, regulated by the Food Corporation of India. So the Indian government has moved away from the old methods, legacy methods. They are now launching Enam, and there's a lot of AI being used, a lot of satellite imagery, and ultimately these information or the service is being provided to each and every farmer using an app. So everybody carries a smartphone nowadays, so even farmer carries a smartphone. So how much nutrients are there in his soil, so soil sampling, that information requires a lot of research, and it requires a lot of AI learning softwares. So the government has come a long way to do this machine learning based system, which creates all this infrastructure. And if they actually had used the typical government methods of physically checking everything, then this would have never taken off. So they have used AI to monitor the weather, they have used AI to monitor the soil, and also advising in a very simple way to all these farmers when to grow, when to cut, and also providing a e-portal to sell their produce online. So I think this is amazing, and then also give them benefit or using direct benefit transfer directly into their account. So they made that, and you know that India has the farming community, almost 15 to 20% of the population is involved in farming. So India, being a large country with huge population, especially 20% of the population, almost 200 million people involved in farming, to carry out this kind of activity, you would actually need AI. And now the this service looks amazing, and there are more and more services being added to this one. What I've heard is that nearly 1,000 AI companies are helping government to improve service rendering, especially to the farmers. So there is more to come. There's more being added almost every day to how farmers can be a better farmer, how they can produce, how they can achieve better output. Similarly, taxation. There is now there is a faceless taxation. It's very streamlined. So for income tax, there used to be a file, and in case you have any issues, you have to go to the income tax officer, who will then make you run around or whatever. The old times. So now the tax department has completely been revamped. It's all online, and it's completely faceless. The window is completely faceless, so your interaction with the department is happening as a department. Who that person who's actually handling your case, maybe in your state, maybe somewhere else in India, but it doesn't matter. It's completely transparent. The AI is ensuring your tax is calculated, your tax is paid, collected, and there is no way you can actually get in touch with your tax officer. So all that is being done. So it's phenomenal. A country like India make that change to happen literally overnight. It's really phenomenal. So like that, there are several other incidents. The AI being taught as a subject at a school level, especially senior school level, starting from class 10th. So many of the states, the AI course has been launched from 10th, 11th, and 12th. So by the time the school students are out of school, get ready to get into graduations, to become a graduate after 12th standard, they already have interest in AI. They have done their basics in AI, and when they get into the graduation, they can actually start doing a lot of research and development at the graduation level, and probably they will actually grow faster and finish their masters early. Some of these people will in future will do PhD. So the trick is to teach AI early, and that is where the CBSE has actually introduced AI courses at the school level. So I think it's phenomenal. The Digital India initiative has been really appreciated by all corporates, all global companies, because they see this as an opportunity. When the small startups are working, why not the large corporations? And why not help India to do even better what they have been doing? And in fact, when it comes to digital payments, micropayments, the Bhim application, which is the heart of all of these digital transactions, and because of the Bhim application, so much changes has happened. It's much more easier. Everybody now carries their mobile and a QR code based payment app, so it's a lot easier. You can just send the QR code and get paid. So there is no payment gateway hassles and blah blah blah. All those things are gone of the past when it comes to digital payment. It's much more seamless now. India has started talking to other economies. They've already finished tying up with the Thailand and Singapore micro payment platforms. So you can also send money across India using your mobile phone, and also send money to Singapore, to Thailand, and probably a few other countries, maybe UK in future, because the UK mega trade agreement may happen soon. So a lot of these initiatives are happening, and because of this, and especially the educated class in India is huge, much bigger than even US and China. So adaptability of these technologies is very rapid. The government has shown that they have taken initiative, they have rolled it out, people have accepted it. So today, India has become the second in the world after China in when it comes to digital payments. Then they have the last one is the GST portal. So collection of government taxes while doing business was a big thing, because each state, and India has a federal system of governance. So each state had their own law, and somebody is doing business in multiple states, they have to have legal framework to understand the law. One law applicable in one state is not applicable in others. So sometimes you commit mistake, because of that you can be penalized by the government. So whole lot of these things have been ironed out, and now there is only one tax across India, because that is GST. So rolling out of GST has also happened in a very big way. It's huge, because in a country like India, to centralize taxation was a big thing. How state will make money, how central government will make money, all that has been finalized. And then there is a consortium of states which decides what rate of GST will be applied on these various commodities. So I think this requires a huge backend support, huge infrastructure, fail proof, completely secure, completely on the internet, and always available. And because of that, these things are being provided by the Indian government and being appreciated globally. This is a huge thing, and because of which a lot of people are liking it, they are appreciating it, and they want to get involved in this initiative by the Indian digital initiatives by the Indian government. And because of this, the Indian economy is also improving quite a bit. It is showing that the Indian economy is the fastest growing, because we can actually track all transactions quickly, and there is no delay. And nobody has to sit with a pen and paper to calculate what is going on. Everything is online, everything is available, all taxation collected online, your banking is online, your payments for business are online, and less of hassles. You don't have to keep doing your math every now and then. So it's all becoming a lot more easier to do business in India, and all this is because of the new government initiative, and they have moved faster than the private sector. And private sector is, I would say, sort of left behind. They have adapted, but ideally the private sector should have moved forward, taken some giant leaps, which I believe will happen in 2023, especially with the augmented reality, because the 5G is also available in now 76 cities across India. So there is a good enough opportunity for augmented reality to come in a big way. 5G doesn't cost anything. It costs about the same as 4G. So most of the people will migrate their devices to 5G network, to 5G, get access to this high speed network. And what is stopping new entrants to start launching AR VR services? Maybe bundle it with their mobile phone connections, maybe create new kind of holograms, maybe do research in how do you eliminate these AR VR devices and communicate using holograms. How do you create more immersive experience for communication, so that business in the back end continue digitally, while the private sector will drive the presentation layers. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for the private sector to make use of these changes that the Indian government has thought about very methodically and implemented this. This is amazing. India has a amazing story, especially the digital story is really, really amazing. So friends, if you have any suggestions, any comments, we are live, and you can send in your comments, and I will display your name and read out that. All right, so let's move to the next item. And Chat GPT. I'm sure some of you may have heard, it's in the news almost every day. What is Chat GPT, and how this will change the world, for good or for bad? I will talk about that Now, ChatGPT is a new AI messaging uh, AI which is used in messaging. It's a bot basically, and it is funded by Elon Musk privately. And now we know that there are several bots available. If you are a user of Facebook, there are bots you can configure. Every system provides AI bots. Um, the trick in a bot is that the bot has to understand what other person is saying and interpret it and reply logically. You cannot have these canned replies. You cannot think of all possibilities. And the world has moved away, sort of come a long way, and now most of the platforms are providing AI bots. So Chat GPT is one of such bots. It's not something which is unique, but what makes it unique is that the AI is exceptional. The learning platform of AI is exceptional. You can ask any question, and the Chat GPT learns and reply to you in a way. It will look like as if there is some intelligence at the back end, and they have done analysis and they have replied, and it's very fast. So it's not that when you ask something, it will take 1 or 2 minutes. It will actually analyze quickly and give you the answer. Now, Chat GPT is so efficient. Several schools have already banned it. Several schools globally have banned it because Chat GPT can be used to manipulate the system, and students can use it to answer their answer sheets, because the teacher will not be able to differentiate between a real student and Chat GPT, which is going to answer on his behalf. So Chat GPTs have been completely removed from this arena, and people are scared that Chat GPT may create this scenario where it can be misused. While it can be used also very effectively. Chat GPT is a bot which is basically used for better communication, automated communication. Whenever you are trying to communicate with a platform, you have a suggestion or a grievance, or you want something to be done. So Chat GPT type of bot will actually understand your problem, give you a solution without any human being present, without any call center, without any of this infrastructure. So the whole idea is to do it more intelligently. So all of these platform has it. Chat GPT is very realistic. The Chat GPT's responses are very, very human like. So that is why in the first week of its launch, in fact first few days, it actually got 1 million downloads. So a lot of people downloaded it, tested it, and it worked for them. The only challenge is that ChatGPT may also create this negative impact, because there has to be little control on that. Right now it is open source, it is free, and so anybody can download it. Now, if people download it and misuse it, just like I quoted an example of a school exams, it can be also misused for various other things. I'm sure there are some humans who may be using Chat GPT to do something else, like attacking your financial system, attacking your accounts, attacking countries to change the political system, attacking a lot of digital initiative started by a lot of other companies. So in a way, Chat GPT is amazing because open source technology, freely available. A lot of people can get access to it easily on the Play Store. Yet it offers it also offers a little bit of risk, because if it is not controlled, then it can be misused, and therefore it's open source, it's free. So we have to ensure that the Chat GPT, there has to be some regulation, there has to be some price, so that not everybody get access to chat gpt kind of a system. But as a technology platform, this is a really good experiment, I would say, that now AI can respond uh, very close to human type responses. If you ask a question, a very intelligent answer can be given, and it can be very intuitive. Sometimes it could be very emotional answer that chat gpt comes out with. We have seen all those instances. They were covered very heavily in the news, that how you can ask even absurd thing, and chat gpt will give you a very witty answer. So and chat gpt is much better than alexas and those kind of bots which are already running. So that is why this is gaining a lot of popularity. However, at this point in time, I must point out that any ai has a learning curve, just like a human child is not born with all the knowledge in its brain. It actually live in the world, learn from the experience. Rather, humans keep learning throughout their life, learn from their experiences. So similarly, ai also learn with the experience. So there could be instance where the learning database can be pre-built, and then learning will take its own time. Future learning will take its own time, and longer the ai remains active, it keeps learning and keep building the learning database. So as of now, since this system is new, this has information for the year 2021, the learning data, because this is open source. And you know that, friends, the data is the king. So to create data, it takes a lot of efforts. So since this is open source, a small team that has developed this, their ai learning data is very accurate for the year 2021. They have not updated for 2022. So ai is learning, but it will take time. So we have one saving grace, that the ai chat gpt, until unless the company basically teach this chat gpt more information about other years, then chat gpt will take its own sweet time to grow to the levels of the ai which are being used by google. Talking about google, the biggest threat chat gpt offers is to the google, because google entire business or amazon entire business, these companies run very heavily using ai. They have these algorithms which are running in the back end, controlling everything about their platforms like google, who's doing what, who deserves what, who basically make money, etc, etc. All of that is being run by various algorithms. And now there is and this is being done by the ai bots, which have been running for at least 15 to 20 years. And these bots are very old. They have built up huge repository of learning data, the learned data, which they can access easily and also take decisions without human intervention. If you disagree on google or amazon of certain decisions, you can actually file an appeal. I'm sure everybody has seen those systems where something has been struck down by the ai. You can file an appeal, and then somebody comes and looks at it, and then it takes some time, 2 to 3 weeks to resolve that issue. However, most of the system is automatic. There is monitoring being done using these 10 to 15 ais in google. So if chat gpt type of ai comes in, I think the google will have to closely monitor this development, and companies like microsoft, companies like amazon, they have to closely monitor what is going on in these open source arena, how this chat gpt is going to affect the masses, and how they are going to change the ai business in a big way, whether there is a threat to them, their business, how this chat gpt ai or the new variants in future will impact the google business, and what will happen to their own ai bots which are running for 10-15 years. And because these AI bots of Google are running for many years, they have become very intelligent because they have learned over these 10 15. They have a early start of 15 years, so they have becoming more and more intelligent. They are becoming more and more aware of the Google environment, and they are also taking decisions about what is right, what is wrong, taking action on their platforms. So I think this is not the first time that the AI is being used. Google, as I said, has been using it for many years. Even the search engine of the Google, which is the primary offerings of Google, is also being done by the AI in the backend. So in order to come on the search engine, there are a lot of these adwords which are again controlled by AI in Google. So a lot of AI being used in Google. So Google has to keep watch of this chat GPT arena, and also Microsoft, because they are entering into new a new AR VR arena, and Amazon, because I think the Amazon is also starting their similar services like Google in next 2 to 3 months. So Amazon will have to also look at what is going on in the open source AI arena. So I think this is a big learning, or even a big threat to these large corporations, chat GPT. So if you have any question on ChatGPT, feel free to send it across. I will answer. I will display your name here and take up your question immediately. Before I move on to the next item, let me have some water. All right, friends. So what next is happening, which we must talk about? Okay, so we cannot end our discussion, or we cannot, how can we not talk about China? Everybody is talking about China, so we should also talk about China. Well, China is a large country, larger than India in economy, in terms of population, also larger in land mass, because they have acquired so many other countries, they have gobbled up, so they have become pretty big. And China has global ambitions. They are also one of the permanent member in the United Nations Security Council. They have influence across the world. They are trying to control each and everything. In fact, they control most of the production globally. A lot of supply lines starts from Shanghai, goes all over the world. Everything is made in China. China also has access to a lot of rare earth elements which are used in electronics. So they actually mine these rare earth elements and ship it out for other manufacturers to convert them into chips, which are used in mobile phones and your PCs and even satellites. So the world needs China. China already knows that. And so there is a lot of anti-China sentiments which is brewing up for last couple of years. China knows that, and they are fighting it as a country. They've also struck, the world did not see their diplomacy, their advanced giving diplomacy. They have also ensured that almost half the world is indebted under China loans, and they start losing out their real estate to China. So China expansion is not only limited to the territory in the East Asia region. They have global ambitions. They are closing deals left, right, centers, giving very attractive loans to various countries, and when the countries are not able to pay, they just take their investment back in terms of real estate. So their properties or real estate is growing globally. Now the war has broken out between Russia and Ukraine. Well, in my opinion, it's a war which is not being fought like a war. If there was a war in India, they would have actually fought for 15 days and they would have finished everything, and objectives of the battle objectives would have met. Now these guys are fighting for many years, many months now. They're going to complete 1 year in few days from now. So that war is not going to end. They will continue to war. And under the guise of these wars, various initiatives, global initiatives, are being tried out, and China has a very global outlook. They have global ambitions. A lot of other countries have. US has the global, resolves, and China is trying to take over US. And one of the big thing is the US dollars. We already know that US dollar is the biggest accepted open currency today globally. If you want to do business anywhere in the world, you need US dollars. US also knows that, and because of this feature that US has very smartly done in last 100 years, if there is a inflation within the in the local domestic US economy, it's very easy for US to transition all that inflation to the global world population, because their currency is used within the US domestically, and their currency is also used in global trade. So their recession will get migrated immediately to other countries who are actually maintaining a lot of foreign reserves in US dollars. So this is a strategy of US, especially after Second World War. They become very smart in controlling global economy, and they ensure that the people within US do not feel the recession, and even if there is some recession, it is transitioned to the millions of US dollar holders across the world. So under the guise of this war which is happening in Europe, petroleum, for which you have to basically pay in US dollars, is an open fact. If India has to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, they have to pay in US dollars. And incidentally, while China is producing a lot of things for the world, the entire supply chain is controlled by China. China and India, two largest nations, do not have oil. They have to buy from Saudi or somewhere else, or Russia. So it is a sort of a natural balancing act, that these two large countries have everything else, but they don't have petroleum, and petroleum is used for vehicles. Petroleums are used for trains. So you need a lot of oil, and you need a lot of oil, especially almost 45 to 48% population lives in these two countries, India and China. So the foreign exchange reserves India and China has to build only to look at the petroleum trade is huge. So until few years back, in fact even today, India has a huge foreign exchange. Primarily they have to maintain in US dollars when they want to import oil, and the biggest import India makes is petroleum, just like China. China does not produce any petroleum. They have to buy it from other countries like Saudi. Saudi has been a US ally, and Iran has been blacklisted by US. So Iran is not doing business. Before that, Iraq was one of the major oil producer. They have been decimated by two Iraq wars. So they are now forced to collect their payments for oil in dollars. Saudi has been saying that they will collect in dollars. So if India has to buy or China has to buy, they have to have dollars. But this war has created a new avenue, which is the Russian oil, Russian gas. And now China is looking at changing this equation of the dollar dominance, and that is what is driving the animosity between China and US. Because once China gets out of this foreign exchange, US dollar foreign exchange clutch, then it's going to be a big loss to the dollar, and then US will not be able to transition their domestic recession onto the global dollar exchequers. That is what is most worrying for the US, and India is also doing the same thing. India is striking up their direct deal with Russia for discounted oil, and China is already done that, and they are saying that the petroleum they will buy from Russia, they will pay in yuans, which are now intuitively called as petro yuan. Yuan is their currency, so they will pay in yuan. And the way it will work is that the yuans, there will be some sort of fund being created within China, and that fund will be converted into rubles, because Russian currency is rubles, or cross currency. Petro yuan will be mapped directly to rubles, um, stuff like that. So a lot of complicated permutation combination being worked out, and the new currency relationships are being formed because of the advancement in petro yuan, and a huge chunk of petroleum will be purchased using this petro yuan. And remember, China is a large country. There are a lot of domestic consumption of petroleum products, fuel, different products, industry use petroleum, transportation use petroleum, airlines, people for driving cars. So it's a huge consumer market for petroleum product, just like India. Now India has also struck a deal with Russia. India will buy Russian oil in Indian rupees, which is a similar deal like petro yuan. However, this change in how you buy petroleum now will actually weaken the US dollar value, and that is what is worrying, and that is why this war is happening, and this war is continuing because, believe it or not, with the technology, Russia can finish the war in like 2 days and probably acquire the entire Ukraine in 1 week. They speak the same language, so there is no need. In fact, they were part of the same nation earlier, just 20 years back. A lot of Russians living in Ukraine, a lot of Ukrainians are living in Russia and elsewhere in the world. So if they want to finish it, they can finish it in like 1 week. But they don't want to. They want to basically change the world order. And the petro yuan is one of the big thing and a big worry for the Western powers, because now the developing countries are showing the strength of their buying power to the Western countries. And even the Saudis are not able to decide which side they are, because all these years they have been a very, very strong ally of US, and they have always listened to the US commands. Now things are not so rosy for US, so the war continues. I don't know where they are fighting the war, because if it was a war, whatever war we have seen in India, we would finish in 10 days and move on. No point in prolonging the war. But I think this war is creating these new equations, economic equations, and even the the cross currency business has been created about 400 years back because of the English conquest across the colonization across the world. So this 400-year-old equation of cross currency between Singapore, India, China, UK, US, Russia versus South Africa, all that is gone now. It needs an update. So all these changes are happening because of this, and I think China petro yuan, because China is a huge buyer of petroleum from all countries. That is one of the reasons that they also want to control the sea routes, and they don't want a situation where the petroleum coming towards China gets hindered in any way. So they are very smartly influencing the world. Their economy is also very huge. They control the global supply chains for all products, and they also import a lot of petroleum. So this is a smart move by China and also by India, because India has also struck a deal with Russia to buy their oil and gas in Indian rupees. So India is also a large petroleum consumer, and India maintains about a month of reserve within India. So India being a large country, the entire railway system runs on petroleum, now getting converted slowly on electric, but each one of us drive 2 to 3 cars. Those cars, we are a billion people, so we have at least 2 to 3 billion cars in the country, requires petroleum. So all of this is coming from these petroleum producing countries, and we have now struck a deal to directly do business with Russia in Indian rupees. So it's a great thing, and that these two countries, if they decide to move away from US dollar, It will help the economies of these two countries because we don't have to spend a lot of money in acquiring US dollars, our own currency, and also taking on the recession of the US economy onto ourselves. Because when we hold those US dollars in our account, they will get affected by the domestic economy of the United States. So all that is changing, and these changes are driving the new world business scenarios, and that is why the petro yuan is becoming a big trouble for US and US economy. They're trying to see how they can pin down China in whichever way they can, and also pin down India. Well, these are all very delicate balancing acts globally, so we will have to see what happens next. But at this point in time, looks like the India and China are sort of moving away from, and they're basically increasing their influence. China has already done that. India is now slowly getting into that groove. All right, let's move to the next item. By the way, if you have any suggestions, any questions, feel free to send in your comments. Now we have to talk about Apple. Let me have some water. So what is about Apple? Well, Apple, we know that recently there has been a COVID outbreak in China, and Apple has a very huge production facility in China. And most of the Apple headsets and Apple devices that we use are made in China. We already know that. It's written on the device when we buy. So Apple is shifting, and because of this US-China issues, Apple is an American company, so they are now shifting their factory outside of China. And what we've been hearing that Apple is going to set up a factory in India for manufacturing. They are already striking deals with Samsung partners in India, and there are at least 200 mobile phone factories in India already producing mobile phones for a lot of global brands. So why not for Apple? So Apple has struck a deal with Indian government. They are shifting their factory out of China into India. Maybe one or two factories, maybe all the factories, we don't know. There's not a lot of clarity. Nevertheless, they are in the process of shifting their production units out of China. They will have to do it gradually because the supply lines will be affected if they do that, and also the political scenario will be adversely affected. So they are doing it slowly. While this is happening, Apple has already announced their own retail chain in India. That's a very big development. So why open a retail chain if there is no production facility? And India is also a very big market. You know that. 1.5 billion people living in India, and each one carrying 2 to 3 devices in their hand. So at least 3 to 4 billion devices the market has on annual basis. So it's a huge market. So even if Apple looks at 40 to 50% of this market, is a huge opportunity. The only challenge is that the Apple or all devices, Samsung devices are cheaper in India because some of them are manufactured in India. Apple is primarily imported, so that adds additional import duty that makes them quite expensive. So if Apple is being manufactured in India, the cost can be brought down. So that is the first change. And then Apple is now opening a bunch of retail stores, their own retail stores. That means the buyers will get very personalized, very unique experience on these Apple retail stores. And they have also started advertising on their website in India what skill sets they need. All kinds of skill sets they have mentioned on their website. So they are actually hiring. So remember when I started my live stream today, I talked about how companies have to reinvent and how companies will have to see what are the new opportunities. So you see, this is a great example. Let me stitch my previous discussion back to this one. Apple is now looking at hiring the retail store staff, and that requires all kinds of people, managers, requires salesmen, people who will actually do the warehousing and stuff like that. So they will be opening their retail stores, and before they open the retail store they need staff, so they are now going to interview people. So I think this opens up an opportunity for employees to get engaged in this kind of this kind of jobs. And Apple being one of the prominent brands, almost 50% market share, 49-50% if I'm not mistaken, in India. It's very popular, and especially the good quality product they give, there are a lot of fan followers. So if they are opening retail stores of their own, I'm sure it's going to be India wide, from every corner, length and breadth of the country. They will have to open in even D class cities, because Apple phones penetration is very, very high in India. So this is something which is going to happen. Apple is going to open a chain of their own retail stores, and for this they are going to hire people. So if you are interested, and if you're watching me online, you can take this information and use it to your advantage. That probably visit the Apple website, see if there are some skill sets they have posted which matches your skill set. And if you're interested in joining this kind of business, retail business, you can actually either open a retail store, hire their people, or join them as staff. It's up to you, it's up to the listener. So I think this is where the world is moving, this is where the India is moving. New opportunities are coming our way. We have to find the fine path in the way we actually do business, and therefore this information is also very important. Let me have some water. All right, so what is the next item on our list today? The legendary Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba. There are a lot of rumors around Jack Ma. He disappeared in 2020, and a lot of rumors, a lot of folklores. He suddenly went underground, and we did not know where Jack Ma is. And Jack Ma is a very fine gentleman. He's a very self-made man. He created Alibaba, which became a global phenomenon on his own. He started funding a lot of movies from the money that he generated in his Alibaba business. Then he started many variants of Alibaba, and they were able to deliver. So they are competing with likes of Amazon. Amazon is sort of localized, whereas Alibaba is global. So Amazon businesses, you can actually buy Amazon in that country, whereas in Alibaba you can actually go to Alibaba and order something which will be delivered at your phone's footstep from anywhere in the world. So that is where it is different. And they have various different types of Alibaba platforms. You can buy in bulk, you can buy in small quantity, you can even buy one item. For all of this, there are different variants of their platform. And the best thing is, you can buy anything on Alibaba, from a trailer to the needle. So that is why Jack Ma was sort of a visionary for creating Alibaba, making a lot of money for himself and for his employees and for his country as well. Alibaba is one of the movers and shakers of the world today. But in 2020, he sort of disappeared from limelight, and before that he was very active. He was actually lecturing in different countries. He was actually giving a lot of inspirational lectures and inspiring young people to learn from their mistakes and be like him, just like he did it. Self-made man completely. Very, very appreciative of his success. I personally look at Jack Ma as a hero. However, he disappeared in 2020. We don't know why he disappeared, and he has not been coming out in public and there were a lot of speculation that what has happened to the great Jack Ma, why he is not meeting people, why he is living in obscurity, um, things like that. So we don't know what is going on, even though Alibaba is a very, very happening website, it's profitable, but somehow Jack Ma is not in the limelight. There must be happening something at the political level in his own country. So he took a back seat. He disappeared from the limelight, only to resurface a couple of days back in Thailand. That too in a very small restaurant where he went to eat some Chinese food in Thailand. So what is going on? So again, speculation. I don't know for sure, but now he keeps showing his face once in a while from, yeah, this time in Thailand, but he keeps showing his face coming out in public once in a while, just to prove that he has not disappeared completely. He is not gone underground. He is there. But I think a lot of things are happening in Alibaba. One of the things is that they have a platform called Alipay, which is basically a payment gateway and also a wallet system. So if you are buying from Alibaba, or if you have a long-term relationship as a vendor, you can actually create a Alipay account, and that will help you do a lot of things. You can have a wallet, you can also pay them or collect payments for your merchandise, etc. So Alipay has a messaging feature as well, and using this messaging feature, you can conduct various surveys, and you can also create polls. So the chance, he is resurfaced in Thailand. People are now speculating that using Alipay, there will be a poll conducted, or probably it's already in the works, where the change of management will be or a poll will be conducted on the change of management. So it looks like that he may like to get out of Alibaba, and that is why he is gradually keeping himself away from the limelight for past 2 years, only to resurface once in a while. And very soon new board may be coming up. We don't know, again is speculation. There is a lot of speculation about any Chinese company. That China being a communist nation, a lot of things can be hidden, and a lot of things are not very clear. It's all very strategic at a global level and being controlled at a very high level. So things are not very open in China, and Jack Ma is a Chinese national. So we don't know what is going on. Again, speculation, because nobody can say for sure what pressures are there on his head. Nevertheless, if he wants to get out, one of the methods or one of the future things that we can keep track is if Alipay conducts a poll about change in management. So I think you can also keep track of that and see if some changes are happening or being promoted by Jack Ma himself. Maybe there is the company may be sold off, or company may be acquired by the government, or company may be sold off to some global players. We don't know, but as a platform, they are very profitable. They are live and kicking, and I think it's US-China diplomacy which is taking a toll on this global company. So they have no other option but to wait and watch and understand what goes on with regard to Alibaba. So friends, I will be meeting you every day live, and this live stream is dedicated on science and business. So if you have any question, any suggestion, you can meet me live here and send in your question or comments. All right, so let's move to the next item. If we have anything, no, we have run out of items today. So we will be meeting again tomorrow at 5 p.m. 5 to 7 is my time where I will actually take the questions and also update you what is going on in our industry, especially India, how we can leverage our reach, the new things which are happening in our country and globally, how you can steer your business, and also pick up some ideas as an inspiration, so that the people who want to start business can pick up those ideas and make those changes to their own business strategy. So friends, thank you for your time. Thank you for watching my live stream, and I will catch you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Until then, keep rocking, keep selling, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Friends, welcome to this business related live stream. In this program, we discuss about latest happening in the area of business, and just in case if we have to steer our business in the right direction, this program is meant to give inspiration and also information to you. And today we have a very interesting subject to discuss, and this is about something new happening from the Indian startup streams. There is a space tech startup, and they have done remarkable things, and I would like to inform you about this particular company. And the information is a company called Dijantra or Dijantra. This is a Bangalore-based space tech startup. They specialize in building satellites, large innovative satellites with a lot of sensors, etc. And they are really a remarkable company. They have launched a satellite in the solar synchronous orbit around the Earth to basically measure various experiments related to this solar radiation. And they have used the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket to launch themselves. And this is something remarkable because now there is a private enterprise from India building satellites, and this is their second launch. The first launch was done using ISRO, and the ISRO's PSLV heavy lift vehicle is also getting ready, because I think we have conducted successful trials of that. So I think the future missions of Dijantra will be sent into space using the ISRO vehicles, space launch vehicles. But for now, a couple of days back, they used SpaceX Falcon 9, and Falcon 9 was able to insert Dijantra satellite successfully in a sun synchronous orbit around the Earth. And you know that Falcon 9 is a remarkable piece of machinery. It is designed to sort of reuse, so there is only a few parts are lost in every launch, and you can actually prepare SpaceX Falcon 9 for a few launch in less than a week or 2 weeks. So that is the beauty of Falcon 9 space launch vehicle from SpaceX, and there is a lot of emphasis given on the reusability of that vehicle. And the Falcon 9 also use a very powerful space engines, so it can carry a lot of load into the space. So we know a lot about SpaceX program. They are working on something which are remarkable, and their aim is to send humans to Mars in order to establish their Martian colony. However, we have to talk about the startup of India, which is Dijantra, which is building satellites. And this particular satellite which they have launched is basically called Pushan Alpha. Now Pushan Alpha Pushan is basically a Hindu god, And Pushan Alpha basically, I'm surprised when I talk about this because there is a god which is related to solar radiation in Hinduism. How the Hindu people, the ancient Hindu or Indian people knew that there is something called solar radiation which could be harmful, and there is a god which protects the travelers during their journey from solar radiation. I mean, think about it. There is a Hindu god which protects the travelers if they're traveling in a high radiation zone. Now, who would like to do that? Just imagine, there must be space travelers in the past which we have forgotten about, and the Indian scriptures carry the details, and that is why there is a god called Pushna. So this satellite has been named as Pushan Alpha, and Pushan is the god, as I said, which is the name is very inspiring, which basically protect people, the travelers, from this solar radiation. There is a specific god for that. So this is very amazing. Well, in a way, this satellite will also perform similar studies, which will carry out the job of understanding the solar radiation, so that we can, when we travel, humans travel out in the open space, we will have a lot of information about the radiation and the space weather and the solar weather, whether we have to take the flight during that time, or we can delay, or we can advance. All this kind of information will be gathered by this remarkable satellite developed by this remarkable new age space tech startup from India. So the idea is to basically carry out a couple of studies. Number one would be the radiation measurement. How the sun beams are coming towards Earth, and study whether there are harmful radiation in that in those sun rays. So the idea is that if there are increased amount of radiation, that little bit of warning can be sent out to the people that okay, from today sun will actually send out extra radiation on Earth. So if somebody is trying to get out in the sun or work for longer hours in the sun, then they are exposed to harmful radiation which may cause skin cancer and all other kinds of problems. So there is the first objective of this satellite is to keep monitoring the radiation levels in the sun rays which are coming towards Earth. And since the satellite is in the sun synchronous orbit, the satellite will always be focused towards the sun, and there will not be any eclipse, unlike the normal satellites which actually goes out behind the Earth's shadow. This satellite is in the sun synchronous orbit, so it will never there will be never be an eclipse, and it will whether the it is winter time or summer time, the satellite will always be looking at the sun, so it will keep monitoring this solar radiation. That is objective number one. What is the second objective? Second objective is to basically identify the how the radiation is affecting the particles in the atmosphere. So when the radiation is hitting the molecules of air or different particles in the upper atmosphere, what is the implication of that? For example, one of the biggest theory that some of the radiation or some of these radiation can break apart the important molecules and carry out processes, chemical processes, which will increase harmful gases in the atmosphere. So we actually are releasing so many molecules and different kinds of chemical in the atmosphere, which then are worked upon by the radiation to break apart these complex molecules into simpler ones, and these simpler molecules can become harmful acid or harmful gases. So what is the implication of that? How much radiation is coming? How many particles are there or molecules are there in the upper atmosphere? So that study will also be conducted by this satellite. All right, so this is something which is again can be used as an early warning system by humans, so that we know exactly how much pollutant we are adding, and because of this pollutant, because of the increased radiation or whatever radiation, how these pollutants will be converted into much more harmful elements, which will then cause different kinds of problems, not only for humans but also for other life forms on Earth. So this is the second objective of this satellite. And the third objective of the satellite is to basically calculate the drag which is caused by these product or the things which are present in the upper atmosphere. Why this drag we need to understand, or what is the additional drag it will impose on the space vehicles which are in the lower Earth orbit. So we know that not everything is in the space. Some of these spacecrafts that we send are in the lower Earth orbit, and when they are at the lower Earth orbit, then how much drag these extra molecules are causing. That is something that we would need to also study. So this satellite will also find out if there are new chemical reactions happening in that area in the upper Earth atmosphere, which may cause some sort of extra molecules which will collide with our space vehicles, and how much drag these molecules will cause to our space vehicles, which are especially in the lower orbit. So I think this is something which is the objective, three major objectives of this satellite. And I think this is a very, very huge inspirational story, a successful story from India, where the private sector, without any help of any government agency like ISRO or any other agency, they have been able to build a remarkable satellite, and this has been sent successfully in the sun synchronous orbit by SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket a couple of days back. All right, friends. So if you have any suggestions, any questions on this subject, feel free to send in your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep rocking, keep selling. I will meet you tomorrow again. Bye bye for today. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and today we have a very interesting subject to discuss, and this is about what is happening in our industry which is going to improve our user experience. And we are all fans of science fiction, and we have seen in Star Wars that the communication is so dramatic and so easy that you can be present via your hologram, and this is exactly what we want to talk about. We already know that the holograms are a reality today. There are several occasions where the laser drones are generating holograms up in the sky, and we can see various combinations of hologram being projected on top of our sky. So especially in India and all the large countries, people have experienced holograms. And this is exactly what we want to discuss today, that what is new happening in order to improve the hologram technology, how it can be used by a normal person, and what is a big need for improving the hologram technology. This is the topic of discussion in our live stream today. Well, first off, the requirement. Why we need holograms? Simply because we are talking about a lot of mixed reality headsets and mixed reality glasses. The idea is that you will be able to experience the digital world along with your physical world, and mix of both, either completely, which is called virtual reality, or augmented, which is called augmented reality. That means you actually visit your family, friends, probably travel on recreation, etc., and you have to put on these glasses, and these glasses will give you a 3D projection of whatever you're seeing. So in a in a way, these glasses will remove a lot of the devices that we end up buying in our homes. First casualty of the AR VR headsets would be a television, because when you are able to see everything in 3D and with augmented reality, who needs a TV on the wall? You can experience much better clarity and much better experience. Uh, and likewise, these headsets would come fitted with mobile built-in, with SIM slots, etc. So you don't have to basically spend in multiple devices. All you need is AR VR devices like this to carry on your business. However, there is one drawback here. I mean, this is very exciting, but there is one drawback here, very major one, which is that our eyes are converting 3D into 2D, and that's how the brain interpret. So we have two eyes, and when we look at it, the brain interprets 2D images, not the 3D, and the world around us is in 3D. So because we have two eyes, the overlapping images within our brain will actually reimpose the 3D way of understanding. So brain actually looks at 2D and then has its own software to convert 2D into 3D within the brain itself. Now with AR and VR devices, what we are doing is we are actually seeing things in three-dimensional. So there is additional work the brain will have to do, that when the brain is looking at 3D projections with the AR and VR devices, it will get converted into 2D and then again converted into 3D. This kind of a long usage of AR VR devices creates a lot of problem for humans, a lot of tiredness, and also a long usage of these AR devices will basically make you very tired and under stress. And therefore the answer lies in holograms. But the holograms will be like a natural view. When you look at things, it will be a holographic impression of whatever you're looking at. But to create a hologram, you will require a very high amount of processing power, a very good quality PCs, and requires multiple projection devices to and also laser. So it's not only computing power. To create a hologram in real life, it will also require a lot of energy. And we have all seen that this kind of image that you see in this picture is basically a scene from Star Wars, where a holographic image can be projected. And in fact, you all know that in Star Wars, people don't see any screens of any sorts. There are no television screens in any spaceship, but they have this holograms. Simply because it is much easier for brain, it's much more intuitive, it's much more immersive, and you feel the real picture in real life at a far off distance, and it's in 3D, and your brain is actually not interpreting, converting, reconverting, and there is no stress on your eyes or brain. So in the fiction we have seen this. In real life, we know that this requires a huge amount of processing power and also very high powerful lasers to project from at least 5 different directions to create this kind of an image. So usually in our real life scenario, we have been able to use the holograms at a very large scales in public gathering, in functions, but not at a small scale, because the machinery simply is not available to take care of your small scale deployment of holographic technology. It requires a supercomputing type processing power and multiple power sources to power your holograms. So it's a non-starter basically, because it requires a lot of investment and also requires special machinery for you to be able to use holograms. And therefore the latest technology is being deployed in today's environment, where there is MIT which is doing a research, and they want to basically create a low power hologram so that it can be incorporated into your mobile. So this research is being done at MIT, and they have got some breakthrough where they are saying that using mobile CPUs and only 1 megabyte of memory in your mobile, this new way of creating holograms will basically give the power of to any mobile to create a hologram. So you can actually keep that device on your palm, and then you will have miraculous images being shown in front of you. So actually you don't have to you have to stop using your fingers to select different menus, whereas the entire menu system can be projected like a hologram in front of you, and you can just select what you want, pretty much like what you see in Tony Stark doing in Iron Man movies. So that kind of power or that kind of technology MIT scholars are working on. They have got a breakthrough, and they will be launching this stuff very soon. And if this happens, then the AR VR devices will not be required in abundance. Rather, the holograph technology or hologram creation of using only small CPUs and only 1 megabyte of memory will be sufficient to create different environment. All right, so basically this is what is happening, and if this happens, this is very exciting, and I really say kudos to MIT scholars to come up with this kind of technology. But how this is going to happen? I think they are using a lot of AI, and AI, as you know, is a learning program, and it learns, and as a process of learning, it's able to create an AI without using a lot of processing power. So that is the first thing. So they are using a lot of AI in order to create this holograms, which can be used as our audio visual input devices to our brains. And there are many requirements for this kind of system. There is a requirement in education, there is a requirement in healthcare. As you can see that using this technology, currently when we go to hospital, we have to go through multiple tests, and then the doctors will look at the report and then examine various reports. Whereas if this technology comes in, then all you have to do is make the patient lie on a table, and the entire projection of his interiors can be projected in front of the doctor. Doctor will then immediately identify what is wrong with him, and he can diagnose. So this kind of technology is very much on the card using this latest hologram, especially when the technology is being available at low processing, cost effective, and we don't have to basically spend a lot of money in conducting various tests. In fact, in the Star Wars, we have seen that these doctors in Star Wars carry, or even Star Trek, carry these handheld devices, and they kind of scan the patient for problems. So similar to that, this hologram technology will be able to get the entire stuff out and immediately help doctors and health practitioners to diagnose the problem. Similar application can be done in education, in the area of education, where the teachers will be able to train their disciples about some engine parts or new technology, and project those holograms in front of the students. So student need not actually create that instrument. When you can see that instrument moving in front of his own eyes in motion, so you can actually train your students in a very realistic environment, but using digital technology. So I think the future looks very exciting, and I personally feel that AR VR devices may be only intermediary step in our human evolution. Eventually AR VR will be replaced by holograms, and the holograms will be generated by small handheld devices which you can carry, or in your watch, or in your shirt, in a collar, and things like that. So I think this is where the future is going. So friends, I have one comment from Chandrasen, and he is saying that AI can already render 3D models, etc. And well, that is right, Chandrasen. AI can do that, but current technology of making hologram requires a lot of processing. Even though there is an AI, it requires a lot of processing, and multiple laser projected devices to create a hologram. This latest study will create a hologram using the current technology of hardware. So that is why this is exciting. It's not that the AI was not capable, AI was capable, but this new technology, there is a new AI that MIT scholars are working on, and they are going to create AI which will use a simple processor of your mobile device, and mobile device with only 1 megabyte of memory will be able to create a hologram. So that is why this is so exciting. So friends, I've come to an end of my live stream. If you like this subject, if you like our topics, please share your thoughts and comments. And as always, thanks for watching. I will meet you tomorrow with something more interesting, more intriguing when it comes to business. Keep selling, keep rocking, and take care. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to this live stream, which is dedicated on the business tips and ideas. And we are trying to reach out to startup and the budding entrepreneurs. And some of the information that we provide is based on our understanding, knowledge of the markets. And today we have a very important subject to discuss, and that is what changes we can expect in the coming year of 2023, and especially with regard to the mobile technology, mobile devices. And as you know, friends, that mobile devices have become the part of our life. Without the mobile device, we will not be able to function, whether it is related to our communication or and also our work. So therefore, it is important to understand that the technology is advancing, and there are spectacular changes which are expected in the year 2023. These changes are being driven by the competition among the mobile device and other device manufacturers. So let us first understand what are the 4 big changes you can expect in this year with regard to your devices. Number 1 is the advancement in the mixed reality headsets. Basically, these headsets are basically comprised with a screen. It gives you a 3D view of so it offers a totally different kind of a viewing experience for the user. Sometimes even the high definition sound system is also attached to these devices, and then you can actually experience different kind of travel, or if you're a gamer, you can do that, or if you're basically jogging on a treadmill in your home, you can actually choose where you want to jog, either a park or Himalayas or on a beach. So this kind of augmented reality or a mixed reality headsets will be launched finally. Especially all the big boys in the industry are making effort to launch a good quality video AR VR headset in the year 2023. And as you know that there are specialized people like Nvidia and also Logitech, which make the peripherals. So they will also come up in a big way and launch their own headsets. These headsets will cost in the range of $1,500 to $2,000, and eventually these headsets might replace the mobile device itself. So the mobile technology will be built into these headsets. The smart glass technology will come in, and they can be connected directly on a 5G network, and bringing all sorts of application directly in front of your eyes, and with voice recognition technology and also the AR VR technology. The user experience the headsets will offer starting from 2023 will be a remarkable difference from what we have seen so far. The future generation will totally be experiencing a totally different kind of a experience from these AR VR headsets. All right, what are the next big change which we can expect in the coming year? Well, in the coming year, the PC quality is going to dramatically change. When we talk about PC quality, then we know that the processing power is primarily responsible for the quality, overall quality. But I think there is more standardization which will happen. Thus, the display will play a major role because now the 5G and high-speed network are able to provide you a very good amount of resolution on your stream. So you should be able to experience those streams in a very good quality, either 4K or 8K. So I think that is where the standardization of your laptops will happen, and the processing speed and also the high quality graphics cards will be built into your laptops and PCs. So I think that is a big change. A good quality professional grade laptops and PCs will be launched and sort of a standardized. That means earlier we used to buy Mac for a quality user and a Windows PC if you're not so much conscious about quality. But I think that gap will narrow down in 2023, and players like Samsung, LG, Microsoft, they will all team up together, and also Mac. They will probably launch very high quality laptops and PCs which are featured on Windows 11 or Mac OS respectively. And these high quality PCs will basically offer a totally different kind of a user experience. There could be a video gesture based interface because Windows 11 offer. So Mac has been known for gesture controls all along, but Windows is also catching up, and Windows Xbox technology might be built into these laptops. Probably Xbox will merge into these high definition laptops in the year 2023. So you can have one laptop, one PC for all kinds of requirements, including gaming. So I think this is one change which I feel will happen in the year 2023, and that will basically create new wave of new devices being flooded in the market later on in the middle of the year. Okay, what is the next change that we can expect in the year 2023 when it comes to devices? Well, the ear pods, the headset technology has come a long way, and now the norm is the pods, and the pods actually provide the noise cancellation as well. So you can keep these pods into your ear, and you can actually listen to various conversations. At the same time, you can also listen the external voices. So if you are basically having the pod in your ear, it will not obstruct the external noises depending on your settings of the way you use the pods. However, the high fidelity voice will be the norm, and it will give you experience as if the voice is coming from nearby and very realistic, etc. And since we are talking about voice, there are other side show when it comes to voices. You will be able to use AI to create or to enhance your own voice, so that when the recipient hear your voice, they feel impressed, and it's without any crackling or anything, the high quality voice. So I think that is another change which will come. In fact, nearly 15 to 20% revenue for these mobile manufacturer is coming from these type of pods, because they have caught on and people are preferring to use these kind of earplugs. They don't want to have wires floating around, etc. And even the journalist, they can also use the same technology, and they can record the voice at will, because these pods are very powerful. They provide a lot of coverage lot of sensitivity to capture external voices, and all kinds of pods are available from a low end to very very high end. So I think that is another change you can expect. So I think I'm covering the 4 new types of products or new trend starting in 2023 when it comes to devices, and I'm only talking about this year, the current year. And this was the third change that you will see when it comes to user experience of the technology, especially devices. What is the fourth one? Well, the fourth one is a more premium mobile device itself. So while there is a competition from the AR VR headsets, which will eventually replace the mobile device, but then mobile device is not going away soon. So the major manufacturers will come out with a very premium quality mobile headsets, mobile devices, which will be very powerful, will basically pack a punch, very powerful CPU, long battery life, and very powerful cameras, and also the user experience of visual experience of 8K, etc. So this kind of premium mobile or ultra feature rich mobile will be launched by all the major manufacturers in the middle of 2023, because obviously they have to compete, they have to provide some sort of value to their clients, to their users, and how they differentiate among the others. They have to pack more and more features. And as you know that the mobile OS is also undergoing tremendous changes, and therefore the device, the hardware will also keep the chase, and will pack many sensors, many different kinds of technology, more sensitive sound and video experience, and also much more powerful devices will be available. So these are the 4 major change you can expect in the 2023 when it comes to devices. So friends, I have come to the end of this program, but just in case if you have any suggestions, any comments, feel free to send in your comments. And talking about comments, I have a few live viewers, and let me read some of them. And viewer name is Chandrasen Singh, and now he's saying that he believes that the OS should comes with everything including browser, so you need not download numerous programs. I think that is correct, and that is the norm even today, Chandrasen, because all the mobile devices comes pre-bundled with a lot of applications. So I don't think this could be a major hindrance. At the same time, the play stores are also going sort of kind of open technology, and different play stores are being available on different mobile devices. So it's not only the play store of Samsung or play store of Apple iPhone will be available. Using your iPhone, you will be able to access different play stores. So there is an opportunity to create a totally independent play store, and then the play store can be attached to different mobile devices. So I think that's another change which is going to happen. I have not specifically talked about that change, simply because I'm covering only devices today. So good observation, Chandrasen, keep it up. I think this is also going to be happening in 2023. All right, friends, so I've run out of time today, and I will catch you again in the business stream live tomorrow again. Until then, keep selling, keep rocking, and have a nice day. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to the live stream, which is related to business and startups. And in this live stream, we discuss about, what is happening, what is going to impact us, and can we prepare ourselves when we are doing business in terms of future proofing ourselves. And today is January 2nd. It is the first working day of the new year, which is 2023. So first of all, Happy New Year to all of you. May this new year bring all the happiness, success, and bring gratified results for all your business endeavors. So, to start our show, I would like to talk about the AI. You know how AI has improved the lives of millions and millions of probably billion Indians, simply because the Indian government has used the AI bots and different applications to improve a lot of governance related issues. And to basically talk more about it, let me take you straight away. The AI market is basically fueled by many startups across India, and these startups are developing different kinds of solutions which can be used not only by Indian government but by any government. If they are interested, they can actually procure that technology and use it for providing their governance system in their own country. And India being a very large country, so all of these AI systems and all these software systems which are being used by the Indian government are fully tested, and they have taken because of the load itself on these systems. So any country which intend to acquire the technology from India is more than welcome to do so. All right, so within India, the AI market, AI software solution market is expected to grow and at the rate of 20%. And by 2025, the value of the AI that we use primarily at this point in time in space exploration and also a lot of e-governance will touch nearly 7.8 billion US dollars. So it's a lot of revenue that AI is supposed to bring for the industry, for the IT industry, and from within the country itself, from within the Indian as single country, because India is a large consumer, and therefore these AI can bring a lot of revenue for the software developers who are actually spending their money in creating these AI services. So how the Indian government is using them? So I have divided today's discussion into three primary roles that Indian government has been able to use the AI engines and AI services, which is primarily built by the private sector IT organizations in India. And therefore, the first thing is when it comes to agriculture. So when it comes to agriculture, there is a lot of predictive analysis that is required in terms of there are many variables, whether it is moisture or the pattern of rain, how much rain, where the wind is taking the clouds, then this is atmosphere. Then what about the nutrient in the soil, region, and even the rotation of earth, and whether we are passing through El Nino, there will be excess rain, and so on and so forth. So using these various parameters, the AI robots or AI bots, which are being employed by the Indian government agriculture department, is able to give the right advice to the farmer. They are able to train farmers to do the right activity. Well, the farmers are fully trained because they have been growing food for ourselves. So when it comes to farming, it is important, they know the trade, but if we can guide them when to do what activity, then it's a great help, because now the government is telling farmers to either start sowing the seeds 2 weeks prior or 2 weeks after, usually when they do it, based on the AI predictive analytics. So it's a very big deal. And then how much nutrient is required, what are the earth soil samples, etc. So whole lot of samples are being collected across every nook and corner of farming land within India, and using the AI technology, the predictive analysis is being provided absolutely free of cost to the farmer community. And today there are 1000 AI startups within India itself who are working on different kinds of AI solutions to help the farming community. And when it comes to even water supply, a lot of these AI startups are developing these AI systems to handle all kinds of agriculture related activities and guiding various parties which are involved in this industry, so that the overall success of the farming industry is enhanced. So you see, in 2022, this was effectively used, very effectively used, even though the India is coming out of the COVID, and also the global climate is not very certain, uncertain climates that we are living in. Recession is being predicted, and the wars are also being predicted. So considering that, AI government has proactively implemented AI to help the farmers within India. So it's a big deal actually. Moving on to the next subject. Well, we cannot overlook the education system. So there is, when we actually consume education, we only go to one website and we download the study material, probably study online, etc. So all of this is very transparent to the user. But in the back end, just in order to create curriculum and subject 300 to 400 million students to the education system, it requires a lot of AI and a lot of predictive analytics. And so they are actually using AI to handle big traffic, and also ensuring that the servers are deployed in the right direction, just in case if there is a traffic coming from a particular region from within India. So I think there's a lot of AI being used to provide education. But the biggest change is that the CBSE, which is the Central Board of Secondary Education, which govern the school system in India, has already started, especially in 2022, for the standard 10th, 11th and 12th. They have introduced the AI courses at the school level. So imagine, the students who will come out at the school level, not even at the college level. At the school level, they will be trained, or they will be introduced to AI, so that if somebody wants to create very high-tech software solutions or technology in future, then they are already prepped. The students are prepped. They are ready to face the future. They will be very well versed with the AI technology, and they can then grow into developing new systems, study in the masters, probably become doctors, PhDs, etc. So there is a platform provided by the Indian government to basically study AI at the school level. That's a very big deal, and I'm sure there are very few countries who have done that. And this is like future proofing your young generation. So this is amazing, and I think I fully really appreciate the stand of the government, especially in the year 2022, which has just gone by. They introduced AI at the school level in a very big way, and they have included that AI course in the curriculum starting from 10th, 11th and 12th. All right, so let's move to the next big item, in which in the year 2022, Indian government used AI effectively. This was regarding the healthcare. Now, we cannot overlook the usage of healthcare when it comes to healthcare, especially earlier, before the AI, in the 50s and 60s, when the pandemic used to hit mankind. Before the cure is released, it would take 10 years, because there used to be a lot of permutation, combination, and lot of research was required to come out with cure for smallpox, chickenpox, yellow fever, etc., etc. So it used to take a lot of time, and the pandemic would hit without any warning, and then the research and development will start for creating those vaccines. Here, using AI, we are able to single out the genome and use that information in a software to create a simulation of what are the permutation combination the organism or a disease, virus or bacteria can form. And accordingly, without doing a lot of research, the AI will help us create different combinations based on the genome. What are the solutions or what are the vaccines which will eradicate these particular variants of these disease genomes. So this has helped us a lot, and that is why you know that when it comes to the recent corona pandemic, the solution was available in less than a year. So the AI was used effectively, and certain things we do not know as general public, but in the back end, doctors are relying on a lot of AI in finding out solutions for deadly diseases. Like some of the diseases are related to living lifestyle like diabetes and heart issues, but then there are deadly diseases like cancers. So lot of simulation can be done without subjecting harsh treatment to test animals. So you can do a lot of these research, and quickly you can create different models using the AI, and then come out with either the surgical procedures or vaccination using the AI. So I think these are the three areas, prominent areas, where the Indian government has taken a lead and provided a solution to the public, general public, using AI. And these are very effective solutions for the people, and they have saved life and also improved the education system to ensure that people are well versed and moving ahead with their future. So this is something which I wanted to talk about today, and really this is an amazing thing which has been done by the Indian government. And then I have few messages which has come now. I would like to read them. All right. So Chandra Sen is asking, can AI take the role of doctor or a coder? Well, I think AI is neither a doctor nor a coder. It is very effective in creating different simulations. So the coder has to develop AI so that the AI can learn and create different models, simulated models. And since AI can learn and understand from previous iteration, it is very effective, and that is why AI is different from a normal software program. So it's neither a doctor nor a coder, because coder creates AI to create different simulated models. Doctor use these results from these simulated models to effectively carry out their work in terms of providing better healthcare services or better medicines to the patient. Now the next question from the same viewer, Chandrasen, is will it result in large number of job losses? Not at all. I think that's a very good question, Chandrasen. It will not result in job loss, or rather it will create new avenues, because as I have said that the school level people will undergo AI training, and when they get into higher studies, into college, they will get opportunity to do their bachelor's, master's and PhD when it comes to AI. So they will be much smarter. Imagine a situation where you have come out of your college and then you start learning your AI. It will take a lot of time. Whereas at the age of 15, 16, if you know the concepts of AI, then when you get into college, you will be able to actually do your research and development in the area of AI. And AI is very important because AI will help you create autonomous bots, autonomous machinery, which can explore the under ocean, explore different aspects of river, explore the weather, explore different planets. So opportunities are going to open up big time. And also in terms of e-commerce, gaming. So I think there are new opportunities. It's not going to take away the jobs. The business is under transition right now, so it will create more benefit. All right, so let me see if there are more messages. All right. Well, another question from the same viewer, Chandrasen, is can AI produce AI? Well, definitely AI can produce AI, and It is in the interest of human being not to allow AI to produce another copy of itself. So human coder will be able to fine tweak that feature, but from a principal standpoint, there is no stopping, or there is nothing which is stopping AI to produce its own copy. So it is very much possible. Right now, it is being allowed in the realms of science fiction movies, but in reality, humans will apply their brain and will not allow AI bots to make their own copies. So because once that happens, that will be the end of the mankind as we know it. All right, so friends, thanks for watching. This is the first live stream in the business section of Akulmach channel. I will meet you tomorrow with something more intriguing at 2:30. So stay tuned, have a nice day, keep selling, keep rocking. Bye bye for today.